Preamble. Freezing rain whipped his face, stinging like sharp pieces of glass. The air was so bitter that every breath hurt. He wondered if inhaling the ice was harmful to his lungs. His fingers throbbed with a dull ache spreading through his knuckles. The wind didn't only cut through his clothes, it pierced to the bone, turning his soaked uniform into a frozen sheath. Each step became a battle with the biting cold and the gnawing exhaustion. He forced his mind back to the patrol. The day had already proved brutal, and miles still stretched ahead before they would reach the relative safety behind the wire. The bitter temperature was harsh, but the constant tension was worse. A taut, fraying cord ready to snap. Peacekeeping on Seti Prime. No peace existed, only endless violence. The rotation turned nightmares into something cozy. Yesterday's chaos hung over the team like a freezing mist. Don the Legend and Moss laughed it off, but their eyes betrayed them. A rocket had slammed into their transport on a supply run, ripping a hole in the vehicle. By some twisted luck, it didn't detonate, bouncing around like a cruel joke. They survived by chance. The jokes and bravado couldn't hide the sharp, suffocating fear. Last week proved even worse. Johnson, the idiot, picked up something from the dirt, a shiny object he thought might be worth keeping. He knew better. They all did. Don't touch anything. The rule drilled into them was basic survival, but Johnson ignored it, and his stupidity cost him everything. The explosion tore through the air, ripping him apart and wounding 3 other team members. Johnson's gone, obliterated. The others now carried his mistake in their bodies and minds for the rest of their lives. One bad choice sent ripples through them all, leaving scars both seen and unseen. And for what? This frozen, God-forsaken rock of a planet. Not worth it. Not any of it. Seti Prime is nothing more than a wasteland. A dead world embroiled in a pointless civil war. Let them kill each other, he thought. At least then we could go home. 6 months of trudging through these shattered streets, dodging sniper fire from the ridges, and enduring ambushes in the ruins of the city left him hollow. Peacekeeping is a fucking joke. The patrol stopped at an intersection. The lieutenant scanned his map and checked in with command. He leaned against a crumbling wall, trying to shield himself from the wind, while he talked with one of the Beta Hydri soldiers. They traded stories and discussed swapping their lighters, unit insignia stamped mementos, marking time spent in hellholes like this. He didn't mind the guy. The two had struck up a decent rapport over the last few hours. That's when the world exploded. The surface behind the Beta Hydri soldier disintegrated in a mist of blood, brick, and bone. Shards of cement slapped his face and helmet, confusing him. The man in front of him crumpled, crimson spray painting the ruined wall as his body collapsed like a broken doll. The sharp crack of the shot came an instant later, the sound reverberating off the buildings through the intersection. Chaos erupted. Soldiers dove for cover, sending lead in every direction, blind to the attack's origin. He dropped to one knee, his rifle aimed into the void and started firing. His mind went blank. Muscle memory took over as he moved through the motions drilled into him 1,000 times. Lay down suppressing fire. Make yourself as small as possible so you don't get hit. Overwhelm the enemy with brute force. The Beta Hydri soldier didn't move. The medic crouched over him, but everyone saw he was lifeless, gone, like Johnson. The firefight came to a quick end, but the fear lingered. Hours later, back behind the wire, the warmth of the shelter did nothing to thaw the cold knot in his chest. When the adrenaline wore off, its weight all came crashing down. His hands trembled as he sat on the edge of his rack, staring at nothing. Shame gnawed at him for how scared he was and the panic that seized him in the middle of the chaos. He buried his face in his hands, his breath hitching as he fought the rising tide of emotions. He had the strangest sensation that this had all taken place before. The nightmare was so familiar. He woke drenched in sweat, heart pounding, the echoes of SETI Prime flooding his mind. It took a moment to gather himself, not on that frozen battlefield, but in his rack aboard the tier. 25 years passed, yet the memory remained vivid, as if it had happened yesterday. Sitting up, he ran a trembling hand through his hair, the weight of it pressing heavy on him.
You okay?
A sleepy voice said beside him. Fine, he said, swinging his legs off the bed. He needed air to clear his head. In the dim light of the compartment's head, he splashed cold water on his face and stared into the mirror. The lines etched on his face told the story of years gone by, but the past never stayed silent. It clung to him, sharp and raw, always lurking in the shadows, ready to strike when the darkness fell. Chapter 1. Aboard the USS CN Tier, somewhere in the 16 Cygni B solar system. Sit rep, Captain Decker said as he stepped onto the flight deck of the Tier. The United Solar System's Cooperative Navy, USS CN Tier, was a crown jewel of special operations, and he took immense pride in captaining her. After a decade aboard, starting as a pilot before taking command 7 years ago, the ship had become almost like an extension of himself. The Tier carried a name rich with history going back thousands of years. It comes from Old Earth Norse mythology. Tyr served as the god of war, law, and justice. Known for his bravery and willingness to sacrifice, Tyr embodied the values of courage, honor, and the protection of societal order. He was associated with the sky in earlier traditions and paralleled other Indo-European deities like the Roman Mars. Tyr's ancient stories in Norse mythology underscore the importance of personal sacrifice for the collective good and the maintenance of societal order through fairness and courage. He has remained a symbol of honor and integrity in conflict for thousands of years. Decker stood at his console. His fingers grazed the worn insignia etched into the control panel, a mark of those before him. The rhythmic hum of the ship's engines carried the weight of history, each protocol, each ritual a tether to those who had come into battle before him. To abandon tradition was to sever that link, to drift untethered in the vastness of war. He did his best daily to ensure his command held up to that name and significance. "We're looking good," said Lieutenant Franks, the flight crew's combat officer. It was his job to oversee the mission's execution, ensuring the teams deployed and the mission was moving as planned. Today's operation was a familiar one, a training exercise simulating a forced entry and capture of a disabled vessel. The teams had run variations of this drill on repeat 7 times this week alone. Decker prioritized readiness above all else. His crew, along with the 2 assault teams under his command, had seen years of intense action. Spacefaring special operations never stopped being relentless work, and despite humanity's far-reaching expansion across the galaxy, it seemed the species had never outgrown its penchant for conflict. Humanity had colonized thousands of worlds, securing its place among the stars, yet it remained mired in divisions and disputes. Every solar government maintained its military fleet or hired one, guaranteeing a constant demand for operatives like Decker and his team. The Tier was deep in its 6-month training cycle, one of 3 phases crews rotated through: downrange, deployed; resetting, recuperating during maintenance; or training, sharpening skills. Fresh from a refit, the 10-year-old ship now carried cutting-edge tech. Training combined live drills like today's boarding up with VR simulations. Real-world exercises were a welcome change from the monotony of virtual scenarios, and the crew was glad to get their hands dirty. "Both Buff and Freebird are closing in on their designated insertion points," Franks said. Buff, big, ugly, fat fucker, and Freebird, the Tiers 2 dropships, are vital for deploying assault teams. Built for durability rather than aesthetics, they are the workhorses of the special operations, responsible for inserting operators into target zones and providing tactical support, whether for extraction or firepower. Today, their task was to deliver them to the various entry locations on an aging training vessel repurposed for exercises. Decker looked over the display screens hanging throughout the flight deck, showing live video footage of the mission as Freebird and Buff hurtled toward their objectives. The simulated target may have been nothing more than a stripped-down relic, but for the Tiers crew, it represented something far greater, another step in their relentless preparation for the realities of war among the stars. Chapter 2. Aboard Buff Dropship. "Don't you hate it when you're trying to take a shit and you can't stop wiping?" Kenneth said, grinning at Yoski. Yoski rolled his eyes. Fucking Kenneth, he thought. Sitting in their jump seats, the two operators passed the time as usual, talking nonsense. For all their rank as petty officers second class, maturity wasn't their strong suit. Kenneth had a knack for taking the dumbest jokes to the next level. "That was me this morning," Kenneth said. "Just couldn't clear the breach." "Shut the fuck up," said Senior Chief Petty Officer Jackson, top, to the team. As the highest-ranking NCO on both the Alpha and Bravo teams, his job was to keep everyone alive and mission-ready. "None of that bullshit today." "Sure thing, Top," Kenneth said with a wink at Yoski. "But it's a problem when you can't clear the breach." Jackson shook his head, fighting a smile. The banter was annoying, but it was such a familiar part of being in the service. Gallows humor kept these operators sane. They might act like kids at times, but when it mattered, they were lethal professionals.
"Button up, people."
Chief Warrant Officer Mac's voice crackled over comms.
"Breaching in 60 seconds.
The team snapped into action. They checked their tactical vacuum assault suits, secured their M3A2 silenced rifles, and activated their helmet-mounted heads-up displays. Blue dots marked each teammate. Unknowns would light up yellow, enemies red. Magnet boots engaged with a faint hum, ensuring they'd stay grounded in zero gravity.
10 seconds.
Max said, as the dropship's blast doors slid shut, sealing the cockpit from the team's bay. The carrier's rear opened, revealing the airlock of the old training ship. A bump signaled contact.
"Breaching,"
Strom said, stepping toward the hatch. His forearm console flashed as a digital virus overrode the system. The outer door swung open, and the team moved in, helmets locked in place. Strom hacked the inner door in what amounted to no time at all.
"Alpha has inserted."
Jackson's calm voice said over comms as they spilled into the hallway, weapons raised. Johansky and Blevins pushed forward, securing the space with sharp precision. Except for Alpha, the passage was empty.
"Bravo has inserted,"
Chief Perry said over comms.
"Be advised, blue forces in the area. We're advancing to engineering."
"Roger that."
Jackson said.
"Alpha moving to the flight deck."
Kenneth and Yoski bounced ahead, leapfrogging past Johansky and Blevins to secure the next perimeter. Zinger and Strom followed, each movement smooth and practiced. They cleared room after room, moving down the corridor until they reached the hatch marked Flight.
"Breaching,"
Strom said. The door slid open, revealing a compartment devoid of people, but full of flight control stations and equipment. The team flooded in, sweeping the space.
"Flight deck secure,"
Jackson said.
"Engineering secure."
Perry echoed moments later. Both teams had obtained their objectives.
"Index, index, index."
Captain Decker's voice came over the comms, signaling the end of the exercise.
Good work, everyone. Let's wrap it up. No bad guys.
Kenneth said, releasing his magnet boots and floating in a lazy flip.
What's the fun in that? Extraction inbound.
Mac's transmission cut through, bringing the exercise to a close as the operators prepared for the ride home. Chapter 3. Aboard the USS CN Tier. The loading hatch unsealed with a hiss as the door opened and both teams exited the dropship, now sitting secured in the docking bay of the Tier. Boots clattered against the metallic deck plates, the steady rhythm broken only by the occasional shuffle or groan. Exhaustion radiated off of their bodies in waves, but no one complained. Complaints were for downtime that was nowhere in sight. Sweat slicked and silent, they moved in unison, peeling off gear and scrubbing down. The sharp scent of cleaning solvents mixed with the metallic tang of the ship's recycled air. As Jackson tugged off his helmet, his dark hair stuck to his forehead in dark, uneven clumps. Perry was next to him, muttering under her breath as she wiped the sweat from her neck with a towel.
I swear we've done this drill 100 times this month,
she said, tossing her towel onto a nearby bench. 101 now, Jackson said, almost amused. He ran a hand through his hair, wiping sweat onto the sleeve of his assault suit. Not that anyone's counting. They didn't need to say more. The after-action review loomed, and no one dared drag their feet. The team room was quiet when they entered, the hum of the ship's systems filling the air. Lieutenant Franks was already at the front of the compartment, tapping at a data slate. His sharp gaze flicked toward them, and Jackson caught the faintest flicker of impatience. "Take a seat," Franks said. The room fell silent as Alpha and Bravo teams dropped into their chairs. The air was heavy with unspoken tension. Franks didn't waste time. "All right, let's get through this quick. Alpha, you're up." The review began. Each team member delivered concise feedback, their words clipped and deliberate. There was no room for error or Kenneth's usual antics. Even he knew better than to crack jokes here. The faster they got through it, the faster they'd be dismissed. 15 minutes later, Franks nodded, satisfied. "Dismissed." Chairs scraped against the floor as the room broke into clusters. Conversations picked up, voices casual. Some headed for their cabins, while others lingered, laughing, joking, or reviewing gear. Jackson caught Perry's eye and jerked his head toward the door. She followed without a word. "Kids, don't stay out too late," Kenneth said, calling after them, his grin mischievous.
Shut the fuck up, Kenneth,
Perry shot back, not bothering to turn around. The galley was bathed in dim light, the overhead lights casting a sterile glow over the room. The faint smell of burnt coffee hung in the air, mingling with the scent of stale rations. Jackson poured 2 cups, sliding one toward Perry as they settled into their usual booth in the corner. The metal table was cold against his forearms as he leaned forward. "I swear if we have to keep this up, I'm going to lose it," Jackson said, cradling his cup. Perry smirked, blowing on her coffee.
You love this shit.
"I love this team. This?" He gestured around the room. "Not so much."
Don't kid yourself. I know you love this just as much as the team.
She gestured around the room, mirroring Jackson's indifference. He shrugged and took his first sip of the coffee. "Maybe a little," he said, and smiled. She laughed, the sound audible over the distant hum of the ship's engines. For a moment they sipped their coffee in companionable silence. Then Perry broke it.
Do you ever think about Earth?
Jackson raised an eyebrow, caught off guard. "No. Why?" She shrugged, her gaze dropping to her cup.
I want to see it. The mountains, the air. Walk where it all started.
He let out a chuckle. "It's a blue and green rock with nothing left to offer."
That's what makes it special.
She countered, her voice quiet but firm.
No politics, no corporations bleeding it dry, just a planet.
Jackson lifted his head, studying her. "We've seen cooler shit." Perry leaned forward, the corners of her mouth tightening as her fingers drummed against the coffee mug. It created a light rhythmic sound as she began to talk.
You don't care about where humanity came from?
Her voice cut through the background hum of the ship's engines, each word measured but pressing as if daring him to reconsider. "I know where I came from, and it wasn't Earth," he said. "You're telling me Earth is different," Jackson said, leaning back with a faint smirk. "But how? Mountains, forests, clear skies. We've seen that before. Plenty of planets out there with the same views."
It's not the same.
Perry shot back, her fingers tightening around her coffee cup.
It's where we started. The first mountains climbed, the first forests explored. It's the root of everything.
He chuckled, shaking his head. "A rock is a rock. Just because it was first doesn't make it special."
It's not just first.
She pressed, leaning forward, her voice lowering.
It's unique. No other planet has that history. Every step we've taken, every colony we've built, it all started there. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Jackson shrugged. "I respect the history, sure. But it's dirt now. Same as anywhere else." Perry stared at him for a moment, then glanced down at her coffee.
I guess it's just me.
She said. Her voice was lower and quiet.
Standing where it all began, seeing it with my own eyes, that matters.
He watched her for a beat, her words settling into the air between them. "Maybe," he said, though the skepticism in his tone didn't quite fade. "But if it's all the same dirt, I don't see what the fuss is about."
Because it's our dirt.
She said, as if he should understand this.
The one place that belongs to all of us.
Jackson said nothing, but the faint crease in his brow hinted that her words might have landed deeper than he wanted to admit. The comm crackled to life, cutting through their conversation.
"Topton Chief, report to Captain Decker's ready room."
Perry groaned, pushing herself to her feet.
There goes our night.
The corridors of the tier stretched ahead, dim and utilitarian. Their boots struck the metal floor in steady, echoing beats. When they reached the ready room, the door slid open with a soft hiss. Decker was already seated at the head of the small conference table, his data slate glowing in the light. Frank sat at the conference table with him, arms crossed and face unreadable. "Take a seat," Decker said, gesturing to the chairs. Perry and Jackson dropped into their seats without a word. The air in the room was heavy, the kind of weight that only came before bad news. "We're being reassigned," Decker said, his tone brisk. "The WOE 9127 system has gone dark. No communication and no traffic. WTA flagged it for investigation, and we're the closest operational unit." Franks leaned forward. "There have been reports of unrest on Trestle 113. Violence, illness. 2 supply ships entered the system last month and haven't returned on their normal scheduled route." Harry frowned.
Unrest? What kind of unrest?
"Unknown," Frank said. "Early stage colony, mining companies, research labs. It's a standard frontier mess. I'm sure it has something to do with money and mineral rights. It always does." Decker's gaze swept the room. "Prepare for potential extraction, station lockdown, and security scenarios. Training starts now." As they left the meeting, the tensions between them lingered. Perry glanced at Jackson.
What do you think?
He shook his head. "Could be anything, but it's never nothing." It was not uncommon for a team like theirs to intervene in some political or power entanglement. Back in the galley, the crew was abuzz with speculation. The ship's subtle change in trajectory hadn't gone unnoticed, and everyone had their theories. Jackson poured another coffee, watching Kazi and Bravo team lean against the counter. Jackson knew he was about to fish for information. "Where we headed, Top?" Kazi said, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. Jackson smirked. "Do I look like a damn pilot?" Kazi chuckled but didn't push. Everyone aboard was used to secrets. If something big was brewing, they'd find out soon enough. By the following morning, the tier buzzed with activity. Training schedules were revamped, and the atmosphere shifted from routine to razor-sharp focus. Alpha and Bravo teams ran drills until sweat soaked their fatigues, with simulations growing more grueling every time. In the evenings, Jackson and Perry pored over schematics of Kyler Station and Trestle 113. The faint blue glow of holographic maps lit their faces as they planned and revised every possible scenario.
Do you think it's a revolt?
Perry said one night when only the two of them were together lying in their shared bed. Jackson shrugged. Could be. Or something worse. Weeks blurred into each other as the team settled into a relentless rhythm. Training sessions bled into briefings, which bled into late-night strategy sessions. Every passing day brought them closer to Woe 9127, and the unease settled in deeper. News feeds on the Galaxy Net added fuel to the fire. Reports of illness in Woe 9127 trickled in, followed by whispers of violence and complete communication blackouts. The WTA sealed off the wormhole leading into the system, cutting it off. Sealing off a wormhole was not something done on a whim. Closing trade and travel lanes that connected far-reaching areas of space was not something anyone wanted to have happen. Jackson watched the headlines scroll across the console, let out a whistle. They're locking it down.
Shit's getting real,
Perry said, leaning over his shoulder. By the third week, every team member had the station's layout committed to memory. Virtual simulations replicated the tight corridors of Kyler Station, the rocky terrain of Trestle 113, and even the dropship descent into hostile zones. The team moved with precision. Their movements were fluid and instinctive. On the rare nights when they weren't training, the crew gathered in the mess for cards or quiet conversations. But even then, the weight of the unknown lingered, unspoken but palpable. Chapter 4. En route to Woe 9127. The Tier's mission briefing room buzzed with the hum of conversation. 42 crew members filled the space, from engineers and medics to the 14 operatives of Alpha and Bravo teams. The air carried a palpable tension, a mixture of curiosity and unease. At the podium, Franks adjusted his uniform and cleared his throat, silencing the room. "Let's get started," he said, his voice calm but laced with gravity. He activated the overhead projector, which illuminated an image of a lush green planet against the starry black of space. "There have been no updates from Woe 9127 in the last 2 months," he said, his tone measured. "Trestle 113 and Kyler Station have been unresponsive for 3 months. The WTA has since closed the system to all traffic. Our task is to determine why." The crowd stirred, exchanging uneasy glances. This wasn't another routine mission. The stakes were higher. Franks continued, pointing to the projected image. "Trestle 113 is a Class M planet, habitable with potable water. It has been populated for about 3 decades. The primary settlement hosts 20,000 residents, supported by a network of smaller research outposts. It's a mining hub for the surrounding asteroid belt, which supplies essential resources throughout the known galaxy." He paused to let the information settle. "In the 30 years of operation, no biohazard, political unrest, or union negotiation incidents have been reported." Kosar leaned back in his chair. 20,000's a big number for a frontier colony, he said, his voice skeptical. "What are they mining out there?" Franks nodded, acknowledging the question. "Precious metals, water reserves, and agricultural exports," he said. "Planets like Trestle 113 are vital. They grow food, process resources, and support life in deep space. Losing one would deal a significant blow to the WTA's operations." Chief Warrant Officer Mack raised a hand. "What do we know about the reported illness?" Franks grimaced, his posture stiffening. "Very little," he said. "The distress signals we've intercepted were fragmented. They mentioned symptoms, fevers, aggression, rapid onset, but provided no detailed medical data. As a precaution, we'll operate under full biohazard protocols.
Everyone leaving the ship undergoes decontamination. No exceptions.
A ripple of discontent moved through the operatives, especially the Alpha and Bravo teams. Franks met their displeasure with a steely gaze, quelling further objections before they could take root.
And the unrest?
Chief Warrant Officer Jensen asked.
Any chance it's tied to the illness?
Possibly, Franks said.
The distress calls also mention hostilities. Fleet intelligence suspects political unrest or factional violence may be involved. The details are scarce. Whatever happened, it escalated fast, leaving little time for clear communication.
What, like a workers' strike? Kenneth joked, attempting to lighten the mood. His comment drew a few weak chuckles, but they faded under Frank's sharp glare.
We don't know,
Franks said.
That's why we're here. Our mission is to find answers.
Perry folded her arms and leaned forward.
Closest crew to respond,
she said.
Lucky us.
Franks shifted the presentation to a skeletal diagram of a space station.
Let's talk about Kyler Station,
he said. A holographic display of Kyler Station appeared, hovering above the podium Franks was speaking from, rotating cold and lifeless. His fingers tapped against the console on the podium, bringing up a detailed cross-section of the station's 15 floors, exposing the massive docking bay at the bottom, the crew decks, command center, and logistics hub spread throughout. The room was silent, everyone waiting for what they already knew was bad news. He exhaled sharply. All right, here's what we're walking into.
Kyler was designed as a logistics hub and processing station for mining operations and the wormhole entry hub for Tresor 113 and the rest of the WO 9127 solar system. It's a support hub, warehousing, refining, and personnel housing. It's a smaller and older station that has been repurposed a few times as the WTA has continued to expand the wormhole turnpike. It's a civilian station. It has everything a long-term outpost would need to sustain itself: food, fuel, medical, security, and transport capabilities.
He pointed at the lower docking bay in the hologram.
The station has one primary docking system at the base. This lower bay is where bulk shipments of refined materials and supplies move in and out. That's also where incoming personnel would be processed. The whole thing doubles as a warehousing and logistics sector, stacked with cargo containers, equipment, and, under normal conditions, automated drones moving supplies.
His tone shifted, eyes narrowing as he tapped the display. The holo image shifted, highlighting 15 floors stacked vertically with a central shaft running straight through.
Kyler's got 15 floors. It was designed for efficiency, with normal personnel lifts running between each level and a few larger equipment lifts for heavy machinery and cargo. Those equipment lifts are big enough to move heavy equipment if you need to. But right now, we don't know if any of them are operational.
He tapped again, bringing up the stairwell system.
Aside from the lifts, we have 4 stairwells running from the first floor to the top. That's good news for fallback points and movement. But if we're dealing with hostiles, those stairwells could be choke points, or worse, death traps.
The hologram zoomed in on key sections: the crew decks, command center, security wing, medical, and engineering.
1,200 people are stationed here. Engineers, miners, station security, corporate oversight, standard personnel loadout. 3 months ago, all comms went dark. The last known transmission was a partial distress signal, scrambled as hell. But one thing was clear: chaos.
The holoscreen flickered, and a grainy, corrupted audio clip played.
They're coming. They won't stop. We're locked. Cargo base 6. God, help us.
Silence followed. Franks let the tension hang in the air.
That was the last anyone heard from Kyler.
Jackson frowned.
1,200's a lot of potential hostiles. Do we have a containment plan?
Frank's expression hardened.
Mission priority is reconnaissance and rescue. We're not engaging unless necessary. The first objective is intel. Find out what happened, why, and how we can mitigate the situation. Lieutenant Commander Williams, the ship's medical officer, spoke up next.
Who else is involved? Are we the only asset in the system?
For now, yes, Decker said. Fleet wants answers, and we're the tip of the spear.
Franks nodded.
That's correct. Our plan is to begin with Kyla Station. We'll secure access to their logs, assess the crew's status, and determine the situation on Trestle 113. Until we have clarity, we operate under the assumption that all variables, biological, environmental, and personnel, are hostile.
The room fell silent. The crew exchanged tense glances, the weight of their tasks settling in. Decker's voice broke the silence.
Brass wants results, and we're it. Let's do this right. No heroics, no shortcuts. We go in clean, we come out alive.
Frank's eyes swept across the room, steady and unyielding.
Any other questions?
He asked, his voice cutting through the silence. No one stirred. A faint creak from a chair broke the stillness, the air thick with words left unsaid and tensions stretched taut across every face.
Good,
Franks concluded.
Dismissed.
The crew filed out, their usual banter replaced by grim silence. The corridors of the tier seemed colder, the hum of the ship's engines louder than before. Franks lingered behind, studying the projected image of Trestle 113. His gut told him they weren't prepared for what lay ahead, but they'd have to be. In the crew recreation compartment, Jackson's team gathered around a table, their conversation low and focused. Perry laid out their gear checklist while Strom ran diagnostics on their communication devices. Across the room, Kenneth fidgeted, earning a sharp look from Jackson.
Settle down, Jackson said. This isn't your first op.
No, but I've never seen something necessitate closing down a wormhole before. That's kind of wild. Kenneth shot back, gesturing toward the holographic display of the galaxy on the wall. Jackson's glare softened.
Nothing to get worked up about until we know what's going on.
In the med bay, Williams reviewed the scant medical data they'd received. Fever, aggression, rapid onset. The symptoms formed an impossible mosaic of possibilities, but didn't amount to much, to be honest. She double-checked their inventory of biohazard suits and decontamination supplies, her mind racing through worst-case scenarios. In the command deck, Decker conferred with Franks, the two men poring over holomaps and contingency plans.
Priority will need to be getting control of the station first. 1,200 is a lot of people for two operations teams to have to manage. Who knows what we are walking into here,
Decker said. Franks nodded. I hope it's not some sort of labor dispute. Having to get between working people and greedy corporations never goes well. Decker allowed himself a faint smile.
Agreed.
Chapter 5. The Wormhole to Woe 9127. The weeks leading up to the wormhole jump were a blur of monotonous preparations aboard the tier. Supplies were counted, recalibrated, and repacked. Training exercises replayed like broken records. Every crew member knew they were operating with far less than ideal, but when had space travel ever been ideal? They would have loved to know what they were about to get into, but that was the mission. The stillness of the days was deceptive, masking the tension that simmered beneath the surface. Everyone was aware that the moment they entered the wormhole, everything would change. Jackson's boots clunked against the metal grating as he climbed the stairs to the flight deck. The hiss of hydraulics greeted him as the hatch opened, revealing the hum of activity. He caught Jensen, the chief warrant officer, hunched over his console, muttering into his headset.
Roger, Johnson Station. This is USS CN Tier. Clearance to enter the turnpike to WO 9127 received. Confirming now.
Jensen's voice was calm. His fingers danced across the controls. On the screen, the distant shape of Johnson's station floated like a sentinel guarding the wormhole's entrance. It was a mirror of Kyler Station on the far side of the tunnel, though separated by 8 light-years of black space. The wormhole compressed that immense distance into an almost instant traversal, a phenomena that baffled everyone but scientists and engineers. The idea that something like this could be constructed and controlled was amazing. Jackson leaned against the bulkhead, folding his arms as he monitored the exchange. The anticipation in the air was palpable. It wasn't another jump. This was the final leap to Woe 9127. A hush fell over the flight deck as Decker's voice broke through the intercom system.
Approaching wormhole entry. All hands, prepare for transition,
Decker said. A ripple of unease spread through the crew. Jackson experienced it too. The wormhole was no ordinary piece of technology. It was a wild, unpredictable beast that left its mark on everyone who traversed it. Theories abounded about the side effects, hallucinations, temporal distortions, even glimpses of alternate realities. No two people experienced it the same way, but everyone agreed it was anything but natural. The tier glided forward, its thrusters firing in perfect harmony as it aligned with the glowing maw of the wormhole. Jackson could see it through the observation window, a swirling vortex of light and shadow, colors bending and twisting in ways the human eye struggled to comprehend. His stomach tightened as they drew closer. The edges of the vortex seemed to reach out like tendrils, eager to consume the ship. "Brace," said Decker, leaning forward, grasping the edge of his console. And then they were inside. Time shattered into jagged pieces. One moment Jackson stood on the flight deck, the scene sharp and real. The next, everything fractured. Sound warped, vision blurred, and for a fleeting instant, it felt like the world had been ripped apart and hazily stitched back together. Then, nothing. He was floating, weightless, in a kaleidoscope of yellow and blue hues that pulsed like a living heartbeat. Voices echoed around him, faint and unintelligible, blending with the hum of an unseen energy. His chest tightened as nausea swirled in his gut, and he closed his eyes against the disorientation. When he opened them, he was no longer alone. A figure stood before him, familiar, yet impossible. It was his younger sister, Anna, who had died when they were children. She smiled at him, her eyes shimmering with an unworldly light. She was still a child, while he was an adult.
"You're going the wrong way, Maddie,"
she said, her voice clear despite the chaos surrounding them.
"Turn back before it's too late."
He tried to speak with the words caught in his throat. The image of Anna dissolved into the swirling colors, leaving him breathless and shaken. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The flight deck snapped back into focus, and the weight of gravity returned to his limbs. Around him the crew staggered to their stations, their faces pale and drawn. "Systems check," Decker said, his voice cutting through the lingering haze. "All systems nominal," Jensen said after a beat. "The ship's good. Let's see what's out there," Decker said. "Franks, run a scan." Jackson steadied himself against the console desk as Frank began his sweep. The displays suspended through the flight deck filled with data streams, mapping the immediate surroundings of Kyler Station. At first glance, everything was normal. The station itself loomed in the distance, its rotating modules catching the light of the distant star. But something was off. "Captain, we've got ships in the vicinity," Frank said. "A couple of mining rigs, a supply security vessel, and 2 unidentified craft, all cold." "Cold?" Decker said, leaning forward in his chair. "No heat signatures, no life signs." "Hull integrity?" "Intact," Frank said. "No visible damage." Decker frowned. "And the station?" "Power systems are active, but I'm not picking up any comms traffic. No maintenance activity, no ship movements.
It's quiet. Hail them, Decker said. Kyler Station, this is USS Sea-Tier, Jensen said into his mic. Please respond. The silence that followed was deafening. Jensen tried again, cycling through frequencies, but there was no reply. The station sat lifeless, a massive, inert hulk against the backdrop of space. Captain, I'm picking up something, Frank said. Radio distress signal from Trestle 113. Multiple beacons on repeat. Anything from the station? No, sir. Looks like they've gone dark. Decker's jaw tightened. A station of Kyler's size should have been bustling with activity. The absence of even routine chatter was unnerving. The first directive is to secure the station, Decker said. Franks, assemble your teams. On it, Frank said, nodding to Jackson. The two exchanged a brief look, a silent acknowledgement of the uncertainty ahead. Jackson turned and headed for the deck hatch, the weight of the mission settling on his shoulders. His team would already be waiting for him in the ship's armory. As Jackson made his way to the armory, the ship's intercom crackled with updates. Frank's voice cut through the static, barking orders as he coordinated the boarding teams. Somewhere on the bridge, Decker watched Kyler's station's lifeless silhouette. Inside the armory, Jackson found Perry standing at the center of controlled chaos. Both Alpha and Bravo teams were suiting up, checking weapons and securing their gear. Racks of rifles, explosives, and armor lined the walls, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of gun oil and reinforced polyfiber plating. Perry, already fully kitted, stood near a weapons crate, double-checking the M3A2 Revenant tactical assault rifle slung across her chest. The sleek 6.8mm suppressed rifle gleamed under the low lighting, its barrel lined with heat-dampening tech to reduce its infrared signature. At her thigh, the S92 Viper suppressed pistol sat holstered, loaded with .45 ACP subsonic rounds, perfect for close-quarters combat in the station's narrow corridors. Strapped to her chest rig was the K-Bar 7 multi-purpose combat knife, its 7-inch carbon-forged blade coated in non-reflective black tungsten. "How are we looking?" Jackson asked, stepping past her. Perry nodded, eyes scanning the room.
Getting there. We're about ready to load up.
Jackson reached for his Ghost tactical combat helmet, lifting it from the locker with a practiced grip. The high-impact shell was a dull, battle-worn black, the reinforced ballistic plating still bearing the faint scorch marks from past engagements. Designed for hostile environments and close-quarters combat, the helmet was seamlessly integrated with his Void Warrior Mark III Tactical Vacuum Assault Suit, TVAS. He locked it into place with a firm twist and seal, feeling the environmental gasket engage, creating an airtight connection between the suit's reinforced neck guard and the helmet's pressurized interior. The HUD heads-up display flickered to life, casting a soft glow across his visor as it began diagnostic checks. Real-time vitals, ammunition count, and tactical overlays populated the screen, while motion-tracking sensors swept the immediate area, mapping everything within a 30-meter radius. Jackson toggled through infrared and low-light vision modes, the world shifting through thermal hues and ghostly outlines before returning to standard optics. He flexed his shoulders, feeling the reinforced plating of the TVAS suit shift with his movements. The suit's multi-layered ballistic armor was designed to absorb high-velocity impacts and deflect shrapnel. Underneath, the kinetic dampening gel layer would redistribute force, reducing the likelihood of broken bones or concussive trauma from blunt impacts. The armor wasn't complete coverage, more like plating that protected the larger target areas of the body, integrated with a vacuum assault suit. He double-checked his comlink encryption, ensuring secure contact with the tier and the rest of the team. A soft beep confirmed the activation of his combat recorder, logging everything from biometric readings to environmental hazards. Taking a final breath, he tapped the side of his helmet, the ceramic plating cool against his gloved fingers. Everything was in place. The suit, the armor, the weapons. But nothing could prepare them for what was waiting inside Kyler's station. He reached for his primary weapon first, the M3A2 Revenant, checking the holographic sight and smart targeting reticle before sliding in a fresh magazine of caseless high-velocity rounds. Satisfied, he connected it to the slink on his reinforced chest rig and reached for his S92 Viper, securing it into his leg holster. Satisfied with this loadout and equipment check, he removed his helmet and gripped it upside down with his hand. He turned back and watched the rest of the team finalizing their loadouts. Everyone except Salamor and Blevins carried the same gear. As the two team medics, they had larger packs with additional medical gear. Blevins was helping Salamor tighten her pack straps. Phillips and Harper were both checking their MA32s. Kenneth, as expected, was arguing with Strom and Yoski about how many fragmentation grenades he could carry. Strom was helping him stuff them in his chest rig. Torres was helping Kosar with a twisted toe strap behind his back. Johansky was sitting on a bench, messing with her boots while Zinger was talking to her and slamming a magazine into her S92 sidearm. Pelk was checking his helmet HUD. Jackson exhaled slowly, the sound barely audible over the distant rum of engines. He rolled his shoulders, the strap of his combat harness biting into his muscles tighter than he remembered. The weight of his gear pressed down, not only on his body but somewhere deeper, settling in his chest like an unseen force. He glanced at Perry, offered a half smirk. "Let's get them loaded up before Kenneth starts talking bullshit." Perry grinned, then turned to the rest of the squad.
Let's move!
She yelled, her voice cutting through the room. The sound of magazines locking into place, the clatter of boots against steel, and the final checks of weapons, HUDs, and armor filled the armory. One by one, the operators fell into formation, their movements precise, their minds locked onto what came next. The team started to file out, heading for the launching bay, grumbling and bitching in the way that only soldiers could. Chapter 6. Aboard Buff Dropship. 2 hours of suiting up and running final checks felt like an eternity as both Alpha and Bravo teams prepared to board their respective dropships, Buff and Freebird. The staging area was a cacophony of controlled chaos. The hiss of hydraulics filled the bay as gear racks were lowered and locked into place. Crew members moved with purpose, but the tension was unmistakable. Every clank of metal, every shouted command seemed to echo louder than it should, amplifying the anxiety that hung in the air. "Check your mags, check your packs," Jackson's voice yelled over the din. He stood near the dropship ramp, watching each team member with a scrutinizing gaze. "If you leave something behind, you're going without it." The gruff reminder was unnecessary. Every operator here knew the stakes, but it didn't hurt to keep their nerves sharp. Bravo team's medic, Salamor, was organizing her med kit, muttering under her breath as she triple-checked inventory. Beside her, Strom, the tech specialist, fidgeted with his forearm console, adjusting its interface with small, precise movements. The air in the bay vibrated as the dropship's engines began their spin-up sequences. The hum grew to a bone-rattling growl, filling the bay with a sound that seemed almost alive. The flickering glow of red warning lights bathed the area, casting long shadows that danced across the polished metal walls. Alpha and Bravo filed into the ships in silence, the weight of the movements pressing down on them. For months they had run this scenario in endless simulations, but now the sterile confines of the tier were giving way to the unpredictable realities of Kyler's station. As Jackson climbed into Buff, he cast a final glance back at the hangar. The tech crews scrambled to secure the last of the equipment, shouting over the growing roar of the engines. Sparks flew as one technician welded a loose panel on Freebird. It was the last burst of human imperfection before the teams would be sealed into their ships, heading into the unknown. "This is it, people. Jackson said into his comms, his voice cutting through the noise. "You've trained for this. Let's get it done." The ramps hissed shut, sealing them inside the dropships. The hum of the engines grew louder still, reverberating through the decks as the ships lifted off. The bay doors opened, revealing the vast, unforgiving expanse of space, and with a lurch they were moving, leaving behind the relative safety of the tier and plunging headfirst into the task at hand, figuring out what the hell was going on. As the ships slipped away from the tier, an eerie stillness settled over the team. No chatter, no orders, the hollow absence of sound. The engines purred as the dropships carried them into the endless dark, each vibration thrumming like a held breath. Ahead, Kyler's station loomed, distant but inevitable, its shadowed silhouette promising more than a destination. The station loomed in the distance, a dark, hulking silhouette against the backdrop of stars. From afar, it seemed normal, but the lack of visible activity was unsettling. A station this size should have been bustling with lights, ships docking and departing, maintenance drones buzzing around its exterior. Instead, it was deathly still.
Focus up, everyone.
Jackson's voice crackled through the comms. Alpha Team's dropship, Buff, was the first to reach the maintenance hatch near the station's apex. Hovering above the entry point, the team floated out one by one, their magnetic boots clicking against the station's surface. Strom, the tech specialist, worked his gloved fingers tapping at the console on his forearm. "Breaching," Strom said. The hatch groaned and hissed as it slid open, revealing the sterile, mechanical confines of the airlock. The team moved inside, their movements precise and deliberate. The airlock cycled, decompressing and then filling with breathable atmosphere. Artificial gravity kicked in with a subtle tug, grounding them on the cold metal floor. "Interior door opening," Strom said. The inner hatch slid aside, and Alpha Team spilled into the hallway beyond. At first glance, the corridor was unremarkable. Clean walls, spaced light panels, and the faint hum of the ship's systems. But the absence of people, of life, was jarring. Jackson scanned the area, his weapon raised, his senses on high alert. "We are in," he said.
Roger that.
Frank's voice said from the tier.
Freebird is inbound. Bravo team, ETA 1 mic.
Within moments, the Bravo team had joined them, their dark silhouettes merging seamlessly with Alpha's. The two teams moved as one, advancing down the corridor toward the stairwell leading to the control center 2 decks below. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the soft clinks of their boots and the faint buzz of their comms. Alpha Team entered the stairwell, Bravo Team ahead, while Kenneth and Jackson brought up the rear. As they paused, Jackson turned to Kenneth. "Strong point, this stairwell entry," Jackson said. "If we have to run for our lives, I want to know we have a secure way out." Kenneth groaned.
"Shit, Top, I hate playing guard duty."
"I know," Jackson said, a smirk tugging at his lips. "That's why you get to do it. Call it an opportunity for growth." Kenneth sighed.
"Roger that."
Jackson grinned as he started down the stairs. "It'll also save me a few minutes of your dumbass Kenneth jokes." Kenneth flashed a smile.
"You know you love me."
Jackson shot him a glare. "I know you're a dumbass." The rest of the team continued downward, their movements methodical. Pelk from Bravo Team reached the hatch on the next landing down and eased it open. He peeked through, scanning both directions.
Clear.
He called into his comms, then closed the hatch. He motioned the team forward.
Strong point, this hatch.
Perry said to Pelk.
"Roger,"
Pelk said, letting the rest of the team slide by and continue down another flight of stairs to the next landing. As Bravo reached the second floor below the entry deck, the air grew heavier with tension. Each member of the team pressed their backs to the cold metal wall, forming a tight line against the door. The corridor around them was silent, broken only by the faint hum of the station's systems. Phillips, at the head of the stack, crouched low, his gloved hand hovering over the hatch controls. Behind him, the rest of Bravo mirrored his stillness, their breathing shallow and deliberate. The faint flicker of emergency lights painted their visors with an unsettling red hue. Perry, stationed at the rear, reached forward and placed her hand on the shoulder of the soldier in front of her, a gesture of readiness. The movement rippled through the line like a silent chain reaction, each team member squeezing the shoulder ahead of them. The door hissed open, revealing the dim corridor beyond. Without hesitation, the Bravo team moved as one, their boots hitting the floor in muffled syncopation. Rifles swept side to side, covering every angle as they advanced in fluid, practiced motions. The hallway stretched before them, shadowed and empty, yet thick with an unshakable sense of foreboding. They pressed forward, their senses tuned to every creak and groan of the station around them. Alpha Team followed close behind. Jackson brought up the rear, his gaze flickering between the corridor ahead and the stairwell behind. As they reached the intersection, he tapped Yoski's shoulder. "You're up," he said, his voice a low rumble in the team's comms. Yoski nodded, peeling off from the group and taking a position at the entryway. His hands tightened around his rifle as he braced himself against the wall, scanning the dim expanse of the stairwell with methodical precision. Jackson stepped past him without another word, his focus locked on the mission ahead, leaving Yoski alone to stand sentinel against the unknown. They slipped through the hatch into another hallway. This one was different. Rust-colored smears streaked the walls, floors, and ceiling. A twisted, broken body lay sprawled in the middle of the corridor, its abdomen torn open.
Jesus Christ,
Perry said, crouching beside the corpse. She saw that it had been mutilated. The body's face was unrecognizable, its features obliterated by blunt trauma. Black veins spidered across the exposed skin, stark against the pale, lifeless flesh. "Whoa," Jackson said as he came to a stop next to Perry. "What the fuck?" The two exchanged a tense glance, the unease between them palpable. "You getting this, Franks?" Jackson asked over the comms. Each team member's helmet camera fed video and telemetry back to the command center aboard the tier.
"Yeah, what the fuck is that?"
Franks said, his voice cracking in their earpieces. Jackson crouched down, squinting at the name tag on the shirt of the mangled body in front of them. "Looks like it used to be Bob." A burst of static was followed by Kenneth's voice cut in.
"Damn, that's a good one, Top,"
he said with a chuckle, clearly eavesdropping on the shared comms channel.
peanut gallery. I don't want to hear it.
Perry said. "Yeah, shut the fuck up and cover your sector, Kenneth," Jackson said, his tone sharp.
"All clear here, Top,"
Kenneth said, the grin in his voice unmistakable.
Something tore this guy apart.
Perry said. "The black veins. Weird," Phillips said.
This seems a little more extreme than civil unrest.
Perry said, glancing at Jackson. "You think?" Jackson said with sharp sarcasm. He scanned their surroundings, then said, "Enough messing around. Let's get to the control center." "I don't know what could do that to a person, and I don't want to find out," Jackson thought. "Stay sharp," Jackson said, his voice edged with a warning that prickled down spines. The weight of his gaze, hard and unyielding, swept over the team, leaving no doubt that this was an order, not a suggestion. The teams moved forward, stepping over the corpse with practiced detachment. But the further they advanced, the more the hallways told a story of unspeakable violence. Dried blood painted the walls in haphazard streaks. Severed limbs lay discarded like garbage. The occasional body, contorted in death, served as grim reminders of an unknown threat lurking somewhere on the station. The team reached a hallway intersection where they could either go straight or turn right towards the station's center.
Harper, you're up. Strong point this intersection and keep it secure for egress.
Perry said. "Got it," said Petty Officer Second Class Harper, moving into position. Phillips took the lead, guiding them to the right toward the station's center, with the rest of the team falling in behind. "All strong points, check in," Jackson said over comms.
"Clear."
Kenneth said.
"Clear."
Pelk said.
"Clear."
Yoski said.
Well, at least we got that going for us.
Perry said under her breath. The hallway ahead was far worse than the last. Bodies were scattered everywhere, forcing the team to step over them as they advanced. As they neared the control center, the gore intensified. Pools of blood had congealed into dark, viscous puddles, and the stench of decay was overpowering, even through their assault suit filters. When they reached the hatch marked Kyler Control Center, everyone was relieved. "Stack up," Jackson said. The team took positions on either side of the door, weapons raised. Strom worked the console, bypassing the lock with a few deft commands. "Breaching," he said. The hatch slid open with a reluctant groan, revealing the massive room beyond. The control room was a sprawling space, its walls lined with consoles and terminals. Large monitors hung from the ceiling, their screens dark. Bodies were strewn across the floor, their twisted forms bathed in the dim red glow of emergency lighting. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the faint, acrid stench of burnt circuitry. At the center of the floor stood two figures. Their backs were turned, their postures unnervingly rigid. They wore high-visibility, bright-colored coveralls, the kind issued to station maintenance crews, but the rust-colored stains smeared across their clothing told a darker story. "Hold!" Phillips yelled, his rifle trained on the nearest figure. "Identify yourselves!" The figures didn't respond. Instead, they twitched, their movements jerky and unnatural. They both made a slow turn to face the teams at the same time. Their faces were gaunt, eyes sunken and milky white. Black veins crisscrossed their ashen skin, and their mouths twisted into grotesque snarls.
"Get down!"
Perry yelled, but the figures didn't comply. Instead, they lunged forward with horrifying speed, their limbs flailing. The room erupted into chaos. Weapons fired, their suppressed reports popping over the snarls and growls of the attackers. One went down immediately, its head snapping back as a round tore through its skull. The other slammed into Phillips, knocking him to the floor. Its claw-like hands raked against his suit, its teeth snapping inches from his visor. "Get it off me!" Phillips yelled, struggling to keep the creature at bay. The force of the man's blows against Phillips' ballistic armor was staggering. Despite the protection, the relentless assault was brutal. So much so that the attackers' own hands began to shred, spraying blood everywhere in their chaotic struggle. Kazi jumped in, grabbing the man by the back of his coveralls and trying to pull him off Phillips. Kazi managed to drag him back. Phillips drew his sidearm and fired a single shot into the attacker's face. The unsilenced weapon roared, echoing through the hallway. "Come on, man!" Kazi yelled, wiping brain matter and gore off himself.
"What the hell is going on?"
Taurus said, her voice sharp.
"Look at these guys."
Salamore chimed in, her tone equal parts shock and disgust.
"They're jacked up."
Even after taking headshots, the bodies of the attackers looked unnatural. Their skin was a sickly gray, marred with black web-like spider veins that matched what they'd seen on the corpses scattered throughout the station. Both were covered in dried blood, riddled with lacerations and bruises, yet they had still fought with terrifying ferocity.
"What the hell was that?"
Perry's voice shook as she surveyed the scene.
"They look sick,"
Salamore said, her tone clinical despite the chaos. She crouched beside one of the bodies, examining its grotesque features.
"Same symptoms as the others. Some sort of infection or disease, not sure."
"Strom, work with the tier, see if they can get a system uplink into the station's sims," Jackson said, walking around the control center. "All strong points. Check in."
Clear.
Kenneth said.
Clear.
Pelk said.
Clear.
Said Yoski.
Tracking movement down the hall.
Harper said over comms.
You guys made a hell of a racket in there, and it's gotten someone's attention. I've got 3 targets stumbling this way. Range 150 meters and closing.
Torres, Kazi, reinforce Harper's position.
Perry said. Check, they said in unison, heading for the hatch.
Close that fucking hatch behind you.
Perry yelled after them. She turned to Jackson.
What do you think, Top?
Hell if I know, Jackson said, shaking his head. Never seen anything like this. He turned to Salamore. What are we dealing with here, Sal?
My best guess? Some sort of infection.
Salamore said.
These people have signs of advanced decomposition, like they've been dead for days, even though they were moving 3 minutes ago.
Fuck, Phillips said. They were more than moving. That guy hit like a truck. Never seen someone's hands fall apart from punching so hard.
What about how they stood there with their backs to us?
Perry asked.
It's like they didn't know we were here until we yelled.
Jackson shrugged. I don't know. None of this makes sense. Yoski's voice crackled through the comms.
Movement in the stairwell. Sounds like someone's coming from a few floors down. I'm on my way.
Kenneth said. Make sure your hatch is secure before leaving the station, Jackson reminded him.
You think this is an ambush?
Perry asked Jackson. He shrugged again. Doesn't feel right.
Contact!
Harper's voice cut through the comms, followed by the muffled pops of suppressed gunfire echoing down the hall. The shots grew louder, more intense.
We've got company,
Kazi said.
These fuckers are fast.
Shoot them in the head!
Taurus yelled.
Center mass isn't doing shit!
How the hell are they still standing after that?
Harper asked. Back in the control center, Strom glanced at Jackson. Top, we've got the uplink. The tier is pulling data now. Jackson nodded and keyed his mic. Harper, sit rep.
We're engaged.
Harper yelled.
Looks like station personnel, but they're not dying unless we shoot them in the head. The hallway is filling up fast, and they're all pissed.
Can you hold the position? Jackson asked.
For a few minutes.
Harper said over his comms.
Top, pull them back.
Franks cut in from the tier.
They can't hold that position.
Harper, fall back to the control center, Jackson yelled.
Torres!
Harper yelled over the comms.
We're pulling back! Torres!
He yelled again, but the response was drowned out by chaos as Torres was overwhelmed by charging attackers. Harper and Kazi opened up, weapons blazing, trying to cover her, but more assailants swarmed in. Torres struggled, pinned beneath the writhing mass of bodies. Her suit's alarms blared, warning of pressure failures and punctures as fists and teeth pounded and bit at her.
Torres is down,
Kazi yelled.
We need help now.
Torres fought to draw her sidearm, but the relentless attack left her helpless. Her vision blurred, her comms went silent, and she could hear the muffled sounds of gunfire and shouting around her. As darkness threatened to overtake her, the attackers were torn away, and rough hands grabbed her. Harper stood over her, blasting at the swarm.
Reloading!
He yelled, and Kazi took over, laying down fire beside him. Harper reloaded and resumed shooting, using one hand to shoot and the other to drag Torres back by her toe strap. Then Kazi was tackled, 2 attackers wrestling him to the ground.
Kazi is down!
Harper's voice cut through the chaos, desperate and raw. Torres was woozy, her head swimming as she saw Kazi struggle beside her. The deafening roar of weapons fire echoed through the hallway, but everything was distant, muffled by her disorientation. She tried to push herself up, to get back in the fight, but her body refused to cooperate, no matter how hard she willed it. She glanced towards Kazi in time to see a man on top of him, smashing his head against the floor. The repeated impacts shattered Kazi's helmet face shield, the shards imploding inward. The attacker, wild-eyed and frenzied, completely unaffected by the violence he was inflicting, consumed by unrelenting rage. The assault didn't stop. Blows rained down until Kazi went limp, unmoving under the relentless barrage. As the first person attacking him collapsed, another lunged forward, picking up where he had left off, pummeling Kazi with terrifying force. To Torres it was clear. Kazi was unconscious, or worse. Her heart raced as the reality of the situation set in. Then, suddenly, the attackers faded from her view. The bodies pulled away in a haze of rapid fire and chaos. Strong hands grabbed her, dragging her backward, away from the nightmare.
Open the fucking hatch!
Harper yelled into his comms. Moments later, the team was back in the control center, the heavy blast door slamming shut behind them. Secure it, Jackson yelled. I've got it locked, Strom said. It's not opening. They all stood in stunned silence, shaken to their core. Torres and Kazi were dragged to the floor, their assault suits in tatters. Salamore and Blevins worked to stabilize them.
I've got you,
Blevins said to Torres as she cut away her damaged suit, though Jackson could see the truth in her injuries. Her leg looked broken and bent at an unnatural angle. She was bleeding everywhere, and her face looked pretty beat up. Kazi's condition was worse. Salamore's medcuff diagnosed cardiac arrest, and she administered adrenaline, but it wasn't enough. She looked up at Jackson, tears visible through her visor, and shook her head. "Fuck," Jackson said, slamming his fist against the wall. "Franks, I have 1 KIA, he said.
Roger,
Frank said. The team was shattered, struggling to process what had happened. Jackson turned to Blevins. "What about Torres?"
"Serious blood loss, broken femur, and a concussion,"
Blevins said.
"She's out of the fight, Top. And if this is an infection, there's another risk."
Jackson nodded, gripping his rifle tighter. "Franks, we need a medvac. Torres isn't going anywhere without a new suit or a dropship sealed dock."
understood,
Frank said, his voice heavy with tension. Chapter 7. Kyler Station, Stairwell C. Kenneth's helmet comms crackled to life.
"I have movement on the stairwell. Sounds like someone's coming from a few floors down,"
Yoski said, whispering over comms.
"Moving to you,"
Kenneth said, locking and securing the hatch he had been guarding. He moved, heading down the stairs toward Pelk's position. Pelk's hatch was closed, and he was peering down the stairwell, his weapon at the ready, scanning the space below. Kenneth could see Pelk's posture tense as he passed, and Pelk fell in behind him. Together, they descended toward Yoski's location. The two operators made no noise as they descended the stairs. The stairwell's confined space made every sound echo, so the three men shifted to hand signals to avoid detection. As they approached Yoski, the faint sound of shuffling grew louder. Yoski gestured, indicating he'd spotted movement 2 floors down. Pelk looked over the railing and spotted a hand gripping the stair rail below, its knuckles pale against the dim light. He signaled to Kenneth and Yoski, confirming the presence of someone or something. The trio moved into position, crouching low on the landing to reduce their target profile and bracing themselves for a possible encounter. Moments later, the figure turned the corner and began ascending toward them. A young woman came into view, her pale, gaunt face streaked with grime. She froze when she saw them, her eyes filling with panic.
"Don't move,"
Kenneth said, his voice firm but measured. The woman's response was a choked sob.
"Who are you?"
she asked, trembling.
"United Solar Systems Cooperative Navy,"
Kenneth said.
"You need to leave,"
she said, her voice breaking.
"Everyone on this station is sick."
"What made them sick?"
Yoski asked, stepping out of his crouch, though his weapon remained trained on her.
I don't know. It started so long ago,"
she said.
"People went crazy attacking each other."
Her words came in fits, punctuated by ragged breathing.
"Where's everyone now?"
Kenneth asked.
"I hide.
She said, avoiding their gaze.
I stay away from them."
She coughed, doubling over before regaining her composure. Then with trembling hands, she unzipped her dirty coveralls, revealing a tank top underneath. Angry red blotches covered her pale skin, and as she lifted her shirt higher, the men saw black spider veins radiating from a crude field dressing on her abdomen.
"I don't want to be one of them,"
she said, tears streaming down her face.
"What happened?"
Kenneth asked, his gaze fixed on the wound.
"We were trying to get food,"
she said, her voice just above being audible.
"We were quiet, but they came."
"Who came?"
Pelk asked.
"The sick ones,"
she said. Her voice was weak.
"They're strong. Too strong. And now I'll be one of them."
"You said we. Who else is with you?"
Pelk pressed. Her gaze dropped.
"They're all dead. Or sick. We wanted food."
She swayed, her voice growing weaker.
"If they find you, you'll die or worse. You'll become one of them."
Kenneth tried to inject some levity into the grim situation.
"They can meet my little friend,"
he said, tapping his rifle with a faint smile behind his visor. The woman's head shook.
Won't matter,
she said. Before they could ask more, she began to slump forward. Pelk caught her before she collapsed. We need a medic, he said, glancing at Kenneth and Yoski. The moment was interrupted by the sound of movement from below. Kenneth signaled for silence, gesturing that he would investigate. With Pelk following close behind, he moved down the stairs in complete silence, leaving Yoski to tend to the unconscious woman. 2 floors down, they spotted a man standing with his back to them, staring at a closed hatch. He swayed back and forth, his posture unnatural. Kenneth raised his weapon.
Don't move,
he said. The man turned, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. His twitching movements and the wild look in his milky eyes sent a chill down Kenneth's spine. Without warning, the man lunged. Pelk fired first, his shot striking the attacker square in the chest. The man staggered before charging again.
Shit!
Kenneth yelled, firing a round into the man's face. This time the attacker dropped, crumpling to the floor.
He took a shot to the chest like it was nothing. What the fuck is he on?
Pelk said, staring at the body.
No idea, but that was insane.
Their comms erupted with the sound of gunfire from above. Kenneth and Pelk bolted up the stairs, their boots echoing against the metal. When they reached the landing, they found the woman's body crumpled on the floor, a bullet hole in her forehead. The wall behind her was smeared with blood and brain matter. Yoski was slumped against the railing, cradling his side.
Bitch went crazy,
Yoski rasped. His face shield cracked.
She was so strong. I think she broke my arm. You okay?
Pelk asked, his voice laced with concern. Yoski nodded weakly.
She pinned me, tried to bash my face in. I had to shoot her. 5 rounds, and she wouldn't stop.
Kenneth shook his head in disbelief.
She couldn't walk. How did she get the jump on you? No idea,
Yoski said with a shudder.
But it was like she turned into something else. It was insane.
Switching to the team frequency, Kenneth keyed the mic.
Top, this is Kenneth. Over.
Kenneth, where the fuck have you been? Send it.
Jackson's voice came through, sharp and urgent.
Sorry, Top. We had an incident here,
Kenneth said.
Came across a survivor.
Understood. Maybe we can get some answers.
Jackson said.
Negative,
Kenneth said.
She went nuts and attacked us. Yoski's wounded, but stable.
Copy that.
Jackson said, his tone heavy.
We're dealing with the same shit here. The working theory is some kind of infection.
Kenneth exhaled.
That tracks. She mentioned turning into one of them, whatever the hell that means.
Be advised, we've got a group of about 30 hostiles heading down the hallway between our positions. Make sure that hatch is locked,
Jackson said.
Roger,
Kenneth said, moving to secure the hatch.
Also, Kazi is KIA,
Jackson said. Kenneth paused for a moment, the weight of the loss sinking in.
Shit,
he said. Losing a teammate was like losing family.
We're working on medvac. We will add Yoski to the list,
Jackson said.
I'll be fine, Top,
Yoski said, though his voice betrayed the pain he was in.
Roger, Top,
Kenneth said.
Yoski needs medvac. These people, whatever they are, they're strong as hell. They don't stop.
Affirmative,
Jackson said. There was a flat tone to his transmission. Kenneth locked the hatch and returned to the others, his mind racing. Whatever was happening on Kyler's station, it was unlike anything they'd ever faced, and it was far from over. Chapter 8. Kyler's Station, Control Center.
How's it coming, Strom?
Asked Jackson, his voice edged with tension. You find anything else yet? Strom didn't look up. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he navigated the station's labyrinth of video feeds. The dim glow of the monitor reflected off his visor, highlighting the tension in his furrowed brow.
Not many, Top,
Strom said, eyes glued to the terminal.
I've seen a few clusters like the one we encountered. 20 to 40 people standing around.
He paused, searching for the right words.
Staring off into nothing. Swaying. It's weird as hell.
Jackson grunted.
Given what we have encountered, everyone's considered hostile until proven otherwise, no exceptions.
His tone was not inviting other opinions.
We've got control of the station systems, and we're feeding data back to the tier.
Now we need to figure out what the hell happened here.
Frank's voice crackled over the comms, the signal distorted but clear enough to convey a tone of shared concern.
We're working on that. So far we've got nothing solid. Sims is chewing through the raw data from Kyla. Medvac's prepped to pull your casualties whenever you're ready.
Jackson nodded, though Franks couldn't see it.
We need a clean egress plan. Splitting the team further is not an option.
Frank's reply came after a brief pause.
It's reasonable to assume there are other survivors. We're drafting a station-wide alert asking survivors to reply. Decker wants us to triage responses on the tier and send you tasking as they come up.
Jackson's jaw tightened.
Are we evacuating people off this station?
Not clear yet,
Frank said. Across the room, Perry leaned against a console, her weapon resting across her chest. She shook her head, her voice quiet but audible.
They're going to have us running all over this station, getting our asses kicked by these things.
Harper's response was immediate and sharp.
Fuck that. You do not want to be running around with those bastards out there. There's a huge gathering on the lower docks,
Strom said, cutting into the conversation, his voice tinged with unease. He gestured to the monitor where a mass of figures shuffled about the space.
Hundreds of them.
What kind of people?
Perry asked.
Infected,
Strom said, making air quotes.
I don't know what else to call them. These people are messed up. Some of them look like they've been through a meat grinder. That guy's missing half an arm and standing there like it's nothing.
The team gathered around the monitor, their expressions hardening. The figures on the screen were grotesque, their black-veined skin and lifeless stares a grotesque mockery of humanity. Some were mangled beyond recognition, their injuries defying all logic.
What the hell are we dealing with here?
Perry said, her voice barely audible over the faint hum of the terminal.
Why do you think they're standing there?
Strom asked, more to himself than anyone else. Jackson straightened, his expression grim.
No idea. But before we do anything else, we secure Kenneth, Pelk, and Yoski and get our casualties off this station.
Strom nodded, pulling up another feed.
Top, we've got control of the station's systems. The tier can see everything I can. But if we leave this room, someone else could cut the link. We're not leaving,
Jackson said, his voice brokering no argument.
This room is our stronghold for now. We figure out as much as we can from here before making any moves.
Perry crossed her arms, her brow furrowed as she stared at the frozen, grotesque figures on the screen.
Then what's the play?
Jackson took a look around the room. His shoulders rose and fell as he sighed. Then he said,
Phillips, Strom, Harper, you'll hold this room. The rest of us will move to secure Kenneth's team and egress to the airlock for Medvac. Then we return to the control center. Fuck. Roger that,
Strom said, exchanging glances with Phillips and Harper. Check, Phillips said.
Check,
Harper said. A sudden sound of emergency tones startled them all. Personal consoles on the bodies scattered around the control center lit up. Jackson knelt by one corpse, pulling a device from the pocket of a bloodied coverall. The screen flashed a message. Station alert. If you need assistance, reply to this message.
Franks, did you send a system-wide alert?
Jackson asked over comms.
Affirmative. We're trying to reach any survivors.
Frank said.
You reached someone,
Strom said, his voice tight.
The people on the lower docks. They're moving. They look agitated.
That tracks,
Harper said.
Noise gets them agitated. It's like a fucking dinner bell.
Franks, monitor our egress route. Any hostiles?
Jackson asked.
We're on it. The sections we can see look clear, including the hallway to Kenneth's team.
Roger,
Jackson said into his comm set. He turned to the team.
Saddle up. Time to move.
Chapter 9. Medvac. The hatch groaned as it opened to the hallway. Jackson stepped out first, his weapon raised, scanning the corridor ahead. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint hum of the station's systems. Bodies from the earlier skirmish lay scattered like grotesque sculptures frozen in death. Blood streaks painted the walls, the air thick with the metallic tang of violence. Jackson motioned for the team to follow. Johansky and Zinger came next, each gripping a handle of the body bag with Cozy's remains.
Their fingers were white-knuckled on their weapons, eyes darting at the shadows, pooling in the corners. Behind them, Blevins and Salamore carried Torres, who was unconscious and covered in blood. Perry brought up the rear, her breathing steady but tight, every muscle coiled for action. They advanced in practiced silence, each footfall absorbed by the dust and debris of the corridor. Harper's grip tightened around his weapon, the memory of his first encounter with the hostiles etched into his nerves. The air felt thick, pressing in around them like the walls themselves were bracing for what lay ahead. As they neared the junction, Jackson raised a fist, freezing them in place. The space beyond the corner yawned like an open maw, waiting. He peered around the edge, scanning for movement. His HUD flickered, struggling to filter through the hazy smoke left by earlier fighting.
"Clear,"
he said, motioning them forward. The team turned left, heading toward the stairwell they had descended earlier. Every sound, the scrape of boots on metal, the faint clink of gear amplified the tension. It was a fragile silence, ready to shatter at any moment.
"Kenneth, the team is approaching your hatch."
Frank's voice crackled over their helmet comms.
"Roger,"
Kenneth said. A metallic screech followed as he slid open the stairwell hatch. The sound was like nails on a chalkboard, making everyone wince. Once inside the stairwell, they exhaled collectively, the oppressive weight of the corridor lifting for a moment. Kenneth secured the hatch behind them as Jackson led the way up. Halk and Yoski, bloodied but mobile, joined them midway up the stairs.
How are you holding up, Yoski?
Harry asked, her voice betraying the faintest hint of concern.
"Like I went 12 rounds with a mech,"
Yoski said, forcing a grin through the pain. He winced as Perry clapped him on the shoulder.
"You'll live,"
she said, though her eyes lingered on him for a moment. They reached the top of the stairs, and Pelk leaned through the hatch to check the corridor. His head swiveled left, then right. He pulled back, nodding.
"Clear."
Jackson waved them through. The hallway stretched ahead with dingy lighting and no noise. Their boots thudded as they advanced, the sound swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. They reached the airlock where their mission had begun. The sight of it brought a momentary wave of relief. Connected to the airlock was Buff, the armored dropship that would take their casualties back to the tier. Kenneth and Pelk took defensive positions at the airlock door while the rest of the team entered. Inside, the red warning light flashed, bathing the space in an ominous glow. The hiss of depressurization filled their ears, followed by the heavy clunk of the outer door unlocking. Beyond it, the dropship waited, a lifeline amidst the chaos. The modified interior of the dropship gleamed sterile white, contrasting with the bloodied and battered team casualties. The medical capsule inside was open, its interior illuminated by a cold blue light of diagnostic equipment. 3 medics stood ready, their faces impassive as they received the casualties. Kazi's body bag was transferred first, followed by Torres, who groaned weakly as she was secured into the medical pod. The exchange was quick, efficient, and devoid of ceremony.
"You're next,"
Jackson said to Yoski.
"I can fight, Top,"
said Yoski.
"I know, man. But your ass is getting on that medvac and heading to the tier,"
Jackson said in response as Yoski slowly made his way from the airlock into Buff. Only seconds later, the hatch was sealed again as Jackson made his way back into the station hallway. Jackson lingered for a moment, watching through the window as Buff disengaged and launched back toward the tier. The stark realization settled in. 3 of theirs were gone, 1 for good. The mission wasn't over, and the odds were getting worse.
"Casualties extracted,"
Jackson said over comms.
"Roger,"
said Franks over comms, his voice sounding a little strained. The team regrouped in the corridor, their formation tightening. The air seemed heavier, the silence charged with an unspoken dread. Every shadow felt alive, every creak of the ship's structure, a harbinger of doom. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from behind them, a metallic clang, faint but deliberate. Jackson raised a fist, signaling a halt. They froze, weapons at the ready, eyes scanning the dim corridor.
"Perry, rear cover,"
Jackson said. She nodded, her rifle sweeping the area behind them. The sound came again, closer this time, a scraping, dragging noise, like claws on metal. It sent a shiver down their spines. Johansky's grip tightened on her rifle, sweat dripping from her brow.
Movement.
Perry said, her voice quiet but audible. Before anyone could react, the corridor ahead erupted in chaos. Shadows writhed and convulsed, solidifying into grotesque figures. Infected humans, their twisted bodies jerking with unnatural movements. Milky, bloodshot eyes pierced the gloom, their guttural, wet snarls sending a jolt of primal terror through the team.
"Contact front,"
Jackson yelled, unleashing a burst of gunfire. The corridor lit up with muzzle flashes as the team engaged the advancing hostiles. Zinger's rifle barked, cutting down one of the creatures mid-leap. Another lunged for Salamore, its claws raking the air where her head had been moments earlier. She rolled, firing into its head. The creature's body convulsed before collapsing.
"Joe!"
Jackson yelled, firing at a shadow ahead of them. Johansky pivoted, her shots finding their mark as the creature's head snapped back in a spray of dark ichor. The team moved as one, their training taking over. Perry's sharp commands kept their rear secure, her rifle precise and unrelenting. Blevins tossed a flash grenade, the corridor erupting in blinding light. The infected didn't even seem to notice the flash grenade. They were focused on finding their prey.
"Fall back to the stairwell,"
Jackson yelled. They moved in a tight formation, firing as they retreated. The creatures were relentless. Their numbers were endless. As they reached the stairwell hatch, Kenneth and Pelk provided covering fire. The team funneled in, sealing the door as the creatures slammed against it. The hatch shuddered under the impact, but held firm. Johansky panted, her face pale behind the helmet face shield.
"How long do you think we can keep this up?"
"We don't have a choice,"
Jackson said.
"We work our way back to the control center until we get new orders."
The team reloaded, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The pounding on the hatch continued, each blow a grim reminder of what awaited them outside.
"What the hell are these things?"
Salamore asked, her voice tinged with fear. Nobody answered her. The lights flickered, the station groaning as if in response to the creature's assault. The air was electric, the tension palpable. Jackson tightened his grip on his rifle, his mind racing. They had survived the initial encounter, but the night was far from over. He started to make his way down the stairs. Chapter 10. Aboard the USS CN Tier. Commander Decker sat at his station on the flight deck of the Tier, staring at the streams of data flashing across the monitors. Outside the viewport, the massive silhouette of Kyler's station loomed against the distant backdrop of stars. The Tier had positioned itself at a cautious distance, ready to act if the situation turned worse, which Decker feared was inevitable. He cradled his third cup of coffee, its warmth doing little to ease the growing unease gnawing at him. Command was a heavy burden, one he had carried for years, but moments like these made it almost unbearable. The recent loss of a crew member weighed heavily on his shoulders. Leadership, he reminded himself, was about showing unshakable resolve, about being the unwavering pillar his crew could rely on.
"Never let them see you sweat,"
he said under his breath, though he wasn't sure if he believed it anymore. The truth festered inside of him, raw and unrelenting. Every fallen comrade was another weight on his chest, another name carved into the ledger of his failures. No matter how many simulations he ran and how many contingencies he prepared, the outcome never changed. Someone always slipped through his grasp. The faces haunted him, flickering like ghosts in the dim glow of his HUD, each one a silent accusation.
"Are we pulling data from the station yet?"
he asked, his voice cutting through the tense silence. Franks looked up from his console.
"Yes, sir. Sims is processing it, but there's an overwhelming amount to sift through. It'll take time."
Time they didn't have. The mission was to figure out what had gone wrong at Kyler's station, a once thriving hub within the Woe 9127 sector. Theories were aplenty, but answers remained elusive. Decker leaned back, his brow furrowed in thought. At first, he had assumed the chaos was the result of some revolt, perhaps disgruntled union workers rebelling against corporate greed or mistreatment. Such uprisings weren't uncommon, and the tier and its crew had been called in to handle similar crises before. But this was different. The scene that had unfolded aboard Kyler's station defied anything they had encountered in their countless missions. The footage from the assault team's body cams played on a loop in his mind. Civilians, or what once were civilians, attacking with a ferocity that was both chilling and inhuman. They were more than angry. They were consumed by an uncontrollable rage, throwing themselves at the team with reckless abandon, even at the cost of their own lives. The word infection hung in the air, and Decker couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was happening aboard Kyler's station wasn't natural.
"Maybe it's some kind of biological agent,"
Franks said, his voice breaking Decker's reverie. He turned to him, startled.
"A biological attack?"
he said.
"It's possible, but we don't have much to go on. All we know is that the people the team encountered weren't just sick. They were hostile and extremely violent. That doesn't align to any sickness I've ever heard of."
Decker frowned.
"If it's a biological attack, then why target a station like Kyler? Doesn't make sense."
Franks shrugged.
"I'm not saying it's a deliberate attack, but it's a possibility. Hopefully Sims will give us something more concrete to work with soon."
The conversation was interrupted by Chief Warrant Officer Letter's voice, crackling over the comms.
"Sir, Buff has returned with the assault team's casualties. Medical's triaging them now."
Decker inhaled and brought up the feed from the medical bay. Lieutenant Commander Williams appeared on the screen, clad in protective gear, her expression tense as she worked on the injured crew members.
"How's it looking down there, Doc?"
he asked.
"We have the casualties in quarantine,"
Williams said without looking up.
"Petty Officer Kosar is deceased."
Her words were clinical, but they hit Decker like a punch to the gut. He had known Kosar, and even shared a drink with him and the rest of the team after missions in the past.
"Petty Officer Yoski has sustained fractures to the ulna and radius,"
she said, sensing his lack of medical expertise.
"The 2 bones in the forearm."
Decker nodded.
"What about Torres?"
"She's in bad shape,"
Williams said, her tone growing more clipped.
"I'll update you when I have more."
"Understood,"
Decker said, though the feed had already cut off. He leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his short, military-style hair. The situation was spiraling, and every second brought more questions than answers.
"Sir,"
Letter's voice broke the silence again, this time tinged with urgency.
"We've received a response to the station's emergency alert. Survivors are requesting assistance."
Decker's eyes snapped to the console.
"Survivors? Where?"
"Near the lower docks.
Letter said.
They're holed up in a warehouse section."
Decker nodded, a flicker of hope igniting within him.
"Franks, get the team ready. We're not leaving them behind."
"On it,"
Franks said, tapping away at his console. Decker stared out at the station. The hope of rescuing survivors was tempered by the knowledge that whatever had turned the others into raving maniacs could easily claim more lives. Chapter 11. Kyler Station, Stairwell C. The team descended the stairwell, their boots clanging on the metal steps as they descended toward the control center, tension coiling tighter with every step. Jackson chose to keep everyone together this time. After the brutal encounter they'd survived, he wasn't taking any chances by spreading the team thin. His decision was clear. They were stronger together. 2 flights down, they reached the hatch leading to the hallway with the control center. Jackson's heartbeat thrummed in his ears as he signaled to open it. So far, so good, he thought, as they moved into the corridor. The silence was a cruel facade, broken only by the faint hum of the station's failing systems. As they pressed on, Strom's voice crackled through their headsets.
Top, be advised.
Strom's tone was clipped.
There's a sizable element of hostiles heading your way, behind you.
Jackson's hand shot up, signaling a halt. Roger that. What do you mean by sizable?
Looks like the group we tangled with earlier. 30, maybe more.
Jackson's stomach sank. Shit. Roger.
Contact.
Pelk's shout from the rear jolted the team into action. Half the group spun on their heels, weapons raised, while the rest surged forward, determined to secure the ground ahead. 50 feet away, the intersection leading to the control center was their objective. Jackson's voice cut through the commotion.
Push forward. Secure that intersection.
The hall erupted in chaos. Hostiles barreled toward them, their distorted faces twisted in rage. Jackson turned to face the threat, raising his rifle and finding his first target. His shot rang true, and the leading attacker crumpled, their head bursting like a ripe melon.
Shit!
Pelk cursed as his bullet tore through a hostile's chest. The man didn't falter, despite half his insides spilling out. Pelk fired again, this time taking the attacker down.
Break contact! Fall back to the control center!
Jackson yelled, squeezing off another shot. A glancing blow to another hostile's head staggered the man, but it took Pelk's follow-up to finish the job. At the front, Perry and Kenneth reached the intersection. Perry's sharp eyes caught movement to the left, where another wave of hostiles charged. She yelled over the comms.
More incoming from the left. You guys need to move your asses.
What had started as a tactical retreat devolved into a frantic dash. Jackson caught glimpses of Perry, Kenneth, and Blevins firing down the left corridor, their weapons spitting fire as the enemy advanced. His team's training held, but the weight of numbers bore down on them. It didn't help that the enemy was not deterred by fear of being shot. They threw themselves at the team in crazed abandon.
Move!
Jackson's voice was a lifeline amidst the chaos. He and Pelk formed a rear guard, laying down suppressive fire as the team quickened their pace. Hostiles closed the gap, their guttural cries echoing in the confined space. When they reached the intersection, the situation worsened. Hostiles surged from 3 directions, leaving only the path to the control center clear. It was enough.
Keep falling back! Get to the control center!
Jackson yelled. The hallway became a battlefield of writhing bodies and relentless gunfire. Blood slicked the floor, adding a perilous edge to their retreat. The infected also found advancing difficult in the blood-covered hallways. Many were slipping and tumbling over each other in the mess. The control center hatch loomed ahead, their sanctuary. Jackson's pulse thundered as his team filed through the opening. Pelk and Jackson held their ground, firing until the last possible moment. The hostiles were on top of them when Pelk grabbed Jackson's toe strap.
Let's go, Top!
Pelk yelled, dragging Jackson backward with all his might. The moment Jackson cleared the threshold, the hatch slammed shut. For a fleeting second, silence reigned. Then the pounding began, relentless and maddening. Strom greeted them with a wry smile.
Welcome back.
Inside the control center, the team regrouped. The room, dark with only the light coming off the work consoles, felt like a fragile haven. Screens flickered with erratic data feeds, casting a ghostly glow. Jackson's mind raced. 30 hostiles outside, maybe more. Their number was now down by 3, and morale was feeling a little down amongst the team.
Status report,
Jackson said, his voice steady despite the tension. Strom pointed to the monitors.
We've definitely got the attention of the natives. Hostiles almost seem to be swarming throughout the level, but they seem disorganized for now.
For now, Jackson thought. Hopefully that won't change. He looked around the room.
How is everyone on ammo?
He asked the team, starting to check his loadout. He got a few fines and goods in response from the team. Chapter 12. Kyler Station, Control Center.
Top, we have new tasking for you.
Frank's voice crackled over the team's comms, cutting through the relative quiet of the control center. Jackson groaned but kept his tone professional.
What now?
Franks didn't miss a beat.
We've received a response to our emergency broadcast. There are survivors on the station.
Jackson's eyebrows shot up.
Survivors? How many?
27.
Frank said.
Men, women, and a few children. Families, mostly.
They've been alive here for months?
Jackson asked.
Affirmative.
Frank said. Jackson paused for a second, processing the information.
At the very least, maybe they can tell us what happened here. Where are they holed up?
The lower docks.
Frank said.
They've secured themselves in a warehouse near the docking area. Plenty of supplies, which is likely how they've survived this long.
Jackson's stomach churned.
Isn't that where we spotted the large group of hostiles on the surveillance footage?
He glanced at Strom, who nodded.
Yes.
Frank said.
We suspect the survivors' presence is what's drawn the hostiles there.
Jackson exhaled.
Sir, I don't see how we're supposed to handle a force that size. We've struggled to hold our own against smaller groups.
Frank's reply was resolute.
Understood. But Decker wants us to figure it out.
Jackson's jaw tightened.
Roger that, sir.
As the comms went silent, his frustration bubbled over.
This is suicide,
he said. For the next hour, the team pored over the station's schematics, brainstorming potential strategies. The lower docks were 15 floors below, a sprawling area designed for receiving and storing equipment and supplies, the station's lifeblood. Now it was a battlefield in waiting, teeming with hostiles. Jackson rubbed his temples, fatigue and pressure gnawing at him.
All right, people, ideas. How do we get down there, secure the survivors, and get them out?
Strom, ever pragmatic, was the first to speak.
We could vent the entire area, clear it out in one go.
Kenneth chuckled. That's savage. I like it. Jackson shot them both a look.
Would the survivors even stand a chance?
Strom hesitated.
Maybe. Probably not. That's a hard no,
Jackson said.
What else?
Perry leaned forward, her tone thoughtful.
What if we set up a kill box? Use the stairwells to bottleneck the hostiles? We could lure them in, thin their numbers, and then fall back floor by floor. If it gets too hairy, we'll seal the stairwell. They haven't shown any ability to open hatches we've secured.
Jackson's mind raced, analyzing her suggestion.
Split the team between two stairwells,
he said aloud.
One group acts as bait, drawing the hostiles in, while the other closes in behind and seals them off. It's risky, but it might work.
It'll work,
Perry said.
Franks,
Jackson said over the comms.
We may have a plan.
Let's hear it,
Frank said. Jackson outlined the strategy. There was a pause on the other end, and then Frank spoke.
It's dangerous, but it's the best option we have. Proceed.
Over the last hour, the activity outside the control room hatch had come to a halt. The infected had dispersed, realizing they were not going to reach their prey inside the control room. Strom checked the video feeds in the hallway, making sure the team could move out of the control room in relative safety. He looked up from the screen and said,
You think these people are worth it? Risking all our asses for 27 strangers?
Jackson's response was measured.
We're soldiers, Strom. This is what we do. Besides, they're not strangers. They're survivors. They might have answers we need.
The conversation ended as abruptly as it began, the focus shifting back to their task. Looking around the room at the combined team, Jackson said,
Let's not fuck this up here. Be efficient and as safe as you can. We don't need to lose anyone else today, got it?
Chapter 13. Kyler Station, Stairwell B. Around the control center, everyone nodded in agreement. Perry led Bravo Team into Stairwell B, the sound of their boots muted against the metallic floor. The hallway leading to the stairwell was quiet, devoid of the hostile presence that had plagued them earlier. Beyond the control center's reinforced doors, the mob had thinned, their shouts fading into uneasy silence. The scattered debris and smeared footprints were the only signs that they had ever been there. Both teams exchanged quick glances. The unspoken understanding clear. There was no victory, only a brief reprieve. The air remained charged, the kind of stillness that came before a storm, where every breath felt borrowed. Using only hand signals, Perry directed Harper and Phillips to secure the next 2 flights of stairs. She sealed the stairwell hatch behind her, ensuring no unwelcome surprises from above. With her were Harper, Phillips, Salamore, and Pelk, each one alert and tense. Every creak of the stairwell echoed in the confined space, amplifying the weight of their task. In her ear, Perry could hear Strom monitoring both teams from the control center, his voice steady as he guided them using the station's fragmented video feeds.
Bravo, the coast is clear so far. Alpha's path is more contested. Keep moving.
Despite the reassurance, Perry knew the system's gaps meant they couldn't rely on Strom's eyes. They advanced, each step deliberate. After descending 5 levels, a sudden pop shattered the silence, the distinct report of a silenced weapon. Despite the suppressor, the sound ricocheted in the narrow stairwell like a cannon blast. Perry froze, every muscle coiled. She braced for an onslaught, but the moments stretched in tense stillness. Reaching the landing, she found Harper crouched beside the sealed hatch, his rifle trained on the door. A crumpled body lay at his feet, blood pooling beneath it.
There are quite a few outside that hatch,
Harper said over comms.
This one got through before I could seal it.
Perry nodded and pulled out a yellow grease pen. She marked the hatch with a bold X, a silent warning for anyone who might follow. The team continued their descent, securing each level by sealing the hatches as they went. As they moved deeper, a faint humming sound began to rise on the edge of hearing. It grew louder with each step, a low, dissonant drone that seemed to reverberate through the stairwell. Perry's unease grew. Harper raised a fist, signaling a halt. He dropped to one knee, scanning the stairwell below.
Hostile contact,
he said, his voice just audible through the comms. The team froze, rifles raised. Perry crept forward until she could see what Harper was looking at. Her breath caught. The last 2 flights of stairs were packed with hostiles. They shuffled around on their landings, their grotesque forms bathed in dim, flickering light. The humming sounds were clearer now, a sickening mix of low moans and incoherent mumbling. Perry's stomach turned.
Do you have a count?
She asked. Harper shook his head.
Undetermined. A lot.
Are they coming up?
Negative,
Harper said.
They're lingering. That humming's coming from them.
Perry's mind raced. They couldn't secure the stairwell as planned if it was flooded with hostiles. She motioned for the team to hold position and crept back up 2 flights, ensuring enough distance to communicate without drawing attention.
Strom, what's your visibility on the lower floors?
Strom's reply was immediate.
None. The feeds don't cover the last 3 floors. I can see the stairwell door from the dock camera, but the area is swarming with infected. The hatch to the docks is open.
Perry's jaw tightened. The plan had relied on being able to seal the stairwell and control their descent. With the lower levels compromised, they were exposed.
Perry to Jackson,
she said.
Send it.
Jackson's voice came through, steady despite the situation.
Be advised, we're in position, but the bottom 2 floors of stairwell B are full of hostiles.
Perry said.
We can't secure them.
Perry's mind churned through possibilities. Every option seemed worse than the last. She glanced at her team. They were disciplined and ready, but the strain was evident in their eyes. She knew they were all thinking the same thing. How many of those things were down there?
Perry.
Jackson's voice broke through her thoughts.
Hold position. We're assessing. Strom, keep an eye on Bravo's feed. Let me know if there's any movement. Copy that.
Strom said. The minutes dragged. Perry focused on her breathing, keeping her nerves in check. Below, the humming continued, an unsettling soundtrack to their standoff. Jackson came back.
Perry, new plan. We're coordinating a distraction to draw the hostiles out of the stairwell. Once they're clear, secure what you can and prepare to move into the docks.
Understood,
Perry said. She relayed the plan to her team, who responded with quiet nods. Jackson's voice came through.
Hold tight. Let's get this done.
Perry nodded, gripping her rifle. The hard part was just beginning. Chapter 14. Kyler Station. Hallway leading toward Stairwell C.
Contact!
Kenneth's yell reverberated down the hallway, shattering any hopes for stealth. The team had only been a few meters from the hatch to Stairwell C when chaos erupted. Jackson's stomach sank. Stealth was off the table now. They would have to fight their way through. Kenneth, Johansky, and Zinger opened fire, their weapons spitting rounds to clear the hallway. The hostiles were relentless, pouring in like a wave, their guttural growls echoing through the station's cold corridors. The team pressed forward, every step a battle.
Top, you need to move your ass.
Strom's urgent voice crackled over the comms.
Another group is coming up behind you.
Jackson spun, his rifle raised. The hallway behind them was empty for now, but he trusted Strom's warning.
Push forward,
he yelled, shuffling backward as he covered the rear. Every second felt like an eternity.
Clear,
Kenneth yelled, signaling that the path ahead was secure. A hand clamped down on Jackson's shoulder, pulling him forward. As the team surged toward the hatch, Jackson caught a glimpse of the incoming hostiles. A large group, fast and frenzied, barreled down the hallway, their distorted forms illuminated by flickering overhead lights. Jackson fired into the horde, each shot finding its mark, but the tide seemed endless. The hatch to Stairwell C hissed open, and before Jackson could take a step forward, a sudden jerk on his toe strap yanked him back. His breath hitched as a shadow lunged from the darkness beyond, fingers swiping through the space where he'd just stood. Instinct kicked in. He twisted away, boots skidding on the grated floor. A heartbeat later, the hatch clanged shut, sealing the threat on the other side.
Let's move,
Jackson said, nodding toward the stairs. The muffled pounding of fists against the sealed hatch followed them as they descended. Kenneth and Johansky took point, their movements swift and methodical. The air was thick with tension, every creak of the stairwell amplifying their unease. Descending deeper, they passed the remains of a man and woman, victims from the earlier skirmish with Yoski. The sight was a grim reminder of what awaited them below. The popping sounds of their suppressed weapons echoed in the stairwell as they engaged sporadic hostiles, the confined space amplifying the noise like a drum. Each shot seemed to summon more attackers.
Strom, where the fuck are these guys coming from?
Jackson yelled into his comms as another wave of hostiles scrambled up the stairs toward them. Strom's voice was clipped.
There's an open hatch a few floors below you. Hostiles are pouring in. You need to seal it before the stairwell is overrun.
Move,
Jackson yelled.
Get to the hatch.
Moving, Kenneth said, his tone sharp and focused. The stairwell's design worked to their advantage, funneling the hostiles into a narrow choke point. One by one, the attackers were dispatched with precision. Kenneth's rifle barked, each shot a well-placed headshot that sent bodies tumbling back into the horde. His accuracy on the move was unparalleled, though the team often joked that his aim suffered when stationary. As the team reached the landing where the hostiles were pouring in, Kenneth pushed forward, his weapon going cyclic. Bodies fell in rapid succession, creating a grotesque pile that slowed the oncoming wave. Johansky moved to the hatch, slamming it shut and sealing it. The sudden silence was almost disorienting. Jackson pulled a yellow grease pen from his vest and marked the hatch with a large X.
"Nobody opens this fucking hatch,"
he said, his tone leaving no room for argument.
"Shit, that escalated quickly,"
Kenneth said. Before Jackson could respond, Perry's voice came over the comms.
Perry to Jackson.
"Send it,"
Jackson said, pausing his descent down the stairs for a second.
Be advised, we're in position, but the bottom 2 floors of stairwell B are full of hostiles.
Perry said.
We can't secure them.
"Perry,"
Jackson's voice broke through her thoughts.
"Hold position. We're assessing. Strom, keep an eye on Bravo's feed. Let me know if there's any movement. Strom, what does our hatch look like at the docks?"
Jackson asked.
Stairwell C hatch is secured at dock level,
Strom said. Relief washed over Jackson. At least one part of their plan was intact.
"Let's move,"
Jackson said, signaling the team to continue their descent. The team advanced cautiously, clearing and sealing hatches as they moved. Each floor brought a new wave of tension. The oppressive silence broken only by their measured footsteps and the occasional distant groan of hostiles. By the end, they reached the bottom of the stairwell. Every muscle in Jackson's body was taut. He cracked the hatch open, enough to peer outside. His heart jumped as he came face to face with a hostile. The grotesque figure snarled, blood matted in its beard, and lunged at the opening. Jackson slammed the hatch shut with a resounding clang, his heart pounding as the creature's enraged cries echoed on the other side.
"You riled them up,"
Johansky said dryly.
"They weren't supposed to know we were here."
"Shut the hell up,"
Jackson said.
"If you haven't noticed, not much of this is going according to plan."
Kenneth grinned, his humor a sharp contrast to the tension.
"We got the stairwell. That was part of the plan."
Outside the hatch, the dock area erupted into chaos. The sounds of hostiles pounding against walls and snarling filled the air. It was as if the entire station had come alive with their rage.
"Top,
Strom's voice cut through the noise.
the dock cameras show a large group converging on stairwell C. Looks like you got their attention."
"No shit,"
Jackson said. He took a deep breath, forced himself to focus.
"All right, we stick to the plan."
The team fell silent, their breathing heavy as they prepared for whatever came next. The door hatch shook under the pressure of the horde outside, but it held firm. Jackson looked at his team, their faces grim but determined.
"We've made it this far. Let's finish this."
Chapter 15. Kyler Station, Stairwell B. Harper crouched near the edge of the stairwell landing, his eyes locked on the unsettling scene below. The hostiles, which had swarmed the landing, now appeared less concentrated. The noise and chaos seemed to be shifting downward, and Harper noticed their movements becoming more agitated. Many of the infected started funneling back toward the lower levels, their snarls echoing through the stairwell. He glanced over his shoulder and signaled to Perry, indicating his intent to investigate further. Perry hesitated, but she gave him a terse nod. Harper crept down the stairs, his footsteps deliberately light against the metal steps. From his new vantage point, he could see the dock hatch below. The hostiles were thinning, only a handful of stragglers remaining. Their erratic movements suggested that they were being drawn away, perhaps by the commotion coming from the dock area. Seeing an opportunity, Harper decided to act. He descended the stairs, his silenced rifle raised. The last hostile on the stairwell turned toward him, but before it could react, Harper put a double tap through its head. The body crumpled to the ground, and Harper darted toward the hatch. Gripping the metal handle with both hands, he yanked with all his strength. The hatch groaned, but refused to budge.
"What the hell?"
he said under his breath. His frustration turned to alarm as an infected, alerted by the noise of his weapon, whipped around to face him. Its grotesque features twisted into a snarl, and it charged. Harper braced himself, but before he could react, a sharp pop rang out behind him. The infected's head exploded in a crimson mist. Harper turned to see Phillips stepping onto the landing, his rifle still trained on the falling corpse. "Close the fucking hatch," Phillips yelled, firing at a new wave of attackers spilling toward them from the dock.
"It's stuck,"
Harper yelled back, his voice tinged with panic as he pulled at the unyielding hatch. The snarls of the advancing hostiles grew louder, their inhuman cries reverberating in the confined space. "Figure that shit out," Phillips yelled, reloading his weapon. The moment his gun went silent, Pelk stepped in, filling the gap. His weapon erupted in rapid bursts, sending hostile after hostile tumbling back into the growing pile of bodies. With a final ear-splitting screech, the hatch gave way. Harper and Pelk slammed it shut, the sound echoing through the stairwell like a gunshot. Pelk sealed it, looking at the mechanism as the last of the hostiles slammed against the metal on the other side. For a moment, the team collapsed against the walls, their chests heaving as they tried to catch their breaths. "That was insane," Phillips yelled. Perry descended the stairs, her expression a mixture of relief and anger.
"What the hell was that about?"
she said, her voice sharp as she glared at Harper.
"I saw a window to secure the hatch,"
Harper said.
"I took it."
"You almost got us killed,"
Perry said. Harper's shoulders slumped.
"Sorry, Chief. I was trying to secure the position."
Perry didn't respond at first. She hit her comms, her voice calm but firm.
"Stairwell B is secure."
Jackson's voice came through the channel.
"Roger that. Strom, give me an update on the dock area."
Strom's tone was grim but steady.
"Top, looks like you kicked the hornet's nest. The infected are going wild, slamming into the walls and trying to get to the stairwells. Perry,"
Jackson said, his tone cut through the noise.
"how did you manage to secure your stairwell?"
Perry glanced at Harper before responding.
Harper noticed the hostiles were moving back into the dock. We used the opportunity to seal the hatch behind them.
Strom chimed in.
"Looks like you got their attention, Top. You pulled them out of stairwell B. I saw where you peeked out of the hatch earlier. That got them all riled up."
Jackson sighed, his frustration evident even over the comms.
"Doesn't take much to get these things' attention, does it? At least both stairwells are secure now. We can move on to the second phase of the plan."
The team's temporary reprieve was punctuated by the muffled sounds of hostiles hammering against the sealed hatches. The group took a few moments to regroup, checking their weapons and redistributing ammunition. Perry paced along the landing, her mind racing through the next steps.
"All right,"
she said, addressing the team.
"This isn't over. Securing the stairwell was the beginning. We need to hold our position and wait for Alpha to report back. Until then, stay sharp."
The team settled into a defensive formation, each member covering a different angle of approach over a few floors of the stairwell. The tension in the air was palpable. Even though the immediate threat was behind the hatch, they all knew it was only a matter of time before the next challenge arose. Harper leaned against the wall, his breathing steadying as the adrenaline began to fade. Glanced at Perry, who was still scanning the stairwell for any signs of movement.
"You think this plan is going to work?"
he asked. Perry didn't look at him.
"It has to."
Minutes passed, feeling like hours. Jackson's voice crackled over the comms.
"Bravo, this is Alpha. We're secure at Stairwell C. Prepare to move into the docks.
Perry responded.
Roger that, Alpha. We'll hold here until further notice.
The plan was coming together, but Perry couldn't shake the feeling that their challenges were far from over. The hostiles outside were relentless, and every decision carried the weight of life and death. Still, as she looked around at her team, she felt a flicker of hope. They were battle-tested, resourceful, and determined. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. Chapter 16. Kyler Station, Stairwell B.
Bravo, check in.
Perry's voice crackled over the helmet comms as she stood on the landing of the third floor. Her eyes scanned the empty stairwell above.
In position, ready to move,
Harper said from the first floor. He was crouched near the hatch leading to the lower docks, his weapon at the ready. Beside him, Phillips nodded, checking his rifle one last time.
Same here,
said Pelk over comms. He and Salamore were stationed on the second floor, weapons raised on the stairwell below. Their breathing was controlled, but tension rippled through the air. Perry took a deep breath.
This is going to be a controlled fallback,
she reminded her team.
Cover each other and keep moving. We got a long way to go to reach the control center, and too many chances for things to go wrong. Stay sharp.
The plan was simple in theory, but terrifying in execution. They would open the hatch at the bottom floor to lure the hostiles into the stairwell, then retreat up the 15 flights of stairs to the control center, leapfrogging positions to lay down suppressive fire. Each team would act as bait to keep the hostiles engaged while the others moved. But Perry knew all too well how fast these things could move. It wasn't a question of coordination. It was a test of endurance.
Let's roll,
Perry said, her voice stealing the group.
Opening the hatch now,
Harper said, gripping the heavy mechanism and twisting it. As the seal cracked open, Phillips didn't hesitate. Frag out, he yelled, tossing 2 fragmentation grenades through the gap. Harper slammed the hatch shut as the grenades detonated, shaking the stairwell with a deafening roar. Shards of metal and debris clanged against the hatch as the floor vibrated beneath their boot. Harper yanked the hatch open again, and the two of them unleashed a torrent of gunfire. The hostiles directly outside the hatch stood no chance, reduced to bloody pulp by well-placed headshots. The loading bay beyond was chaos, but the initial confusion worked in their favor. The creatures hesitated, disoriented by the attack. Then the tide turned. The hostiles locked onto the hatch and surged forward, snarling and clawing as they charged.
Move!
Harper yelled, pulling back and sprinting up the stairs.
They're taking the bait!
Phillips followed, his boots pounding the metal steps as the first of the hostiles reached the bottom of the stairwell. Moving, he yelled, his voice tight with adrenaline. The 2 men bounded up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Behind them, the sound of the horde was deafening, a cacophony of guttural growls and pounding footsteps. As they passed Pelk and Salamore's position on the second floor, the latter 2 opened fire. The first hostile head to appear around the landing was obliterated by Salamore's precise shot. She didn't stop, taking out 3 more in quick succession. The narrow stairwell became a kill zone, with the attackers scrambling over the bodies of their fallen to reach the defenders. Pelk joined in, his rifle barking as he laid down suppressive fire. The pile of corpses grew, slowing the advancing horde.
Reloading!
Salamore yelled, ejecting her spent magazine and slamming in a fresh one. But even a 3-second pause was too long. The hostiles surged forward, claws outstretched, their eyes wild with rage. "Move!" Pelk yelled, falling back as he reloaded. Salamore didn't hesitate, turning and racing up the stairs as Pelk provided what little cover he could. The 2 made it past Perry before the hostiles reached the second floor. Perry was waiting, Her rifle barked, cutting down the first wave that breached the landing.
Keep moving,
she yelled at Pelk and Salamor as they passed her. She fired in controlled bursts, her focus unwavering despite the chaos. The creatures were relentless, their gnashing teeth and clawing hands a constant reminder of the stakes. As the horde pressed closer, Perry began her own retreat. She moved backwards up the stairs, firing as she went. Her shots were precise, each one buying her a precious second to gain distance. But the swarm didn't relent, and soon she was yelling,
"Moving!"
into her comms. Harper and Phillips set up the next landing, their weapons trained on the stairwell below. When Perry reached them, she took a quick breath before the hostiles came into view. The two men opened fire, their bullets carving through the horde. Perry joined them, the three of them working in sync to hold the line. "Reloading!" Harper yelled out, stepping back to swap magazines. Philip and Perry picked up the slack, pouring fire into the advancing swarm. The infected faltered, their numbers thinned by the withering assault. But it wasn't enough. The creatures kept coming, their bloodied forms climbing over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Harper rejoined the fight as Perry yelled,
"Move!"
The pattern repeated itself floor by floor. Each team took turns holding the line. Their movements were coordinated but frantic. The stairwell became a battleground, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The hostiles were unrelenting, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm the team at every turn. By the time they reached the 10th floor, the team was drenched in sweat, their muscles burning from the relentless climb. The horde had not seemed to thin much, but their ferocity was insane. Perry could see the exhaustion in her team's eyes, but she pushed them forward.
"We're almost there,"
she said, her voice firm, despite her own fatigue.
"Keep moving. Don't let up."
As they neared the control center level on the 15th floor, their legs were starting to feel the lactic acid building up. The waves of hostiles surged up the stairwell, their numbers impossible and dangerous. Perry, Harper, Phillips, Pelk, and Salamor kept bounding over each other, their weapons blazing as they cut down the attackers. They were nearly there. The stairwell was littered with bodies, the walls splattered with blood.
"Move, move, move!"
Perry yelled, waving them on, bringing up the rear. The swarm was right on her heels now.
"Get to the hatch!"
she yelled. Chapter 17. Kyler Station, Stairwell C.
Looks like it's working, Top.
Strom's voice crackled through Jackson's helmet comms.
Bravo's kicked the hornet's nest and the infected are fully engaged trying to get to them.
Jackson allowed himself a moment of relief. "Roger," he said, his voice steady despite the mounting tension. "Let me know when we can seal the bottom hatch to those stairs."
Hold tight, Top. It won't be long,
Strom said. Through the comms, Jackson could hear the chaos of Bravo Team's frantic battle up the stairwell. Gunfire rattled through the corridor, each burst flashing like lightning in the dim haze. Shouts cut through the chaos, orders, warnings, the guttural snarls of the hostiles closing in. Time warped, stretching each second into an eternity. Then, through the din, Strom's voice sliced through, sharp and unwavering.
Go Alpha!
Jackson didn't hesitate. "Moving," he yelled into his comms, throwing open the hatch to Stairwell C. Alpha Team moved with him, their precision honed by countless drills. The team flowed forward as one, weapons raised and eyes scanning for threats. A few stragglers remained in the dock area, drawn by the commotion, but Alpha didn't falter. Gunfire erupted as they pressed forward, cutting down the hostiles with swift efficiency. "Approaching Stairwell B hatch," Jackson yelled, his voice cutting through the chaos. The team surged toward their target, their boots pounding against the metallic floor. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Infected scrambled in the space beyond the hatch, their twisted forms snarling as they noticed the approaching soldiers. Jackson reached the hatch, his hand darting toward the mechanism. He leaned into the opening to push it shut, but the hostiles were too close. Their maddened eyes locked onto him, and they surged forward, eager for fresh prey. "Frag out!" Kenneth's voice rang out as he grabbed Jackson's toe strap and yanked him back from the opening. In one fluid motion, Kenneth hurled a fragmentation grade into the mass of creatures. The explosion was deafening, the stairwell shaking with the force of the detonation. Gore sprayed through the opening, splattering the walls with a sickening crunch. Before the echoes had faded, Kenneth was on the hatch, slamming it shut and securing it with practiced efficiency. "Stairwell hatch B is sealed," Kenneth yelled into his comms, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins.
Roger,
Perry said, her voice breathless. Jackson could hear the sounds of her team's retreat in the background.
Still moving up.
Jackson turned to his team, his gaze sweeping over their determined faces. "Let's clear this space," he said. "Stay tight." Alpha moved through the lower dock, their movements a seamless blend of discipline and precision. The hostiles still lingering in the area were easy to find, drawn by the noise of the previous firefight. The team engaged, their weapons barking as they cleared room after room. Each fallen enemy was a step closer to securing the area. Despite the adrenaline, the weight of the situation wasn't lost on Jackson. Every action they took was part of a delicate balance. Bravo's diversion had bought them precious time, but the hostiles' numbers were vast, and any misstep could undo everything.
"Clear!"
Johansky yelled from across the room, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Move to the next section," Jackson said, his tone clipped but calm. Alpha regrouped and pressed on, their focus unwavering. As they swept through the dock, the comms buzzed with updates. Bravo team was still climbing, their progress measured in bursts of gunfire and shouted commands. Perry's voice came through, strained but resolute.
"Top, we're holding, but the hostiles aren't letting up."
"Keep moving, Perry," Jackson said. "We've got this side locked down." Strom's voice interjected.
"Alpha, dock cameras show minimal movement near you. Looks like the bulk of the hostiles are still focused on Bravo and entering the stairwell after them."
"Good," Jackson said. "Let's keep it that way." With the lower dock secured, Jackson called for a quick regroup. The team huddled near a reinforced section of the wall, their breaths heavy but controlled. "Status report," Jackson said, his eyes scanning his team. "Ammo's holding," Kenneth said, checking his rifle. "Couple mags down, but we're good."
"Same here,"
Johansky said. "All clear on our side," Zinger said, her tone steady. Jackson nodded. "All right, Strom, keep an eye on Bravo. Let us know the moment they're in the clear."
"You got it, Top,"
Strom said. The minutes stretched on, the team holding their positions as they waited for the signal. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint echoes of Bravo's firefight in the distance up the stairwell. Strom's voice came through.
"Bravo's at the 10th floor, still under pressure."
As Alpha prepared to move out through the lower dock, Jackson couldn't help but reflect on the mission so far. The plan had been audacious, a high-stakes gamble with no guarantees, but against all odds, they were holding their ground. Every step forward was a testament to their training, their resolve, and their unyielding determination to see the mission through. "All right, team," Jackson said, his voice firm. "Let's move." With weapons raised, Alpha moved out, their footsteps echoing through the dock. They started taking out the stragglers that were still in the area. Chapter 18. Kyler Station, Stairwell B. "These stairs are brutal," Harper yelled, his voice strained as he and Phillips sprinted past another landing. Phillips didn't bother to respond. He was too focused on keeping his footing and breathing through the searing burn in his legs. 12 flights of stairs, each punctuated by bursts of gunfire and desperate retreats, had taken their toll. The infected were relentless, nipping at their heels with ferocity. The team was one step from being overwhelmed. Behind them, Perry's weapon barked, holding the horde at bay.
Moving!
Her voice cut through their headsets. The sharp staccato of gunfire ceased as Perry sprinted past them, her face set in grim determination. She didn't waste time with words, trusting Harper and Phillips to know what to do next. Even as Perry passed, Harper was already engaging the enemy. He lined up his shots, taking down targets with practiced precision. The stairwell echoed with the sounds of combat, the sharp cracks of weapon fire, the guttural snarls of the infected, and the ragged breaths of the exhausted team. He had long since stopped trying to count how many they had killed. The bodies piled up, forcing the hostiles to clamber over their fallen comrades, but the sheer number of attackers made the effort feel Sisyphean. "Reloading!" Phillips yelled, fumbling with his magazine. Harper realized with a jolt that he was out as well. "Move!" Harper yelled. He slapped his rifle to his chest, securing it to his sling, and started sprinting up the stairs. The rhythm of his boots pounding against the metal was interrupted as he stumbled, losing his footing. He hit the ground hard, the impact jarring the breath from his lungs. Before he could recover, a hostile slammed into him, its wiry frame strong. Harper felt its hands clawing at his armor, its head smashing against the chest plate in a frenzy. He reached for his sidearm, his vision filled with the snarling, blood-smeared face of his attacker. Pop! The sound of Phillips' weapon echoed in the stairwell, cutting through the chaos. Harper caught a glimpse of Phillips holding the line, his weapon blazing as he held back the rest of the horde. Without warning, a thunderous explosion ripped through the stairwell. The walls trembled as a fragmentation grenade erupted below, sending a violent shockwave surging upward. Harper's HUD registered the heat and tracked flying pieces of burning flesh and pulverized concrete. A deafening roar filled his ears, followed by the sickening thuds of bodies slamming against the walls, their cries swallowed by the blast.
What the fuck are you waiting for? Move!
Perry yelled. Her voice snapped him out of his daze. She had returned, her weapon spitting fire into the remnants of the horde. The grenade had bought them a precious few seconds, creating enough space for them to regroup. Harper wrestled his sidearm free, pressing it against the hostile's head. "Eat this!" he snarled, pulling the trigger. The creature's head snapped back and its grip went slack. Phillips, despite the chaos, started laughing. "That's some old-school sci-fi shit right there," he said, holding back his mirth.
Move your asses!
Perry yelled again. Phillips reached down, hauling Harper to his feet. Together they scrambled up the stairs, leaving Perry to hold the line. Perry's retreat was methodical. Each step backward was measured, her rifle cutting down attackers with mechanical precision. Her breathing was heavy, but her focus never wavered. Years of training under Jackson's leadership had prepared her for moments like this. He had drilled into them the importance of composure, even under the most chaotic circumstances. Chaos was all this mission had been. As she reached the next landing, her rifle clicked empty.
Reloading!
She yelled, her hands moving automatically to drop the spent magazine and slam in a fresh one. She barely had time to chamber a round before the hostiles closed the distance. She fired point blank, forcing them back long enough to retreat up the stairs toward Pelk and Salamore's position. Pelk and Salamore were ready. The moment Perry passed them, they opened fire, the cacophony of their rifles reverberating in the confined space. Their combined firepower stemmed the tide, if only for a moment. The infected stumbled and fell, their bodies tumbling down the stairs in a grotesque heap.
Keep moving!
Perry yelled, bounding past them to the next floor. As she reached Harper and Phillips, she held up a single finger, signaling that they had only one more floor to go. On the 15th floor, Perry cracked the hatch leading to the control center level. Her heart pounded as she peeked through the opening, half expecting a fresh wave of hostiles to greet her. To her relief, the hallway beyond was clear. She left the hatch ajar, knowing the team would need a quick escape route. Pelk and Salamore were the next to arrive. Perry gestured toward the hatch, motioning for them to secure the exit. As they moved into position, the sound of gunfire and shouting grew louder. Harper and Phillips were still engaged below, their weapons barking as they fought their way up.
Let's go!
Perry yelled as she saw them round the final landing. She provided covering fire, picking off any hostiles that got too close. Harper and Phillips sprinted past her, their faces etched with exhaustion. Perry followed, her rifle spitting bullets until the last possible second. As she stepped through the hatch, Salamore reached out and pulled it shut with a resounding clang. The noise of the hostiles pounding against the sealed door was immediate, but the team was safe, for now.
Stairwell B is secure,
Perry said into her comms, her voice steady despite her fatigue.
They're locked up tight.
Jackson's reply came,
Roger. Now get your asses down here and help us clear the dock.
Perry nodded to her team.
You heard the man. Let's move out.
As they made their way toward the control center, Phillips said between labored breaths,
Feel like all we do is run up and down stairs.
Harper chuckled despite himself.
Maybe they'll rename this place Cardio Station when we're done.
Perry rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress a small smile.
Let's hope we live long enough to make that suggestion.
The team's laughter was brief, their focus returning to the task ahead. The stairwell battle had been a grueling test of their endurance and coordination, but they weren't finished yet. The dock awaited, and with it, the final push to secure the survivors. Together, they pressed on. Chapter 19. Kyler Station, Lower Dock. Alpha Team moved like a well-oiled machine through the sprawling lower docks of Kyler Station, their movements fluid and deliberate. Yet as they advanced, taking down hostile stragglers, a grim realization began to sink in. There were far more infected here than they'd anticipated. The team was not able to stop moving, firing in controlled bursts to keep the horde from pinning them down.
Top, I think we're losing the initiative here,
Kenneth said, his voice tight with tension.
Where the fuck are all these guys coming from?
Jackson had been asking himself the same question as he directed the team's movement.
Strom, what's the situation? This feels like it's getting worse.
Strom's reply came through the comms, tinged with frustration.
Working on it, Top. The video feed only covers so much of the docking bay, and I lose sight of you guys every few minutes.
Jackson's jaw clenched.
I need answers, Strom. Either we miscalculated or there's a whole other source of these hostiles. Find it.
The team tightened their formation, their weapons barking in a relentless rhythm. Pop, pop, pop. Each shot precise as they carved a path through the infected. The docking bay's sheer size, combined with the mounting swarm, made the whole thing a complete nightmare.
This sure feels like the zombie apocalypse,
Kenneth quipped, his voice tinged with nervous energy as he fired another volley. Jackson didn't answer, his focus locked on keeping the team alive, but he couldn't deny Kenneth's observation. It was beginning to feel like they were drowning in a sea of chaos.
Strom, get us the fuck out of here,
Jackson yelled.
We need a secure spot to regroup. This is spiraling out of control.
Roger that,
Strom said.
There's an office along the wall to your right. You should be able to hold up there for a bit.
On me,
Jackson said, his voice cutting through the comm. The team pivoted as one, moving toward the designated location. Jackson spotted the office, a large glass window looking into the space. Its interior bathed in the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. Through the window, the room appeared empty, but he wasn't about to take chances.
Anyone else notice the natives getting a little more restless?
Johansky asked, her voice strained as she reloaded. She wasn't wrong. The longer they remained in the docking bay, the more aggressive the hostiles became. The team barely had time to swap magazines before the next wave crashed into them, the firing so rapid it sounded like a continuous buzz. Jackson reached the office door and pushed inside, Kenneth hot on his heels. The two swept the room, confirming it was clear. Zinger was the last to enter, slamming the hatch shut behind them. The infected began pounding on the door and the large glass window, their distorted faces pressed against the pane as they snarled and clawed.
"They're getting desperate,"
Kenneth said. Jackson's attention shifted to a second door on the far side of the room.
"Stack up,"
he said. Kenneth and Johansky moved into position behind him. With a nod, Jackson threw the door open. The hallway beyond was narrow, running parallel to the docking bay wall. A massive window stretched along the left side, offering an unbroken view of the chaos outside. Hostiles were already pressed against it, their bodies slamming into the glass with a sickening thud. An infected stood mid-hallway, its head snapping toward them as it let out a guttural howl. Jackson didn't hesitate, putting a bullet through its forehead. The shot echoed, drawing more enemies from the open doors along the hallway. Kenneth and Johansky stepped forward, their rifles cutting down the new wave before they could close the distance.
"Clear these rooms,"
Jackson said, nodding toward the open doors. One by one, they peeled off, sweeping and clearing each space. The infected continued to press against the hallway's windows, their smears of blood and gore obscuring the view of the bay. Reaching the end of the hallway, the team stacked up once more. Johansky squeezed Kenneth's shoulder, who in turn tapped Jackson, signaling their readiness. Jackson kicked the door open. The new space appeared to be an admin office. Desks and chairs were scattered about, and another open door led back into the docking bay. Hostiles were already pouring in, their guttural cries filling the room.
"Push to the hatch,"
Jackson yelled, stepping into the room and opening fire. Kenneth surged forward, his weapon blazing as he carved a path toward the door. Johansky provided cover, her shots precise as she kept the advancing horde at bay. Kenneth reached the hatch and moved to slam it shut, but the force of the infected slamming against it knocked him backward. He hit the ground hard, his rifle slipping from his hands. He drew his sidearm, firing at the attackers as they surged through the opening.
"Die, fuckers!"
he yelled, his voice drowned out by the deafening gunfire in the confined space. Jackson stood over him, his rifle blazing as he held the line.
"Johansky, shut the fucking hatch!"
he yelled. Johansky moved up, grabbing the hatch with both hands. The infected clawed and snarled, but Jackson's relentless fire kept them at bay long enough for her to wrestle the door shut. With a final shove, the hatch slammed into place, sealing the room. The team took a moment to catch their breath. The pounding of the infected against the glass and metal a constant backdrop. Kenneth climbed to his feet, his face pale but determined.
"Those bastards hit like freight trains,"
he said. Jackson keyed his comms.
"We're clear for now,"
he said. The infected outside the window continued their relentless assault, their bodies slamming against the glass with enough force to rattle the frames. Blood and viscera smeared the pane, but the reinforced material held firm.
"You think that'll hold?"
Kenneth asked, nodding toward the window.
"It's rated for hull breaches,"
Jackson said.
"It'll hold."
Johansky watched as the infected outside continued their mindless assault.
What the hell is wrong with these people? It's like they're completely feral.
"Fucking zombies,"
Kenneth said under his breath.
Shut the fuck up, Kenneth,
Johansky said, though her voice lacked venom. She was too exhausted for an argument. Jackson's gaze remained fixed on the window.
"Whatever's happened to them, it's something I've never seen before. Let's focus on surviving long enough to figure it out."
Chapter 20. Medical Bay aboard the USS CN Tier. LCDR Williams sat at the desk in her cramped office at the rear of the medical bay. Her temples throbbed with the onset of a brutal headache. The low drumming ache radiated from the back of her neck and settled behind her eyes, intensifying with every passing minute. She leaned back in her chair, her gaze drifting to the wall of monitors displaying data from her patients scattered throughout the bay. One screen in particular kept drawing her attention. PO2 Torres's medical telemetry. The data didn't make sense. Torres had been through hell in combat, her injuries severe but not unprecedented. A shattered femur, a face that looked like it had been smashed with a bat, a severe concussion, and multiple fractures, nothing her team hadn't handled before. The blood loss had been significant. They'd tied off a torn artery and pumped her full of synthetic blood to stabilize her pressure. Yet nothing of that worried Williams as much as the infection now ravaging Torres's body. Williams tapped her datapad, scrolling through notes and scans, hoping for a breakthrough. The infection had spread with a vengeance, defying every treatment they'd thrown at it. Gene resequencing, aggressive antibiotics, even antiviral therapies, nothing worked. The tissue breakdown mirrored gangrene, but it didn't behave like any bacterial infection she'd seen. It spread faster than a wildfire, consuming healthy cells and leaving necrotic tissue in its wake. Viral? Maybe. But viruses didn't usually work like this. Torres lay in quarantine now, sealed off in a sterile, isolated room. Anyone entering had to suit up and undergo decontamination when they exited the room. Williams wasn't even sure if the infection was contagious, but she wasn't taking chances. Her datapad chirped with an incoming call. Captain Decker's face appeared on the screen, his expression as serious as ever.
"Status on Torres," he said, skipping pleasantries.
"She's in bad shape," Williams said. "Broken bones, severe head trauma, massive blood loss. We've stabilized those, but the infection is killing her. It's spreading fast, and we can't stop it." Decker's eyes narrowed.
"Black spider veins."
Williams' heart skipped a beat. "Sir, if you know something about this, now is the time to tell me," she said, her tone sharp. Decker's jaw tightened.
"The hostiles on Kyler Station, the residents and workers, appear to be infected with something. It makes them aggressive, feral."
"You're telling me this now?" Williams asked, her frustration boiling over. "We might be dealing with a goddamn biological attack, and no one thought to mention it."
"I didn't know for sure, and I still don't," Decker said, his voice calm but firm. "The team observed it during their encounters. Black veins, gray skin, abnormal aggression. They suspected an infection, but we don't know its nature."
Williams pinched the bridge of her nose. "Torres's tissue is breaking down faster than anything I've ever seen. If the station locals have this and are still functioning, let alone fighting, something's wrong."
"P01 Kazi was pronounced dead," Decker said, "before he sat up and attacked Johansky. He had black veins and gray skin, same as the hostiles."
William's stomach churned. She glanced at the monitor displaying Torres's vitals. The telemetry spiked, then flatlined. Alarms blared throughout the medical bay. "Shit, I've got to go," she said, ending the connection. She bolted from her office toward the quarantine room. By the time Williams reached Torres's room, 2 medics were suiting up to enter. Williams caught a glimpse of the chaos inside and froze. "Stop! Don't go in there!" she yelled. PO2 Paddock turned to her, startled. "But Stiller's in there. She needs help." "Nobody goes in that room," Williams yelled. There was no room for argument in her voice. Inside, Torres was no longer the broken, dying patient they'd been treating. She was on top of Stiller, blood spraying as she tore into the medic's neck with her teeth. Stiller's body twitched weakly before going still. Torres rose, her blood-soaked form visible through the smeared glass. Her gray skin was streaked with black veins, and her eyes burned with unbridled rage. She lunged at the window, slamming into it with such force that everyone outside recoiled. "We have to help Stiller," Paddock yelled, tears streaming down her face. "Stiller's gone," Williams said. "We need to contain this before Torres infects anyone else. Do you understand me?" Paddock nodded, tears streaming down her face, stepped back from the door. Torres continued her assault on the window, her fists and face smashing against the reinforced glass. Chunks of flesh peeled from her hands, leaving bloody smears as she howled like an enraged animal. Her movements were frenzied, yet horrifyingly deliberate, as though driven by some primal instinct. Williams activated her datapad, calling Decker again. His face appeared, concern etched into his features. "Torres has whatever the Kyler Station hostiles have," Williams said, turning the screen to show him the scene. Torres's muffled growls and the horrific displays in the quarantine room said more than words ever could. Decker's jaw tightened. "Nobody goes in that room," he said. "Way ahead of you," Williams said. "We've already lost Stiller. Torres ripped her apart before we could intervene."
"Shit,"
Decker said.
"What about Yoski?"
Williams turned to Paddock. "Keep Yoski quarantined. No one enters without an armed buddy. Check his combat suit for breaches. He's still on the regrowth table, so we have time to monitor him for signs of infection." Paddock nodded and hurried off to carry out the orders. Torres's attacks began to wane, her body literally falling apart with each frenzied strike against the glass. Yet her rage never faltered. William stared at the grotesque scene, a sick feeling twisting in her gut. "What the hell are we dealing with?" she said. The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the ship's medical bay descended into an eerie silence, broken only by the muffled growls and pounding from within the quarantine room. This wasn't just an infection. It was something far worse. Chapter 21. Kyler Station, Stairwell C. Perry and her team had descended the grueling 15 flights of stairs back to the lower dock level, their boots striking a rhythm against the metal steps. Now they were stacked up beside the hatch that opened into the docks, the tension palpable in the cramped space. Perry's mind raced. It had been a very long day, and it seemed like there was so much more to go. The silence in the stairwell was a sharp contrast to the chaos that awaited beyond the hatch. Perry tried to steady her breathing as she processed the situation. The mission had taken a hard left turn, and everything was falling apart faster than she could patch it together. She glanced at her team. Harper's face was grim, his weapon at the ready. Salamore and Pelk were equally focused, their eyes trained on her for direction. "What's the word, Chief?" Harper asked, breaking the silence. Perry shook her head.
"Wait out,"
she said. They needed more information before they could act. Her gut told her things were spiraling out of control. Her team had dealt with missions going sideways before. They were trained to adapt, to think on their feet, and to problem solve under pressure. But this was different. The 1,200 inhabitants of Kyler Station had turned into a horde of relentless attackers. There was no reasoning, no strategy to counter. They were facing an enemy that operated with singular, self-destructive aggression. And for a team trained to strike quickly and quietly, this was uncharted territory. Perry keyed her comms.
"Top, do you want us to move to your position?"
Jackson's voice came through, steady but strained.
Negative. I don't think you'd even make it to us right now. What's your location?
"We're at the hatch for Stairwell C, where you entered the lower docks,"
Perry said.
Roger that. Hold the position and wait out,
Jackson said.
"Wilco,"
Perry said. She turned to her team.
"Stay sharp. We're holding here."
She activated her comms again.
"Strom, what's the situation in the lower docks?"
Still looks like Alpha kicked the hornet's nest.
Strom.
The hostiles are concentrated around the admin offices Alpha has secured. I'd estimate about 300 of them right now, and they're falling all over each other trying to get in. Bravo, you're clear for the moment. They're completely focused on Alpha.
Perry glanced at the hatch, the muffled sounds of chaos audible through the reinforced metal. Clear was a relative term.
Secured is an overstatement,
Jackson's voice said over the comm.
We're good for now, but I'm not feeling great about how we're getting out of here. Roger that, Top,
Strom said.
But keep in mind, my video coverage of the lower docks is spotty. I didn't see the new hostiles joining the fight until they were already there. There are entire sections of the docking bay I can't monitor. Understood,
Jackson said, his tone clipped. Minutes dragged by, each one feeling like an hour. Perry's team stayed in position, their weapons trained on the hatch. The tension was suffocating. Perry's mind replayed the day's events, the mistakes and missteps that had brought them to this precarious moment. She knew dwelling on them wouldn't help, but it was hard to shake the feeling that they were in over their heads.
Do you think they'll hold?
Harper asked, nodding toward the admin offices where Alpha was holed up. Perry hesitated.
If anyone can, it's Jackson,
she said. Salamore chimed in.
They're holding the line for now. We need to figure out what our next move is.
That's the problem,
Perry said, her frustration evident.
Every move we make seems to escalate things. The longer we're here, the worse it gets.
Chapter 22. Kyler Station Admin Offices, Lower Docking Bay.
Franks, where the hell are these civilians?
Jackson said into his helmet's comm system. His voice was steady, but frustration seeped through.
They're holed up in the warehouse area on the docking bay.
Frank's voice crackled back.
And where the hell is that relative to me?
Jackson said, his patient wearing thin.
Strom, can you get a video feed of the warehouse?
Negative,
said Strom.
But I've got footage of the bay outside it.
Figures, Jackson thought. It's too much to ask for clear intel when you're stuck in hell.
It's the next bay over,
Frank said. Jackson let out a low curse.
There's no damn way we're moving 27 civilians, women and kids included, through a horde of those things. Maybe if we had 50 more hard-hitting sons of bitches, but not like this. How many did we pin in Stairwell B?
He asked, dreading the answer.
Hundreds,
Strom said.
Most of the station's personnel seem concentrated around the lower decks.
We could try the same trick again, Jackson said. Get as many as we can into another stairwell and lock them in. They'd follow us anywhere if it meant a chance to get at us.
We'd have to clear another stairwell first,
Frank said.
Oh, great,
Jackson said dryly.
Guess you mean the royal we, then. Strom, what's the situation in the other stairwells?
Hold on,
Strom said, then fell silent. Seconds stretched into eternity before he came back.
Stairwell A is crawling with hostiles, Top. Open hatches everywhere. Clearing it won't be easy. Stairwell D looks slightly better, but it's still not great.
What about the lifts? Jackson asked. Any chance we can use them?
Getting lazy, Top?
Strom's voice carried a forced lightness.
Tired of stairs?
Cut the crap and tell me what you see, Jackson said.
None of the lifts are on the lower dock level right now. I could bring one down, but it might draw attention. I can control them remotely, though, and probably the doors, too.
Is there an equipment lift near the warehouse? Jackson's tone held a flicker of hope.
Affirmative. There's one across the bay from the warehouse,
Strom said. Finally, some good news. Think it can hold 37 people?
Pretty sure, Top. It's big.
Looks like we have an exit plan. Now we need to survive long enough to use it. He walked the perimeter of the offices where the Alpha team was holed up, his boots echoing faintly against the metal floor. The faint, relentless pounding of the infected on the thick windows followed him. Their faces, grotesque and smeared with blood and grime, pressed against the glass.
There's some real party animals, Top,
Kenneth said, nodding toward the window. His tone was flippant, but his eyes betrayed unease.
Never seen a rave like this.
Yeah, well, they're not handing out party favors, Jackson said, watching the hostiles claw and slam against the glass, their movements feverish and mindless. Any bright ideas on how to get out? I'm telling you, Top, they're zombies, Kenneth said with a weak grin. Straight out of one of those old horror flicks. Shut up, Kenneth, Jackson said. The humor was thin armor against the dread creeping into all of them. He keyed his comm again. Franks, are you talking to these civilians? Can we coordinate a plan?
Roger that, Top. We've got a line of communication.
Good. Let's figure this out before we're completely screwed. Outside, the infected thrashed and clawed, their movements jerky and fevered, a chaotic rhythm of hunger and rage. Each thud against the barricades sent vibrations through the floor, a relentless reminder of the thin barrier between survival and slaughter. Inside, the air thickened, dense with the scent of sweat and steel, every creak of the station amplifying in the silence. Jackson shifted his grip on his rifle, the weight of his team's lives pressing down like an iron yoke. The walls seemed to breathe around them, the station itself a silent predator, watching, waiting for them to falter. Top, Kenneth said, his voice quieter, sharper. You hear that? Jackson paused, his hand resting on his sidearm. The muffled cacophony of the hostiles was unchanged, but there was something else now. A faint mechanical hum rising from below. Strom, what's that noise? Jackson asked.
Checking,
Strom said. There was a pause before he came back on.
One of the lifts activated on its own. I didn't do it, Top.
Shit, Jackson said. Can you override it?
Working on it.
Strom's voice was tense.
Give me a minute.
The sound of the lift grew louder and Jackson's stomach tightened. The pounding on the windows intensified. The hostiles outside seemed to sense something, their frenzy escalating. Jackson's pulse thundered in his ears as he waited, his grip on his rifle tightening.
Top, I've got control of the lift.
Strom's voice broke through the tension.
I stopped it.
Good work, Jackson said, exhaling slowly. Keep it that way until we need it. The civilians in the warehouse would need to move fast. The longer they waited, the worse their odds became. Jackson tapped into the comm again. Franks, let the civilians know we'll use the equipment lift. Make sure they're ready to move as soon as we secure the path.
Got it, Top,
Franks said. The faint mechanical whine of the lift stopped, leaving only the relentless pounding of the hostiles against the glass. Jackson looked at Kenneth, then back at the smeared windows. Let's make this count, he said. The words were a promise to his team, to the civilians, and to himself. Failure wasn't an option. Chapter 23. Kyler Station Stairwell C, lower dock level.
Roger that, Top.
Perry said into her comms, her voice steady but betraying the strain. Turning to her team, she said,
You heard the man. Let's clear another stairwell.
I'm starting to hate stairs, said Phillips, his voice dripping with fatigue. Join the club, Harper quipped, tightening his grip on his rifle. So what's the plan? Clear it top down and ring the crazy person invite bell again?
Pretty much,
Perry said with a grim nod.
Let's get to the top and move to stairwell D.
The climb back up felt interminable, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. At the top, Perry asked,
Strom, what's the hallway look like?
A few hostiles staggering around near your hatch.
Strom's voice crackled.
Beyond that, it's clear to stairwell D.
Let's move,
Perry said. The team stacked up at the hatch, Harper in front. The air was thick with anticipation, every second stretching into an eternity. Harper swung the hatch open. Two infected turned at the noise, their vacant eyes locking onto the team. Their twitching grew into a frenzy, and they charged. Philip's rifle made a muted crack, dropping one before turning toward them. Perry's shot was precise, a round through the eye socket, reducing the second to a lifeless heap. Harper dealt with the last one, the side of its head exploding in a spray of gore feet from them. The silence returned. Perry gestured forward, and the team moved swiftly towards Stairwell D. Strom's voice cut through their comms.
I can't see the top of Stairwell D, but there's activity on the 14th floor landing. The hatch there is open. Secure it quickly, or you'll be overrun.
At the stairwell hatch, Harper reached for the handle. The moment he cracked it open, a raging infected lunged through, slamming into him and knocking him flat. Its teeth snapped at his helmet as it clawed at his armor. Another infected from the landing threw itself into the fray, piling onto Harper. The scene dissolved into chaos. Pelk grabbed one of the attackers, wrenching it off Harper and wrestling it to the ground. Blood smeared his face shield as the creature's wild thrashing threatened to overwhelm him. Two more infected surged up from below. Phillips moved past the chaos, his rifle's muted barking as he aimed for the stairs. One creature lurched backwards, twisting as it tumbled down the steps, but to his horror, it began to rise again, undeterred. "These things don't stay down," Phillips yelled, a rare note of panic in his voice. Perry stepped into the stairwell, her weapon's silenced barrel finding its mark. A clean shot to the head ended the assault on Harper. Gore sprayed across his armor as she moved toward Pelk, who was still grappling with his attacker. Her boot connected with the infected's ribs, sending it sprawling. A quick, precise shot ensured it wouldn't rise again. "Help!" Phillips yelled from the landing below, his rifle spitting round after round. "They're flooding in!" Perry descended, her focus razor-sharp. The infected poured in through the open hatch, a relentless tide of snapping teeth and clawing hands. She fired, each shot carving a narrow buffer between them and the oncoming horde. Phillips fought beside her, but the flood seemed endless.
"Sal, get down here,"
Perry yelled. Salamore rushed past, her rifle joining the cacophony. Together they pushed toward the hatch. Harper, back on his feet, charged in with a burst of raw force, slamming the hatch closed. The thud of bodies hitting the other side echoed through the stairwell. "Reloading!" Phillips yelled. The momentary pause was enough for another infected person to reach him, slamming him against the wall. It clawed at his helmet, its growls animalistic and unrelenting. Pelk fired multiple rounds into the attacker's side. The man didn't even flinch. Salamore joined in, also putting rounds into the infected man, trying to get to Phillips. She pulled her K-bar knife from its sheath with lightning speed and plunged it deep into the man's neck, driving it down to his collarbone. Still it fought on, its focus singular and terrifying. Phillips managed to draw his sidearm, pressing it under the infected's chin and pulling the trigger. The head exploded, spraying bone and brain matter. Salamore pulled her knife free, wiping it on her bloodied suit.
"Chief, the stairwell's filling fast. You'll be overrun if you stay,"
Strom said.
"Fall back,"
Perry yelled. The team retreated, each step a desperate bid for survival. They reached the top, slamming the hatch shut and bracing it. For a moment, there was only the sound of their heavy breathing.
"That sucked,"
Harper said, wiping gore from his visor. Perry keyed her comm.
"Strom, we're coming to you."
The team moved out, the echoes of the infecteds pounding on the hatch following them, a grim reminder of how close they had come to oblivion. Chapter 24. USS CN Tier Flight Deck. Decker stared at Williams, her words still sinking in.
"Wait, what?"
Williams exhaled, her hands pressed against the table as she leaned forward. "I said we've been monitoring Torres's vital signs ever since she was brought into the med bay. And according to every measurable biological indicator, she's deceased." Decker shook his head.
"That's impossible. She's walking around attacking people." That's not what dead people do.
I would agree, Williams said. There was a bit of a shakiness in her voice. But her body tells a different story. She has no pulse. Her cellular structure is breaking down in the same way we see in corpses. When a person dies, oxygen stops being delivered to the blood cells, and the decomposition process begins. That's what's happening to Torres, except she's still very much appears to be alive. A cold shiver crawled up Decker's spine.
What the fuck?
Williams let out a strained chuckle. Oh, it gets better. Stiller is up and moving again, too. Decker's breath caught. He seemed to stare into nothing for a second, and his face contorted while his head shook. What? Williams gave him a half-smile that didn't reach her eyes. I know, right? This is beyond insane.
Stiller was dead,
Decker said, forcing himself to recall the gruesome details.
Torres ripped half her neck out. She bled out in front of everyone. How the hell is she standing?
Williams nodded. She's back on her feet in the same room as Torres. We don't have the same monitoring systems on her, but we can assume it's the same scenario. No pulse, no normal biological functions, pure aggression. She's trying to break through the isolation window to get to the rest of the team. Her skin is graying as we speak. Decker ran a hand down his face.
Are you saying this is some kind of zombie outbreak?
Williams hesitated before responding. I don't have a better explanation. Decker let out a humorous laugh.
This is fucking crazy.
He pushed himself up from the chair and strode toward the flight deck door. He threw it open and yelled,
Franks, get your ass in here.
Yes, sir, came the immediate response. Franks, who had been stationed at his console, monitoring the mission on Kyler's station, quickly rose and entered the ready room. He looked between Decker and Williams, noting their tense expressions. Decker gestured to a seat across from him.
Sit, we need to talk. The good doctor here says we're dealing with zombies.
Franks blinked. Come again? Williams folded her arms. Torres is clinically dead. All the signs point to it. No heartbeat, definitely cellular decay, but she's still moving, still attacking. Franks leaned forward, his brows furrowing. You're serious? You're not fucking with me? Because I've got a team in the middle of a disaster zone and I don't have time for jokes. Decker's expression darkened.
Do I look like I'm joking? I need answers, and I need them now. What's the latest from Sims on Kyler's station?
Frank sighed. Still processing. We're sifting through a mountain of data, and frankly, we don't even know what we're looking for yet. He hesitated, glancing at Williams. But was Kosar infected too? Williams nodded. We think so. He was pronounced dead and bagged before he was transported. So we didn't have the same monitoring data on him, but based on what happened, he attacked the team after being bagged, Frank said, his voice grim. That's confirmation enough for me. Decker exhaled.
And Yoski?
He's in isolation, Williams said. He seems to be recovering, but I'm not taking any chances. He's as scared as we are, maybe more. We don't know if he was exposed to whatever this is. His suit was intact, with no punctures or tears. If normal biological containment protocols hold, he should be fine, but we have to be sure. Decker nodded, considering this.
And Torres, what exactly happened with her?
Williams hesitated before responding. She had multiple wounds when she was brought in. We treated her with every measure available, antibiotics, cellular reprogramming, but nothing worked. The infection moved fast, overwhelmed her system. We've never seen anything like it. She deteriorated almost immediately. Yoski, on the other hand, is healing. That makes me think he's not infected, or at least not in the same way. Decker rubbed his temples.
So we have something contagious, but we don't know how it spreads. We don't even know how Torres and Kosar got it in the first place.
Both had open wounds and compromised suits, Williams said. That's my best guess. Could it be airborne? Franks asked. Williams shook her head. We don't have enough data to say. But if it were airborne, we'd probably be seeing more cases by now. Franks exhaled. Should we assume the team on Kyla is infected? Williams hesitated before she said, as long as their suits hold, they should be safe. The suits are designed for the worst environments imaginable. If we assume normal containment measures are still effective, they should be fine.
Yeah, but we've never had 2 team members die and come back before, Decker said. I can't risk the rest of the crew.
Franks frowned. What are you saying, sir? Are we leaving the team behind? Decker shook his head.
I'm saying no more medical evacuations until we understand what we're dealing with. I won't risk bringing back something that could kill us all. I'm drafting a report for command, but I want more information first. Until then, no civilians come aboard either.
Frank's jaw clenched. That puts the team in a tight spot. They're trying to extract survivors from Kyla.
I know, Decker said. I gave them the order. But until we have a better grasp of the situation, we're hitting pause. We have to.
Williams then said, this situation is evolving fast. We need a full biohazard assessment. We need to know if this is a pathogen, a parasite, or something entirely new. If we make the wrong call here,
we could all be dead,
Decker said.
Yeah, I get it.
The room fell silent, the weight of their predicament pressing down on them. Outside, the ship hummed with quiet efficiency, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding inside. Decker leaned back, exhaling slowly.
All right, he said. Franks, double-check every transmission from the team. Look for anything unusual. Williams, keep monitoring Yoski. The moment anything changes, I want to know.
They both nodded. Decker stared at the table, his fingers tapping against its surface. He faced impossible situations before, but this was something else entirely. And deep down, he had a sickening feeling that they were only beginning to understand how bad things were. Chapter 25. Kyler Station Admin Offices, Lower Dock. Say again, sir? Jackson's voice carried a sharp edge. He rarely used sir with Franks unless he was pissed, and right now he was beyond pissed.
I say again, hold position. Do not move toward the civilians at this time.
Frank said over comms, his tone firm but uneasy.
What the fuck, Franks? The whole reason we're here is because you told us to get the civilians,
Jackson yelled, gripping his rifle as he scanned the dark and dim corridor of the lower dock's admin offices. The flickering overhead lights did nothing to ease his nerves.
I understand, but the situation is fluid,
Frank said. Jackson clenched his teeth.
Fluid? You mean complicated, as in this is already a total shit show complicated?
I get it, Top,
Frank said.
But this order comes directly from Captain Decker.
Jackson exhaled.
Well, he can fuck off, too. What are we supposed to do then? Sit here and twiddle our thumbs?
There was a pause before Frank spoke again.
Torres didn't make it, Top.
Jackson's stomach sank.
What do you mean she didn't make it? We knew she was in bad shape, but...
Not only did she not make it, but she also turned into whatever the hell we're seeing in the hostiles here. She attacked one of the med staff and killed her. It's the same thing Kosar did. She turned aggressive. Pure rage. No cognition, no hesitation, only bloodlust.
Jackson felt a cold chill creep up his spine.
Who did she attack?
PO2 Stiller. Torres ripped her apart,
Frank said.
And then Stiller came back the same way.
Jackson closed his eyes for a moment.
Fuck. What about Yoski?
So far, he's stable. No signs of infection or aggression. But we've got him in full isolation, just in case.
Jesus Christ,
Jackson said. He turned to Kenneth, who stood nearby, listening. Kenneth gave him a pointed look and mouthed a single word: zombies. Jackson gritted his teeth. "Shut the fuck up, Kenneth." Frank said,
Doc Williams says we're looking at reanimated dead people. Zombies, to use her words.
Jackson's fingers tightened around his rifle. "Say that again, Franks, just so I know I'm not losing my goddamn mind."
I'm saying Kosar, Torres, Stiller, and every other hostile you've encountered on Kyler Station are reanimated dead people. They die. Then they come back. And they don't come back human.
Kenneth clapped his hands together. "I fucking told you, zombies." Jackson shot him a glare. "I swear to God, Kenneth, shut the fuck up." Taking a slow breath, Jackson keyed his mic. "So what does this mean for us? Are we still extracting the civilians?" Franks hesitated.
We're trying to figure that out. Until we have a solid plan, hold position.
Jackson scowled. "We've already had one medvac to the tier. What's different now?" Frank sighed.
We were lucky to contain the fallout. That was the last medvac until we have better containment procedures.
Jackson's pulse quickened. "Wait, are you telling me I can't evac my wounded?"
That's correct,
Frank said.
"Not until we know how to handle this."
Jackson exhaled sharply. "Are you saying my team can't return to the tier?"
Affirmative, at least for now.
Jackson's hand curled into a fist. "Fuck you, Franks. And fuck Decker, too."
I hear you, Top. We're working on it.
Jackson turned away, pacing as frustration built inside him. His team was more than soldiers. They were his family. And now they were trapped in a station overrun with the dead who didn't seem so dead, but more like pissed. He understood why Decker had made the call, but that didn't mean he had to like it. If one more of his people went down, they were on their own. The thought sent a surge of hot rage through him. Frank's voice crackled through the comms.
You guys have been running for 36 hours straight. Fortify your position. Get some rest. We'll keep working.
Jackson exhaled. "Roger, we'll go." He switched channels. "Chief, did you copy all that?" Perry's voice came through.
Roger, we're in the control center with Strom. It's quiet here.
Jackson looked around at his team. They were alive but exhausted. 36 hours of constant combat was wearing them down. They had trained for this, but even the best soldiers had limits. The losses stung, and the uncertainty made everything worse. They had lost the initiative. They were no longer on the offensive. They were trying to survive. That wasn't how they operated. They were designed for fast surgical strikes. Hit hard, get out. But now they were bogged down, stuck in a prolonged engagement against an enemy they didn't understand. Half his team was with him in the admin offices, the other half holding in the control center. Perry had been forced to retreat after a brutal fight in the stairwell. If she had fallen back, it meant the situation had been dire. Perry didn't back down unless she had no choice. She was the best of them, sharp, decisive, relentless. Jackson ran a hand down his face shield. "I'm getting too old for this shit." He wasn't even at midlife, but at 62, his body was starting to show the wear of so many years in the field. He had spent a lifetime in the service and seen more horrors than he cared to count. His body bore scars that couldn't be regenerated anymore, but nothing had prepared him for this. His limbs felt like lead, each movement sluggish and strained, as if he were wading through thick mud. His grip faltered for a split second, the weight of his weapon heavier than it should have been. Every nerve in his body protested, dulled by exhaustion, his reflexes a step behind where they needed to be. The past 36 hours had hollowed him out, leaving only the slow, aching burn of a body pushed beyond its limits. Maybe it was time to take a desk job. He snorted. Fuck that. Turning to his team, he squared his shoulders. All right, listen up. Everyone gets some rest, except you, Kenneth. You've got first watch. Kenneth groaned. Seriously, Tap? Jackson smirked. That's what you get for jinxing us with your zombie bullshit. The team chuckled, but the tension never fully left the room. The laughter was hollow, forced. They all knew the truth. This was far from over. Chapter 26. Aboard the USS CN Tier flight deck. Decker stepped onto the flight deck, scanning the room before his eyes landed on Frank's, hunched over a console. His uniform was wrinkled, and the bags under his eyes suggested he hadn't seen sleep in a while.
Jesus, Franks, you look like shit,
Decker said as he approached.
Did you even rest?
Franks let out a humorless chuckle, rubbing his temples.
Been digging through Sims, trying to piece together whatever the hell happened here. I couldn't shut my brain off.
Decker frowned.
Tell me you found something.
Franks nodded.
Yeah. The first weird log entry ties back to a mining ship that's still Dr. Kyler.
Decker's eyebrows shot up.
Mining ship? What about it?
It's called Veho,
Frank said, pulling up the logs.
It came back from deep space, beyond the farthest mapped regions of this system. Arrived, it ignored all hails. Station logs show it sat motionless outside Kyler for 2 days before a response team boarded it. That's when shit hit the fan.
Decker leaned in, scanning the data.
What happened to the boarding party?
Mass casualty event,
Frank said.
Veho had a crew of 3. 1 was already dead, and the other 2 were alive, but not right. Log entry describes them as sick and deranged, showing extreme aggression. Sound familiar?
Decker inhaled.
Same behavior as Torres and Kosar. What else do we know?
Franks tapped the screen, pulling up a new set of files.
Veho was tethered to another ship, one that doesn't match any known registry.
Decker's stomach twisted.
A ghost ship?
Pretty much,
Frank said.
They found it drifting near an asteroid belt while prospecting. Log entries show that they thought it was abandoned. They boarded and found the entire crew dead.
Decker stared at the screen.
Cause of death?
Frank shook his head.
No details. After the salvage was recorded, all human-entered logs stopped. The only data after that comes from the ship's automated systems.
Decker cursed under his breath.
And then what?
The survivors from Veho were taken to Kyler's station for medical evaluation, and not long after, people started getting sick.
Decker leaned back, exhaling.
So that's patient 0. Something was on that ghost ship, and Veho's crew brought it back.
Franks nodded.
That's our best lead, and it gets worse.
Decker groaned.
Course it does. What now?
Franks leaned in, assuming no one knew what was happening. Regular transport routes were still running between Kyler and Trestle 113. That means whatever this is already on the planet. Williams's team estimates Kyler fell within days, and Trestle 113 would have been overwhelmed in a matter of weeks.
Decker ran a hand through his hair.
Jesus, that fast?
We have to assume infected have also left the system. If even one ship departed before we realized what was happening, this could be spreading farther than we thought.
Decker's jaw clenched.
Fuck.
Silence settled over the flight deck as the weight of the revelation sank in. Finally, Decker spoke.
We need to brief command.
Franks nodded.
Agreed. But I don't think they're going to like what we have to say. So what's our next move?
Franks asked, pulling Decker back to the present. Decker exhaled slowly.
We need to get to that ship. We need to see what's left.
Franks hesitated.
If we board that thing...
Decker nodded.
Yeah, we might not come back. But if we don't figure this out, none of us will be coming back anyway.
Frank stared at the console for a long moment before nodding.
I'll get the team prepped.
Decker turned toward the viewport, staring out at the cold vastness of space. The answer was out there, waiting for them. Whatever it was, he had a feeling they weren't ready for it. Not even close. Chapter 27. Kyler Station Admin Offices, Lower Dock. The smell of burnt flesh and ozone clung to the air, thick and suffocating. The sky overhead was the sickly hue of a dying sun, casting long, distorted shadows over the uneven ground. I hate this fucking planet, he thought. He was a young soldier, barely 20, standing at the edge of a trench that stretched further than the eye could see. Bodies. So many bodies. Some were fresh, others twisted and decomposing, their faces frozen in agony. The mass grave had been hastily dug, a grotesque monument to whatever horror had unfolded here. The whispers started then, rising from the depths of the pit. Not words, the sound of breath moving through dead lungs. His rifle was in his hands, his knuckles white, but he couldn't raise it. He was frozen, trapped in place by the growing dread seeping into his bones. Then movement. A hand, gray and rotting, reached up from the mound of corpses, grasping at the edge. And another. And another. Hollow eyes, sunken and lifeless, locked onto his. The first figure dragged itself free, its mouth splitting open, wider than it should, black veins spreading like ink beneath its skin. Jackson opened his mouth to scream, but a hand shot out, gripping his ankle. He jolted awake with a violent grasp, his hand already reaching for his weapon.
Relax, Top. It's just me,
came Blevins' voice, calm but firm. Jackson blinked rapidly, the sweat cold on his brow. The dim emergency lights of the admin office replaced the blood-red sky of SETI Prime. But the sense of dread clung to him like a second skin. Fuck, Blev. I closed my eyes for a second.
Yeah, 6 hours ago,
Blevins said, kneeling beside him. Jackson ran a hand over his face shield, trying to shake off the lingering nightmare. What the hell? Why'd you let me sleep that long?
Because you needed it,
Blevins said, standing up.
Besides, we're sitting around waiting for orders anyway.
Jackson sighed. Sitting up, he shook his head, trying to clear the cobwebs of sleep. The room was quiet, save for the distant thudding of fists against reinforced glass. Anything new? Blevins smiled dryly.
Bunch of crazies still pounding on the windows down at the docking bay.
So, nothing new then, Jackson said, standing up and stretching his stiff limbs.
Same old,
said Blevins. He scanned the room. Kenneth was sprawled out in the far corner, his rifle resting on his chest. Zing was still as a corpse, her slow and steady breathing the only indication she was even alive. Johansky was likely stationed in the hallway, keeping watch. They had been rotating shifts, grabbing what little rest they could while waiting for the next move. We hear anything from the tier? Jackson asked, a sliver of hope in his tone.
Not yet,
Blevins said. Grinding his teeth, Jackson hit his comms. Franks, do we have anything new? A tired sigh came over the channel before Frank's voice followed.
We think we may finally understand what the hell is going on in Kyler and Tresor 113.
Jackson straightened. No shit. What do you have? Franks exhaled, then launched into the grim details. He explained the mining ship Veho, its ghostly return from deep space, and the unidentified vessel it had dragged in tow. He described how Kyler's station had unknowingly welcomed the infection, how it had slithered unseen through the hallways before tearing the station apart. Jesus, Jackson said, rubbing his temples. So it didn't start here. Whatever this is, it came from that ship.
Yeah, the infection didn't originate on Kyler, but it spread fast once it got here.
Do we know how it spreads yet?
Still working on that.
Frank said.
But based on everything we've seen so far, transmission seems to be through bodily fluids. If an infected person attacks someone and they die, they come back. Every time.
Jackson exhaled, thinking back to Kosar, Torres, and Stiller. That tracks.
Williams's team is running models on how long it would take for an outbreak to reach full collapse. The best estimate says Kyler fell in a matter of days. Trestle 113, given its population, would have been overrun in weeks. We also have to assume some infected left the system before the quarantine took hold.
Jackson felt a pit form in his stomach. You're saying this thing could already be spreading beyond this system?
Possibly,
Frank said.
We're still blind on incubation periods. We don't know if some people are walking around infected before they turn.
Jackson closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. Shit. All right, what's the play here? When can I get my team out? And what about these civilians? Franks hesitated.
Still waiting on orders from Brass.
Jackson scowled. You gotta be fucking kidding me. We're sitting here in a damn death trap, waiting for bureaucrats to sign off on a decision?
You know how it works, Tom.
Frank said, his voice edged with exhaustion.
I don't like it any more than you do.
Jackson sighed, stretching his head from left to right, trying to stretch out his neck. The dream still clung to him, images of Seti Prime bleeding into the present, the mass grave. The corpses were lying everywhere. And now, here he was again, another graveyard, only this time the dead were standing. All right, Jackson said. We sit tight, but tell me the second we get an answer, Franks, because I'm not letting my team become part of another mass grave.
Roger that,
Frank said. Jackson ended the call and turned to Blevins. Get everyone up. Let's do an ammo and equipment check. I want to be able to roll when the word comes in. Blevins nodded, nudging Kenneth and Zing awake. As the team stirred, Jackson checked his rifle, his hands steady despite the weight pressing down on him. He had seen a lot of combat over the years. He knew how quickly a nightmare could become reality, and he wasn't about to let history repeat itself. Chapter 28. Kyler Control Center.
We ready?
Perry scanned her team, taking in their faces one by one. They were about as rested as they were going to get. 6.5 hours of downtime in the control center wasn't exactly a luxury, but in their line of work, it might as well have been a vacation. Now everyone was up, checking weapons, tightening gear, and steeling themselves for what was to come.
Strom, you're with us. We need every swinging dick for this one,
she said. Roger that, Chief, Strom said, slinging his rifle over his shoulder.
I don't have a dick, Chief,
Salamore quipped with a smirk and a wink. Perry smirked back.
Mine's big enough for both of us, Sal.
I knew something was up with that,
said Harper, shaking his head with a grin. The moment of levity faded as quickly as it had come. They had a mission to carry out. Top and Franks had a plan, and it was time to execute. Perry took one last breath, rolled her shoulders, and nodded toward Phillips.
Lead the way,
she said. Phillips reached for the hatch, the metal cold beneath his gloved hand. He gave it a slow turn, pushing it open carefully. Once more into the breach, said Pelk, as they moved forward, sliding silently into the hallway. They moved fast, weapons raised, eyes scanning every shadow and corridor as they advanced toward Stairwell C. It was the only stairwell they still had control over, the only reliable route down to the lower docks. The station had become a maze of death, infested with the infected that had turned Kyler into a goddamn nightmare. Harper pushed open the hatch to the stairwell, and they all slipped inside, sealing it behind them.
At least it's not 100 floors,
Harper said as they descended.
First takedown I ever did was at Strider Station in the Tau Ceti system 15 years ago. That bastard had 115 stories. Of course, we climbed every one of them twice before we got to the control of the station. I was the heavy gun in my squad, lugging my gear up and down those stairs. I was so fucking pissed at those Giraldi forces for taking that station and making me haul my ass up a damn skyscraper in full battle rattle. I swear they set the gravity at 1.5, too, to make it harder on us.
Stay focused, Harper,
Perry said. She stared at him for a second, holding his gaze.
Roger,
he said, clamping his mouth shut. The descent stretched longer than it should have, each step deliberate, each movement taut with unease. Perry's pulse drummed in her ears as they crept downward, the hollow clang of boots on metal setting her nerves on edge. The sound carried too far, bouncing off the walls, announcing their presence to whatever might be lurking in the shadows. She tightened her grip on her weapon, eyes sweeping the dim corridor ahead, every flicker of motion a potential threat. At last they reached the bottom. They stacked up against the hatch, weapons ready. Salamore brought up the rear, squeezing Perry's shoulder in signal. Perry passed it forward, Pelk, Phillips, Strom, Harper, until the entire team acknowledged readiness. Harper reached for the hatch, twisting the handle and pushing it open. They poured into the lower docks, spreading out in a controlled formation. The immediate area around the hatch was clear. A good sign. Perry lifted her rifle, eyes sweeping the massive bay. Across the expanse, a writhing crowd of infected pressed against the far wall, clawing at something beyond sight. The admin office. That's where Jackson and his team were holed up.
Fuck me,
said Strom.
They don't see us,
Salamore said in a hushed voice. Perry motioned for the team to move. They stuck to the shadows, staying low behind scattered cargo, using whatever cover they could find. The dock was a graveyard of abandoned equipment, toppled supply crates, and bloodstains that streaked across the floor in disturbing patterns. As they crept forward, Perry's gut twisted. Something felt off, too easy. They were halfway to the admin office when Harper froze. He raised his fist, signaling a halt. Perry slid up beside him, following his line of sight. A lone infected stood near the cargo cranes, staring right at them. It didn't move. The silence stretched. Perry tightened her grip on her rifle, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. The infected's body was slack, head tilted in a strange way to the side. Then, with jerky, unnatural motions, it lifted its arm and pointed at them.
Fuck,
Perry said. The creature let out a gurgling shriek. Chapter 29. Flight deck aboard the USS CN Tier. Decker sat in his ready room, hands steepled as he listened intently to Franks and Williams. The tension in the room was thick, the weight of responsibility pressing down on them all.
Did you get any answers from the survivors?
Decker asked, his tone edged with exhaustion. Franks exhaled, rubbing his temples.
Yeah. They claim that no one from their group ever turned. They were careful, sent people out a few times to connect with other groups in the station, but nobody who left ever came back. I'm guessing they were added to the menu and then turned into part of the crowd. Eventually, they stopped trying.
Decker leaned forward.
That must have been a hell of a call to make.
Yeah. Franks nodded.
Some of them have family elsewhere in the station, people they never saw again.
Decker's jaw tightened.
And how did they end up in that part of the station? They were waiting for a shuttle to take them back to Trestle 113. A simple transfer. They were in the right place at the right time when everything went to hell,
Franks said.
Mike, one of the survivors, said they heard rumors about people getting sick, but no one thought much of it. Then suddenly all hell broke loose. One day it was whispers about a few sick people. The next, it was a full-scale bloodbath.
Williams shook her head.
That's exactly what we've seen on the station.
rapid onset. We don't know how long it takes from infection to full transformation, but the spread is aggressive, more than anything natural.
Brass wants an origin, Decker said, running a hand through his short-cropped hair.
Where they can shit in one hand and want in the other and see which one fills up faster,
Frank said, his voice dry. That's not helpful, Decker said, shooting him a look. Franks held up his hands.
Sorry, sir, but I don't have the answers they're looking for.
Decker leaned back, letting silence settle for a moment. Then he glanced at Franks. What about the Veho ship? Franks shrugged.
We know it brought something back. The logs from Kyler Station show that the Veho encountered an unknown ship, tried to tow it back, and then everything went sideways. That's the first recorded instance of people acting sick and violent.
My gut says that's ground zero, or maybe it leads to ground zero, Decker said. We need to check it out.
Franks frowned. You're saying we want to send a team to board it?
Yes, Decker said. Brass is worried this wasn't an accident. They think this could have been intentional.
Frank stiffened. Wait, you're telling me they think that this was a goddamn attack?
Decker's expression darkened. They won't say it outright, but they want us to investigate the possibility. We need hard proof either way.
Williams sat forward. From a biological standpoint, there's no more risk than being on Kyler Station. As long as the team stays suited up, they should be safe.
Decker nodded, then turned to Franks. Let's assemble a team.
Franks shook his head. Who? All our tactical teams are engaged on Kyler.
Decker folded his arms. Yoski isn't.
Williams frowned. He's still in quarantine.
Decker's gaze was steady. His broken bones have healed. He's ready.
Williams hesitated. He may be physically recovered, but I don't like this. What if he's still compromised?
Decker exhaled. I'll go with him.
Franks nearly choked on his coffee. What, sir? You are not seriously suggesting that the captain, the engineering officer, and the communication officer go on a potential suicide mission?
Decker arched a brow. Who says it's a suicide mission? We're going to investigate.
Franks scoffed. Bullshit. You're taking a man who was injured in a biohazard event onto what might be the source of this whole thing. That's not just reckless. It's insane.
I need Yoski's experience in case we run into trouble, Decker countered. I trust him.
Franks rubbed his forehead, exhaling. If you really think this is a scouting mission, why bring Yoski at all?
Because I don't believe it will be simple, Decker said. And I want him watching my back.
Franks shook his head. I'll go with Yoski instead.
No, Decker said. I need you here, quarterbacking the operation. You and Jackson have a good rhythm. I don't want to disrupt that.
Frank sighed, glancing at Williams. She was already checking her tablet, bringing up Yoski's vitals. I don't like it, she said, but I'll monitor him constantly. If there's even the slightest change in his physiology, you'll know immediately.
Decker stood, signaling the meeting's end. Then it's settled. We're going.
Franks muttered something under his breath before standing as well. If you get killed, I'm not writing the report.
Decker smiled. I'd be dead, so I wouldn't care.
Williams sighed. You all have a death wish.
Decker turned to the door, his expression hardening. No, I just have a mission.
Chapter 30. Aboard Freebird, floating outside of Veho. Yoski inhaled deeply, relishing the freedom from the sterile confines of the medical bay. The crisp air of the ship's corridors, tinged with the metallic scent of machinery, was a welcome change. The past few days had been a nightmare, stuck in isolation, monitored, tested. Now, finally, he was back in the field. The relief didn't last long. His stomach tightened when he saw the others waiting for him in the docking bay. Captain Decker, Letter, and CWO Pike, all suited up for combat. He was suited up too. His gear finally returned to him. It struck him that this didn't feel right.
What the fuck, sir?
Yoski said, shifting his rifle into a more comfortable position.
We're a little light on operators today, Yoski,
Decker said, without looking up from his checklist on his wrist-mounted terminal. Yoski frowned. I gotta babysit you guys? That's my big mission?
Not all missions are sexy.
Pike chimed in, tightening a strap on her suit. Most of the crew had a thing for Pike. Not that they'd ever admit it out loud. She was the kind of officer who fit in with both enlisted and the command structure. No bullshit, no posturing, and respected by both levels. She was also the ship's chief engineer, which meant she knew exactly how to keep the tier running at peak efficiency and at the tip of the spear for combat operations. She knew every system inside out. She was probably the most valuable member of the entire crew of the tier and didn't get off the ship much for that very reason. Maybe not all missions were sexy, but you sure as hell are, Yoski thought before shaking the thought away. No point in getting distracted.
Roger that, Chief,
he said instead.
Fuck it. At least I'm not in quarantine anymore.
He hoisted himself into Freebird's cargo interior and locked into his seat. The engines hummed to life, and within minutes the dropship disengaged from tier, coasting through the black toward the derelict Veho vessel. The approach was silent. Yoski had done his share of boarding ops before, but something about this one unsettled him. Maybe it was how dark the target vessel was, the way it seemed to swallow the starlight. Maybe it was the fact that he had just got out of recovery from a mission on the space station that had quickly gone to shit. Maybe it was the mission itself. This was the place where the infection was first reported. That fact alone sent a slow ripple of unease down his spine. The moment of truth came when Freebird drifted alongside the Veho ship. Yoski sat motionless in his jump seat, waiting for the docking seal to engage. A dull thunk reverberated through the hull, followed by a sharp green indicator light.
Seal is good,
Pike said. She stepped up to the hatch, her fingers dancing across the controls of her suit terminal. With a hiss, the outer hatch of the Veho ship slid open, revealing the dim airlock beyond. Yoski swallowed hard and followed the others inside. They stepped through the first hatch into weightlessness. The artificial gravity was offline, leaving them floating in the dark.
We have two ships tethered together here.
Decker's voice crackled through the comms.
We clear the first, then we move to the second. Both are ice cold, so I don't expect to find anyone.
That should have been comforting. It wasn't. Pike closed the exterior hatch behind them before unlocking the inner airlock. The door groaned as it slid open, revealing a dark hallway beyond. A few emergency lights flickered weakly, their dying glow casting jagged shadows against the walls. The ship was a tomb.
Keep your eyes open,
Decker said.
This is Ground Zero, the first recorded place where the infection started. We're looking for answers.
What do answers look like, sir? Yoski asked, sweeping his rifle down the hall.
Beats me,
Decker said.
Kind of hoping it'd be obvious when we saw it.
Yoski let out a dry chuckle. Fantastic.
Stay sharp,
Decker said.
We check logs, get what we need, and get the hell out. If something looks off, call it out,
Yoski said.
Roger that.
They drifted forward in formation, scanning every shadow, every hatch, every flickering display. The further they went, the worse it got. Debris floated through the corridors, loose wiring, shattered panels, abandoned tools. Some of it was streaked with something dark. Blood, maybe. Maybe something else.
Let's get to the flight deck,
Decker said.
We could start there.
Within minutes, they were floating through the hatch that contained a placard labeled Flight. Pike was the first to find a terminal that still had some juice. She anchored herself to the wall and plugged in her datapad, eyes flickering over the screen's dim glow. Pike's fingers danced over the datapad, the soft taps of each keystroke the only sound in the oppressive silence. The others stood watch, weapons at the ready, eyes scanning the dim corridors. The ship was a tomb, silent, lifeless, yet something about it unsettled, as if the walls still whispered of what had happened here. Shadows stretched unnaturally in the flickering emergency lights, and the stale air carried a weight that clung to his skin. Whatever had unfolded in this place had been swift, brutal and final. Yoski exhaled slowly, shifting his grip on his rifle. He'd expected more, maybe resistance, maybe some hint that survivors had made it through, but there was nothing. Chapter 31. Kyler Station, Lower Dock, Admin Office. Jackson knelt by the hatch, gripping his rifle tight as he watched the horde outside. Their grotesque forms shambled in jerky, unnatural movements, moaning in hunger. The dim emergency lights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the bay.
When the shit starts, we make sure the infected are engaging Bravo. Then we go,
Jackson said, his voice a low growl. He turned to his squad.
We hit them hard and fast, got it?
Sure thing, Top, Kenneth said, his grip flexing on his weapon. The rest of the team exchanged silent nods, their expressions grim but focused. Then,
whoomp, whoomp, whoomp.
A trio of muffled explosions rocked the far end of the horde across the bay. Fragments and gore splattered the deck as the infected shrieked in response. Pop, pop, pop. Suppressed gunfire followed, sharp and precise. Bravo had arrived. Jackson held up a clenched fist.
Hold.
The team tensed, their bodies vibrating with the urge to move. Waiting to engage was its own kind of torture. They were warriors, not spectators. Seconds stretched into eternity. The infected twisted toward the source of the attack, drawn by the chaos behind them. The writhing mass surged toward Bravo, leaving the path ahead of Alpha momentarily clear.
Go!
Jackson yelled. The hatch swung open, and the team spilled into the bay. Boots hit the deck in unison, moving with disciplined aggression. Muzzle flashes lit up the dark as they tore through the remaining stragglers, bullets punching through rotting flesh and splintering bone. Kenneth hurled a fragmentation grenade.
Frag out!
The explosion sent limbs and viscera flying, reducing a knot of infected to unrecognizable chunks. The air thickened with the scent of burning flesh and cordite. The horde reacted, some breaking off from Bravo's engagement and lurching toward Alpha.
Keep pushing,
Jackson yelled, dropping infected with 2 quick bursts to the head. A sprinting corpse lunged for Blevins. She sidestepped, leveled her rifle, and blew its skull apart.
How much ammo do you want to blow through here, Top?
She yelled between shots.
Reloading.
We're almost there,
Jackson yelled. He stole a glance across the bay. Bravo was disengaging, moving toward their fallback position.
Bravo, break contact and fall back.
Perry's voice came through the comms.
We're buttoned up, Top.
Roger that. Alpha, fall back.
The team peeled back toward the admin office, maintaining controlled bursts of fire as the infected redirected toward them. The moment they were inside, Jackson slammed the hatch shut and spun the lock.
Bravo, engage,
he yelled. Gunfire erupted again, followed by more explosions. The horde howled in fury, turning back toward the new threat. Their rage built with each unanswered hunger pang, their movements growing more erratic. Jackson knew they couldn't keep this up forever.
Let's go. I ain't got all day.
The hatch swung open again, and Alpha Team rejoined the fray. The rhythm of the battle fell into place. Attack, retreat, redirect. The infected were being whittled down, confused, their numbers dwindling. Still, they kept coming. It's working, Kenneth yelled between shots. They don't know what to do. Jackson's comm crackled.
Franks, we good with the civilians?
Roger that, Top. The civvies are ready to throw open the barn door when you give the word.
Bravo, break contact and move around the mob to the next bay.
Jackson yelled into his comms.
Roger, Top. Heading your way.
Perry said. The bay was a battlefield of broken corpses, the infected tripping over their own dead in their frantic attempts to reach their tormentors. While the attacks from Alpha and Bravo wreaked chaos amongst the infected, There were still way too many for Jackson's liking.
Let's move,
Jackson yelled to Alpha.
Get to the other bay.
They moved quickly to break contact with the infected and head toward the bay where the survivors were held up. Entering the other bay, there were a few infected staggering forward, their grotesque, rotting faces twisted in mindless hunger. They were heading to the commotion that had attracted them, the battle that Alpha and Bravo were waging on them. They never made it. One final barrage from both teams turned them into motionless heaps on the deck. As they crossed over to the second bay, the infected started to follow them, sensing their prey was getting away. Jackson clicked his comms.
Frank's, now would be a good time.
The response came not through words but action. A hatch swung open, and a man motioned. There was a look of panic on his face.
Let's move,
Jackson yelled.
Follow me.
He sprinted across the bay, pushing the man inside before slamming the hatch behind them. No time to look back. They were inside a warehouse, a cavernous space lined with supply crates and flickering emergency lights. The team fanned out, rifles up, clearing corners, but there was no fight left to be had. Instead, what they found was a desperate camp of survivors. Blankets and cargo containers had been fashioned into crude shelters. Hollow-eyed civilians huddled together, their faces gaunt, their bodies battered by exhaustion and hunger.
We're clear,
Perry yelled, sealing the hatch behind her. Jackson exhaled, shoulders stiff from tension. He turned to the gathering survivors, his voice steady but firm.
Which one of you is Mike?
Chapter 32. Aboard the Veho mining vessel. The ship was a tomb. The corridors were dark, shadows twisting in the dim emergency lights. The hum of auxiliary power was the only sound in the void, a low, steady pulse that felt too much like a heartbeat. Pike hovered over the control panel, her fingers dancing across the worn-out keys.
The ship's on auxiliary power,
she said.
I can access the system logs, but if we need anything more, we'll have to bring up the reactor.
Decker didn't hesitate.
Get the logs. We're not staying here any longer than necessary.
The flight deck was still, and the ship had a very working-class, blue-collar vibe. Pike worked while the others remained on alert. Every so often, something in the darkness creaked, a sound that had no business existing in a dead ship.
I'll need time,
Pike said. Decker nodded.
We'll check the rest of the ship.
He turned toward the exit, but Yoski stepped in front of him.
Let me go first, sir.
Decker held his gaze for a moment, then gestured forward.
Lead the way.
The hallway beyond was tight, walls pressing in on them. It was cold, not the usual deep space chill, but something else, something more primal, like the ship itself was holding its breath. Yoski moved carefully, weapon raised.
What exactly are we looking for?
Decker's voice was low.
The Veho towed a derelict ship back here. That ship had a dead crew aboard. 2 survivors were acting extremely aggressive. Then the security team got attacked.
He exhaled, then said,
This is the first reported case of whatever's happening at the station. We need to know why.
Damn, Yoski said.
That's fucked.
They passed a row of crew cabins, each a ghost of its former occupant. Personal effects still floated in the air. Watches, loose knickknacks, crumpled photographs. Yoski grabbed one. It showed a woman, her smile frozen in time.
Samantha,
he read aloud, looking at the name printed on the coveralls in the photo, flipping it over. He moved to the closet, finding a coverall with the same name embroidered on it. He placed it back carefully, as if disturbing it too much would wake something best left sleeping. They moved on, finding more empty rooms and more signs of lives interrupted. A galley, a lounge, a common area. All signs of normalcy, twisted by abandonment. Then they reached the head. A line of yellow tape stretched across the door, stamped with the words, "Crime Scene." The tape peeled away easily in Yoski's grip, curling in the air as they entered. The room was a slaughterhouse. Dried blood coated the walls in violent streaks, frozen clumps floating in the stagnant air. A single handprint, smeared and frantic, trailed down the mirror, its owner long gone.
"Someone got their ass kicked in here,"
Yoski said. He turned, eyes scanning the silent carnage. No bodies, just evidence of something violent, something final.
"Let's move on,"
Decker said, though his voice lacked its usual edge. They continued downward, the ship's corridors narrowing as they reached engineering. The reactor sat dormant, its core an unmoving heart. Below, the cargo hold yawned before them. It was full of equipment. Mining equipment, stored resources, and supplies were locked down with cargo straps throughout the hold.
"Looks like a typical rock chopper,"
Yoski said. Decker didn't answer. Instead, he turned toward the airlock at the far end, where the tether connected them to the other ship. They floated through the connecting airlock, their suits sealing them from whatever lay beyond. The second vehicle loomed ahead, a featureless mass of cold metal and dead systems.
"Pike,"
Decker yelled over comms.
"Can you open the hatch?"
You got it, sir.
A moment later, a light flickered on in the airlock, and the hatch groaned open. They slid inside. The airlock closed behind them, leaving them weightless in the void of the ship's dead gravity. Yoski shifted.
"What's the story with this ship?"
Decker's voice was tense.
"There isn't one. No ID in Sims, no records."
The inner airlock hissed, revealing a dark corridor. Yoski hesitated at the entrance, his eyes scanning the silent corridors for a hint of familiarity. A subtle tension clung to the air, a discord he couldn't quite name. After surviving battle after battle by trusting his instincts, every fiber of his being now warned him something about this ship wasn't right.
"Flight deck should be to the right,"
Letter said. They floated forward, passing a placard labeled Medbay/Lab. Decker pressed the panel. The door slid open. Inside, hospital beds and medical equipment drifted in the space. Frozen droplets of deep red glistened in the dim light, orbiting the room in slow, grotesque suspension.
"Looks like blood,"
Yoski said, his voice barely above a whisper. Decker exhaled through his nose.
"The station logs reported that they pulled a lot of bodies from this ship."
They pushed further. More frozen remnants, more abandoned spaces. The galley was a graveyard of floating utensils and trays. Half-eaten food turned solid in the cold vacuum. The farther they went, the more unnatural it felt, like stepping through a mausoleum that had been lived in for just a little too long. Then they reached the flight deck. The hatch was open, revealing a space where the blood hadn't settled into quiet orbits. Here it was everywhere, suspended in jagged, frozen spheres, bouncing softly off their suits as they moved. Yoski flinched.
"This was a meat grinder."
Decker turned to Letter.
"Find out what this ship was."
Letter moved to the nearest console, fingers clicking over keys. The screen flickered.
"Logs were wiped,"
he said after a moment.
"A triggered event ran a subroutine. First decrypted the ship's systems, then purged everything."
Decker's jaw clenched.
"What triggered it?"
Letter frowned.
"A human response was needed. It never came."
A failsafe. A deliberate erasure.
"How long ago?"
Decker asked.
3 years.
Letter said.
"And then 6 months ago, someone powered the reactor back up, synced it with the Veho."
Decker exhaled sharply.
"So this ship was out here drifting for over 2 years before someone found it?"
Letter nodded. Yoski shifted his body.
"They were protecting something, or hiding something,"
Letter said.
"There isn't even a name, just an alphanumeric ID. I imagine from the shipyard that built it."
Decker's gaze hardened.
"We checked the med lab, then the cargo hold."
They found nothing in the lab. No records, no data. Just the same silent void of things wiped clean. Then they reached the cargo bay. It was empty. No cargo, no supplies. Just 3 cavernous, vacant holds, stretching into the darkness.
"This doesn't make sense,"
Yoski said. Decker turned to the others.
We're done here. This is a dead end.
Pike's voice crackled over the comms.
Captain, I've got all the logs from the Veho. Do you need me over there?
Negative,
Decker said.
Meet at the Veho's airlock for egress.
Roger that.
Decker exhaled, glancing once more into the dark recesses of the cargo hold. Nothing but emptiness. Then, into his comms, he said,
Freebird, come pick us up.
Chapter 33. Captain's Ready Room aboard USS CN Tier. The air in the ready room was thick with tension, the weight of the past few days pressing down on the three figures seated around the table. Captain Decker sat at the head, his fingers drumming against the surface. Williams and Franks occupied the chairs on either side, their faces shadowed with exhaustion.
We have two possibilities,
Decker said, his voice steady but grim.
Either this is some corporate experiment gone wrong, or we're dealing with a classified military operation.
He let the words settle before adding,
Anyone see another explanation?
Franks exhaled through his nose and shook his head. Nothing else makes sense. Williams crossed her arms. If it's military, who's behind it? And if it's corporate, what the hell were they trying to do? Decker nodded.
And why now? This ship floated out there for years before anyone found it. How did this stay hidden for so long?
Silence met his question. He sighed and shifted gears.
What about the Veho's logs? Anything new?
Franks checked his datapad. Not much. We have a rough timeline. Whatever infected the Veho's crew hit fast. One crew member got sick, turned on the others, and the infection spread like wildfire. The logs after that are mostly autopilot burns and navigational data until the Veho arrived at Kyler's station. He paused, scrolling. Kyler's security team encountered the infected crew, killed one, and took the other back to the station. That's where things escalated. Within days, they had outbreaks on Kyler. Decker leaned back, rubbing a hand over his face.
Kyler was ground zero then, at least as far as we know.
Williams frowned. And we still don't know what this is. If we don't even understand the nature of this infection, how do we stop it? We don't, Frank said. Not yet. Decker straightened.
What's the latest on our team at Kyler?
Franks brightened slightly. We've established contact with the civilian survivors in the warehouse bay. Salamore and Blevins checked them over. So far, no obvious signs of infection.
What do they know?
Frank's expression darkened. They say the outbreak was chaos. People turned fast in minutes. 1 minute someone was fine, the next they were... He hesitated. Gone. Not themselves, just violent. Williams paled. No incubation period? Not one we can see, Frank said. They barricaded themselves in early and have been isolated ever since. A few ventured out to scavenge, but most never returned. Decker's jaw tightened.
I want our people off that station.
What about the civilians? Franks asked.
We take them with us,
Decker said without hesitation.
I'm not leaving them there.
Williams looked uneasy. Do we have the capacity for that? More importantly, can we handle the risk of exposure? Decker turned to her.
You are our medical officer, Sarah. What's your assessment?
Williams hesitated before answering. Honestly, I have no idea what we're dealing with. That makes containment a nightmare. If we bring them aboard and this spreads... She didn't finish. Decker exhaled sharply.
Where's Yoski now?
In his quarters, Williams said. He's not happy about it, but he's complying. So far, no symptoms. His vitals are still normal.
He seemed fine when he was with us on the Veho,
Decker said.
If he was exposed, we'd be seeing something by now, wouldn't we?
Williams hesitated. I think so.
Then we move forward,
Decker said.
We establish a quarantine zone in Cargo Bay 3. All civilians go there, no exceptions. Full monitoring. No one leaves that area until we're sure they're clear.
Franks straightened. I'll get a plan in place.
Good,
Decker said.
Make it happen.
Franks pushed back his chair and left the room, leaving Decker and Williams alone. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken concern. Decker finally broke it.
Tell me we're not making a mistake here, Sarah.
Williams's eyes were tired, but steady.
What's the alternative? Leave them to die?
Decker didn't answer. He just stared at the table, mind racing through every grim possibility. The truth was, he didn't know if they were saving lives or bringing the infection aboard their own ship. Chapter 34. Warehouse, Bay 6, Kyler Station. Jackson gathered everyone close, his voice steady but firm.
We're getting off this station, all of us.
He made sure to look directly at Mike, the de facto leader of the civilian survivors. Around them, the haggard faces of those who had spent months hiding in this forsaken place bore the weight of exhaustion and fear. Even his own team, hardened soldiers, carried an unease they rarely showed. No one had trained for something like this. No one had seen anything like it before, and yet here they were, about to make a break for it.
All right, listen up.
Jackson took a breath and continued.
The plan is simple in theory, but it's going to require speed and precision. Alpha and Bravo will provide cover while we escort the civilians to the equipment lift across the bay. We move as one. Keep the creeps off our people, get them into the lift, and hold the line until we can all ride it to the upper floors.
Kenneth shifted beside him, arms crossed.
Why not have Freebird and Buff pick us up from the lower docks? We got open docking stations.
Jackson shook his head.
Frank's check. Too many open angles and too much open ground to cover in the bays. We never make it with all these people. It's a kill zone waiting to happen. Besides, the next bay over is filling up with infected. The lift and hallways give us better control over our surroundings.
Kenneth let out a breath.
Figures.
Mike stepped closer.
I won't lie. This sounds like a nightmare, but it's our only shot, right?
Right,
Jackson said.
Leave anything that slows you down. No bags, no supplies, just move. If you get grabbed, we won't be able to stop and help. Got it?
Mike nodded, looking back at his people.
You heard him. Drop everything. We move fast or we die.
They divided the 27 survivors into 3 rows of 9. A single-file line would be too vulnerable, too easy to break apart. Jackson moved down the line, ensuring the slowest, the elderly, the injured, and the children, were up front.
Keep tight. No matter what happens, don't stop. Let us handle the infected. Your only job is to get to that lift.
Perry stood at the control panel by the warehouse doors, fingers hovering over the button. Jackson nodded. The doors groaned as they slid open.
Move!
Jackson yelled. The group surged forward, stepping into the cavernous bay. Dim emergency lights flickered, casting jagged shadows over crates and machinery. The silence didn't last long. Perry's voice crackled over the comms.
Got a false start. Someone's not moving.
Jackson turned, spotting a woman frozen in place near the back. Another survivor tugged at her arm, desperation in her eyes.
Susie, please, we have to go.
Jackson gritted his teeth. They didn't have time for this. Perry appeared at Susie's side, voice sharp.
Move your ass, or you die here.
Susie blinked, snapping out of her daze, and stumbled forward. A groan echoed across the bay. Jackson's HUD lit up, tracking movement. A handful of infected were stirring at the far end of the warehouse, drawn by the noise. Then more. The small group turned into a crowd.
We got company,
Kenneth said. He raised his rifle. Pop, pop. His silenced rounds tore through the heads of the nearest creeps. Jackson kept his eyes forward. The lift was still 100 meters away. Too damn far.
Pick up the pace,
he said, keeping his own weapon trained ahead. Susie faltered again, and this time she turned to go back. The other woman followed her instinctively. Perry cut them off, eyes blazing.
Turn back and you're dead. I won't risk my team for you.
Susie hesitated, breath coming in short, terrified gasps. Then she turned and forced herself forward. Jackson's grip on his rifle tightened. More infected were emerging from the shadows, drawn by movement, by sound, by them. The way was closing fast. Blevins' voice rang in his earpiece.
Top, We need to move.
A shriek split the air. One of the infected sprinted out of the darkness, a blur of rotting flesh and wild eyes. Jackson barely had time to react before Kenneth put it down with a clean shot. More were coming.
"Break and push forward, now!"
Jackson yelled. The group surged ahead, but panic was setting in. The civilians were stumbling, their movements erratic. Alpha and Bravo formed a perimeter, rifles firing in controlled bursts as more infected spilled into the bay. Kenneth and Strom broke ahead, racing for the lift controls. Jackson barely registered them as he turned and fired, his rounds punching through their skulls. The noise was drawing even more. 30 meters. The infected were swarming now, pouring in from every entrance, clawing over machinery, surging forward in an unstoppable tide. Jackson fired, his weapon kicking against his shoulder, the muzzle flashes illuminating faces twisted in unnatural hunger. 20 meters. The lift doors groaned open. Kenneth and Strom waved frantically.
"Go! Get them in!"
Jackson grabbed the nearest survivor and practically threw them into the lift. One after another, the civilians clambered in, pushing and shoving, their screams echoing through the bay. 15 meters. The infected slammed into the team's line. The perimeter broke. Perry screamed as one latched onto her shoulder. Jackson pivoted, firing point blank, and then yanked her into the lift. The last civilians were in. The team was falling back one by one. Blevins, Pelk, Perry, Kenneth. Jackson covered them, his rifle running dry. He drew his pistol, firing over his shoulder as he backed toward the lift. Then something hit him like a freight train. Jackson went down hard, his back slamming against the floor. A rager, a massive frenzied infected, was on top of him, its bony fingers clawing at his armor, its mouth snapping inches from his throat. He grabbed its wrist, straining to push it back, but the thing was too strong. Snarling, it reared up, ready to tear into him. Jackson twisted, driving his knee into its ribs. It barely flinched. Desperate, he jammed his forearm under its chin and shoved it with everything he had, creating just enough space to yank his knife free. With a guttural roar, he rammed the blade into its temple. The rager spasmed, its eyes rolling back as it collapsed on top of him, dead weight, pinning him down. Gritting his teeth, Jackson heaved the body off and staggered to his feet, heart pounding. Blood smeared his gloves as he gripped his weapon tighter. No time to breathe.
"Move your ass, Top!"
Kenneth yelled as he charged ahead. Jackson wiped gore from his face shield and stumbled forward, regaining his footing. Something hit him hard from behind and set him sprawling again. He quickly rolled over to face the threat, but another infected was already bearing down on him. His rifle left his hands in the encounter. Jackson quickly drew his sidearm from its holster and placed the barrel against the attacker's face, pulling the trigger. Bang! The infected blew back with the contents of his head splattering all over those behind him. Jackson slipped while trying to regain his feet. There was blood and gore everywhere. He could hear the lift behind him starting to move. Looking around, all he could see was infected, bearing down on him. Chapter 35. Kyler Station, Lower Docking Bay, Equipment Lift. Perry wasn't exactly sure what had happened. One moment, Jackson had been right there, leading them, and the next, he was gone. The lift doors had nearly closed when Kenneth lunged forward, slipping out just as the gap sealed shut. And just like that, both of them were lost to the chaos outside. The overhead lights flickered to life, illuminating the grim, sweat-streaked faces of the survivors and what was left of the Alpha and Bravo teams. Their breathing was ragged, their eyes darting between each other and searching for answers that didn't exist.
"Open the fucking door!"
Harper's voice rang through the lift, raw with desperation.
Top and Kenneth are still out there.
No one is opening that door.
The words tore from Perry's throat before she even registered speaking. Her breath came fast, her chest tightening as her pulse pounded in her ears like a war drum. The room felt too small, the walls pressing in, but she forced herself to move, to act. She spun to Strom, barely aware of her own trembling fingers gripping her weapon.
Get the lift moving, now.
We can't leave them,
Harper yelled, taking a step forward. Perry's head snapped toward him.
We are not opening that door.
Let me go help them.
His voice was wild, pleading, but fists clenched at his sides.
Negative,
Perry said, forcing steel into her voice.
We have to get these people off this station.
Even as she spoke the words, she felt sick. Every fiber of her being screamed to go back, to not leave them behind. But she knew. She knew. That was a death sentence. And Jackson would have never allowed it.
We can't just leave them to die.
Harper's voice cracked, his grief bleeding through the anger. Blevins turned on him, her rage simmering just beneath the surface.
Get control of yourself. Opening that door doesn't save them. It kills all of us.
Harper clenched his jaw, his body trembling with frustration. He spun, slamming a fist into the metal wall of the lift.
Fuck!
The impact echoed in the confined space, punctuating the thick silence that followed. The lift jolted as it began to rise, the sensation pulling at Perry's stomach. The shock of what had just happened started sinking in, pressing down on them like a crushing weight. Soft cries and muffled sobs broke out among the survivors, their relief at escaping colliding violently with the horror of what they had just endured. The soldiers of Alpha and Bravo weren't crying. They weren't speaking. They sat still, silent, staring at the blood-smeared floor, their expressions blank. But Perry could feel their pain. A raw wound that was only just beginning to bleed. Jackson, their Jackson, was gone. And Kenneth, one of their best operators, had been lost right alongside him. The losses were mounting, and with every mission, the cost grew heavier. A horrible thought slithered into Perry's mind. Had she made the right call? Should she have reopened the doors, tried to fight their way back? Had she just let them die? Leadership had always been a heavy mantle, but now it felt like a noose tightening around her throat. Every decision pressed down, each choice a potential misstep in the dark. Jackson had always been there, a steady force, a silent pillar she could brace against. His confidence had been her compass, his presence a tether to something solid. But now the space beside her was empty, and the questions clawed at her ribs. Without him, how was she supposed to find her way? Her hands curled into fists. Think. Focus. Alpha needed a leader. Now. She took a breath and turned.
Johansky.
Her voice was quieter, but steady.
You're the NCOIC of Alpha now.
Johansky blinked, then straightened, giving a sharp nod.
Check.
When we hit the top, Bravo takes point. Alpha forms up behind the survivors. We move fast. We move together. Clear?
A beat of silence, then a chorus of voices. Check. Perry forced herself to take another breath, steadying the tremor in her chest.
We have a job to do. We get these people off this fucking station.
Her voice hardened.
Nothing changes.
The words felt hollow. Everything had changed. But she needed them to believe it. She needed herself to believe it. The team had never suffered a loss like this before. Jackson had been more than their leader. He had been their foundation, their rock. Without him, they were unmoored, drifting in chaos. But there was no time to grieve, no time to falter. Perry set her jaw and gripped her rifle tighter. This thing was starting to go pear-shaped. Chapter 36. Flight deck of the USS CN Tier. Fuck! Top and Kenneth just went down. Frank's voice was a desperate yell throughout the flight deck, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Shit! The word tore from Decker's throat as his stomach twisted, a sickening drop that left him breathless. The scene before him wavered, his mind struggling to process it, like a nightmare bleeding into reality. Too vivid to be a trick of the mind, too cruel to be real. Franks continued, his breath ragged. The team made it to the lift, but Top went down. Kenneth tried to jump in after him to save him. Now they're both in the middle of that mess.
Are they still alive?
Decker asked, though the answer sat like a stone in his gut. Franks hesitated. For the moment, their vital signs are through the roof. They must be fighting for their lives. Decker gritted his teeth. His mind raced, cycling through every possible outcome.
Can you find them a safe way out?
Franks barely hesitated before yelling into his mic. Jackson, Kenneth, head toward the next bay and get to stairwell C. Silence. There was no response, not even static. Nothing that indicated they had heard him at all. He wasn't even sure they were still breathing, let alone able to fight their way free. Shit! I just lost the feed for their vital signs, said Franks.
Do you have video coverage?
Decker asked, his pulse hammering. Franks pulled up the feed, his fingers moving in a blur across the console. I see the horde around the lift door, but I don't see them. There are just too many infected freaks swarming in that direction. Decker clenched his fists, his knuckles white. Losing people was bad enough, but losing Jackson, that was unfathomable. He wasn't just a soldier. He wasn't just a leader. He was the backbone of the Tier's assault team, the rock upon which they had built their survival time and time again. He had seen more combat and waged war in more systems than the rest of them combined. Hell, probably more than half the damn fleet combined. Jackson didn't go down. He just didn't. Decker had witnessed him defy death so many times that it seemed like the laws of reality bent around him. Everyone aboard the Tier believed Jackson was some kind of unkillable machine, an unshakable force of nature that no amount of horror or hell could break. Even the fleet whispered his name like a legend. He was the kind of man who walked out of the fire while others burned. And now? Now he was lost in this chaos, swallowed by the nightmare that had turned this station into a slaughterhouse. Decker's throat tightened. He forced the emotions down, burying them beneath years of discipline. But this wasn't just a tactical loss. This wasn't just another casualty to chalk up in some grim tally. This was Jackson. This was Kenneth, two of the finest men he had ever served with. Two of the men who had held this team together when the universe had tried to rip them apart. Frank's voice was barely above a whisper now. I've got nothing. No response. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. It was the kind of silence that crushed hope. Franks turned, eyes pleading. Should I send the team back in after them? Decker barely hesitated, his jaw locked, his voice hard.
And get them killed too? No. They need to complete the mission. Get those people and themselves off that station.
Franks exhaled, a shaky, exhausted sound. He knew Decker was right. They all did. But knowing didn't make it any easier. The weight of the decision pressed down on Decker like a lead coffin. Jackson and Kenneth had been there for all of them, through the worst battles and the bloodiest losses. And now, when it was their turn to be saved, they were beyond reach. The bridge was quiet, except for the distant hum of the ship. The crew was listening. Everyone had heard. They all understood what this meant. Losing Jackson and Kenneth wasn't just losing two men. It was losing the soul of the team. It was losing the belief that they could all make it home. Decker tore his gaze from the screen, his expression unreadable, carved from stone. "We move forward." The words came out firm and unwavering, but beneath the surface his stomach churned. He was on a crumbling ledge, the ground beneath him giving way inch by inch, but there was no time to fall, only to keep moving. The tear still cut through the void, engines humming steady, the mission pressing forward. But the air inside was different, thinner, emptier. It was as if something vital had been torn away, leaving only the husk of a ship drifting through space. The familiar vibrations beneath their boots no longer felt reassuring, only hollow, a ghost of what had been. Chapter 37. Kyler Station Equipment Lift. The lift doors creaked open, a slow mechanical groan echoing through the dim corridor. The air was thick and stale with the scent of decay. Shadows twisted against the flickering lights, and in the distance, guttural snarls vibrated through the walls. Perry's grip tightened around her rifle as her eyes locked onto the shapes ahead. A few of the infected shuffled and stuttered around with no general direction, but as the lift opened, they snapped to attention, heads jerking toward the group like puppets on invisible strings. Their silence shattered. "Contact!" Zinger's voice rang out like a gunshot, and in an instant, her weapon was spitting fire. The first infected jerked backward, its head snapping apart in a mist of blood and brain matter. The Alpha team surged forward, forming a protective line in front of the survivors. The hallway cleared within seconds, Johansky motioning frantically.
"Move, now!"
she yelled, her voice sharp with urgency. The group bolted down the hall, boots pounding against the grated floor. They barely made it 50 feet before all hell broke loose. From the right, a flood of twisted bodies poured into the intersection like a living tide. Their limbs flailed unnaturally, milky eyes glowing with hunger that defied reason.
"Contact, contact!"
Johansky's shout cut through the chaos.
"Strom, Blevins, secure that intersection!"
Check. Strom and Blevins said in unison, sprinting forward. They skidded to a halt, rifles raised, fingers pulling the triggers without hesitation. Muzzles flashed and bodies jerked, but more kept coming, relentless, driven by some primal, insatiable need.
"We've got lots of company,"
Blevins yelled over the gunfire, her voice strained. The oncoming wave was endless. Then the line cracked.
"Reloading!"
Blevins yelled. But before she could slap a fresh magazine into place, something slammed into her hard. She crashed onto her back, the breath blasting from her lungs. A blur of thrashing limbs and snapping teeth bore down on her. A woman, if she could even be called that anymore, was on top of her, clawing at her body armor, shrieking like a rabid animal. Her voice was frothing with bile and blood, splattering all over Blevins' face shield. She fought back, shoving with all her strength, but the infected strength was inhuman. Fingers like claws scraped against her face shield, trying to pry it off. The woman let out a guttural scream, saliva spraying as she lunged for Blevins' throat. Blevins struggled, punching but having a hard time landing her blows. But the creature didn't notice. It slammed her head against the metal floor, again and again, her vision flickering. She screamed, thrashing as she felt fingers closing around the seams of her armor. Then a knife sank into the back of the creature's skull. Blevins gasped as the infected woman went slack, collapsing on top of her like a sack of dead weight. She shoved the body off, her hands trembling. Looking up, she saw Perry standing over her, yanking her K-bar free from the corpse.
"Thanks, Chief,"
Blevins rasped, coughing, as she grabbed Perry's outstretched hand and hauled herself to her feet. Blood smeared across her armor, her heart hammering like a war drum. She wiped the knife against her leg before handing it back.
No problem.
Perry said, turning, already raising her rifle. Strom was still grappling with another infected, his grunts of exertion mixing with the guttural screeches of the thing trying to tear him apart. Perry didn't hesitate. She stepped up, raised her sidearm, and put a round through the infected's skull. The body slumped. Blood sprayed across the walls in a sickening arc.
Next time,
Perry said, holstering her pistol.
Kill it before it gets that close.
Strom exhaled sharply, giving her a nod. The fight wasn't over. Johansky and Zinger were still holding the hallway, gunfire roaring in rapid bursts. The infected came in waves, clawing, screeching, never hesitating, never stopping. Spent shells clattered against the ground. The air reeked of gunpowder and death. Blevins and Strom, still shaking from the fight, rejoined the line. Their rifles barked fire, bullets cutting down the infected with brutal precision. One after another, the horrors fell. But for everyone that dropped, 2 more seemed to take their place. The civilians were panicking, some turning back, others screaming. Fear was a disease, spreading through them like wildfire.
Harper, Phillips,
Perry yelled.
Keep the survivors together. No one breaks off.
Harper and Phillips pushed through the civilians, forcing them to cluster.
Stay with us or you're dead,
Harper yelled at a man trying to flee back toward the lift.
We move as one.
The team kept fighting, but they were being pushed back. Slowly, the sheer numbers threatened to overwhelm them. Blevins fired until her weapon clicked empty again. She went to reload, but her hands fumbled. Her pulse was too fast, her breathing ragged. An infected slammed into her, knocking her back. She screamed, but before she could react, Johansky's rifle cracked, and the creature's skull exploded.
Keep your head in the game!
Johansky yelled, yanking Blevins to her feet again. Blevins nodded, swallowing hard. No time for fear. No time for mistakes. The hallway was starting to clear, but the echoes of the fight lingered. The moans of the dying, the scent of spilled blood, the distant haunting wails of more infected lurking beyond sight. The team reloaded, their movements methodical and practiced, but there was something different now, something that hadn't been there before. The silence wasn't just silence, it was waiting.
You good?
Perry asked Blevins as she slid another mag into place. Blevins exhaled.
Yeah, they don't quit.
Perry nodded.
They never do.
She glanced at the others. They were battered, breathing hard, streaked with blood and sweat, but they were alive for now.
Let's round up the survivors,
Perry said, her voice lower now. The fight was over, but the war wasn't, not even close. As they moved forward, the darkness of the station seemed deeper, the air heavier. Somewhere in the distance, something howled. Not human, not even close. And it was coming. Chapter 38. Aboard the USS CN Tier flight deck. The lighting on the flight deck aboard the USS CN Tier was low, the only illumination coming from the glow of the monitors that lined the walls. The air was thick with tension, the weight of bad news pressing down like an anvil. Frank stood near the main console, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. His jaw was clenched, his eyes fixed on the tactical display. The situation on Kyler's station was deteriorating faster than he dared admit. Decker didn't need an update to know how bad it was. He could see it in Frank's expression. He could hear it in the comms monitoring the team. He stepped closer, glancing at the monitor where red indicators were spreading like a plague across the station's schematics. "How bad?" Decker asked, though he already knew the answer. Franks let out a slow, measured breath before speaking. "This is turning south pretty quick, sir. The team is barely holding their own, trying to protect the civilians and move through the station. The infected are everywhere, every corridor, every goddamn maintenance shaft. It's like the whole station has turned against them." Decker ran a hand down his face, exhaustion seeping into his bones. Franks shook his head. So far they are moving, which is at least one shining light. It's going to get ugly if they get pinned down. Decker swore under his breath. He had seen tough fights before. He had seen impossible odds. But this was something else. This wasn't just a battle. It was a slow, suffocating collapse. One where hope dwindled with every second that passed. "And Jackson?" Decker asked after a beat, his voice quieter. He wasn't sure he wanted the answer. Franks exhaled sharply. "Still no sign. It's been too long, sir. If he and Kenneth were going to make it back, they would have by now." Decker turned away, his eyes burning with frustration. Losing Jackson wasn't just a tactical blow. It was a gut-wrenching, soul-crushing loss. Decker just couldn't let himself give up hope. Hope. The word felt like a cruel joke. Decker closed his eyes, trying to shut down the creeping despair. The silence stretched between them, heavy and unyielding. Outside the walls of the flight deck, the ship hummed with the sound of machinery, oblivious to the lives slipping away on the station below. Chapter 39. Kyler's Station Hallway. Perry advanced through the dim corridor, her rifle raised, every breath measured and controlled. The flickering overhead lights sputtered like dying embers, their erratic glow stretching shadows that twisted and lurched against blood-smeared walls. The air was thick, stagnant, heavy with the metallic tang of something long since spilled. Every step deepened the sense of entombment, the station less a place of refuge, more a graveyard waiting to claim them. The survivors huddled close, their movements tight, their eyes wide and restless, snapping toward every distant creak and echo that hinted they weren't alone. They were being hunted. Every corridor and every room they passed had signs of carnage. Smeared handprints, shredded clothing, and blood pooling in the metal grooves of the floor. The infected had turned this place into a slaughterhouse, and they were still here, lurking, waiting for fresh prey.
"We need to move faster,"
Perry said. The feeling of inevitability was creeping in. They had made it this far, but the station was a labyrinth of death, and sooner or later they were going to hit a dead end. Behind her, Johansky and Zinger were scanning their surroundings, their rifles tracking every shifting shadow. Contact left. Zinger's voice crackled through the comms. Almost instantly, the air filled with gunfire, the sharp cracks echoing through the metal hallways. The infected barreled toward them, grotesque, blood-soaked figures, their snarls reverberating in the hollow corridor.
"Contact right!"
Blevins yelled out, her shots already ringing in Perry's ears. More of them. They were everywhere. Perry swore under her breath, forcing herself to stay calm. But the dread was settling in. There were too many. Every shot fired seemed to draw more from the darkness. The station walls trembled with the pounding of feet, clawed, broken feet, running, sprinting, relentless.
"Hold them back,"
Perry yelled, her voice edged with desperation. Johansky barely had time to react before something slammed into her. A blur of movement, shrieking, gnashing. She was knocked to the ground with bone-crushing force. Her weapon clattered away. The infected man on top of her was a whirlwind of fists, claws, and teeth. His rotten face pressed inches from her face shield.
"Johansky's down,"
Perry yelled, moving to intervene. Zinger turned to help, but was blindsided by another one, a runner, fast and rabid. It slammed into her, sending her flying. She hit the ground hard, gasping as the thing clawed over her, its hands gripping, clawing, tearing. The line was breaking. The survivors screamed, panic taking over. Some ran forward. Some ran back, all of them making the situation worse. Perry saw it happening, saw the chaos spiraling out of control, and her stomach twisted. They were losing ground.
Stop! Stay together!
Strom yelled as the survivors bolted, but they weren't listening. They were past that point. They were in full flight mode, driven by blind terror.
They're pushing ahead. We're losing control of the crowd,
Strom said over comms.
Survivors are doubling back too.
Harper's voice came in breathless.
God damn it.
Perry snarled.
Harper, take Phillips and bring them back. Strom, don't let them get too far ahead.
Check.
They both said, but it was already unraveling. Pelk moved toward Zinger, yanking an infected off her, burying his K-bar in the back of its skull. The body went limp immediately, but before he could react, another tackled him. They went down in a heap, the infected straddling him, slamming his head into the metal floor over and over. Pelk struggled, his breath ragged, his vision flickering as his helmet visor cracked from the relentless blows. Perry was still firing, every shot counting, but it wasn't enough. They were being overwhelmed, consumed, swallowed by the nightmare of Kyler's station. The infected never stopped. They didn't hesitate, didn't falter. They just kept coming. Harper and Phillips sprinted down the corridor, chasing the fleeing survivors. The panicked civilians weren't even looking where they were going. By the time Harper saw what was waiting at the next intersection, it was already too late. A fresh wave of infected crashed into them. Screams filled the hallway.
Check!
Harper barely had time to raise his weapon before the survivors were dragged down, torn apart in seconds. Phillips stood frozen, watching in horror as the blood spread across the floor.
They're gone,
Harper said.
We lost them all.
A silence filled the comms. Then Perry's voice, cold and empty.
Roger, get back here now.
Phillips crouched beside a dying man, one of the survivors who had almost made it. His throat was ripped open, his hands clutching at Phillips, blood smearing against his gloves. Kill me, the man said. It was barely above a whisper. Phillips hesitated, but he knew there was no saving him. With a deep breath, he pulled the trigger. Back at the main group, Pelk was still pinned beneath an attacker. His helmet was nearly shattered, his limbs trapped beneath the infected's weight. He could feel the hands clawing at his armor, tearing pieces away. He could feel the first bite. Jagged, searing pain in his thigh. Then another. No. Pelk tried to scream, but the weight crushed the air from his lungs. He heard the wet sounds of flesh being ripped, his flesh. He felt his own body being torn apart, piece by piece, and then nothing. Perry didn't have time to mourn. She was still fighting, her sidearm barking as she carved a path forward, but she was losing. She could see Zinger struggling between two infected. Johansky was down. Pelk. No comms. No movement. Nothing but the bodies piled on top of him. Pelk was gone. A gut-wrenching certainty that settled in her stomach like lead. Zinger was next. She knew it, but she was not going to let it happen without a fight. Her pistol barked its last round. The slide, locking back, useless. No time to mourn the loss. She smashed the magazine release, her free hand already plunging her K-bar into the skull of an infected lunging for her. Bone cracked, warm blood sprayed. She let the blade go, her fingers scrambling for a fresh magazine from her vest. In one swift motion, she slammed it home. The inertia dropped, sending the slide forward just as the body in front of her crumpled to the floor. Before it had even hit the ground, she yanked her K-bar free, ripping it from the ruined skull in a single brutal motion. She turned, pushing forward, desperate to get to Zinger, but the infected were closing in, their mangled hands reaching, teeth gnashing. Point blank she fired, again. Heads snapped back. Skulls exploded, blood spraying the walls like obscene artwork. But for every one she dropped, another surged forward, a churning mass of hunger and madness. It was endless.
I can't get to her.
The thought beat against her skull like a war drum.
I can't get to her.
Johansky was barely holding the line, struggling back to her feet only to find herself surrounded. The dead pressed in, relentless, swarming, their guttural moans deafening. Her rifle spat fire, but it wasn't enough. It was never enough. She could hear gunfire behind her. Someone was still alive, still fighting, but she didn't know how much longer that would last. Just keep fighting, she told herself. Just keep fighting. Zinger couldn't breathe. The weight of the dead was crushing, pressing her into the cold metal floor. They tore at her armor, their nails scraping, peeling, ripping it away like scavengers at a fresh corpse. Her screams rang through the chaos, raw and broken. No, 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 no. She struggled and thrashed, but there were too many. Pain erupted through her body as teeth sank into her flesh. A searing, white-hot agony. Something was being torn away. Her. They were taking her, piece by piece. Perry was spent. Her muscles screamed, her lungs burned, but she wouldn't stop. Couldn't. She could hear Johansky's rifle still barking somewhere beyond the writhing mass of infected, but she couldn't see. She could see Zinger, though. She could see what was left of her, buried under a frenzy of snapping jaws and flailing limbs. This was it. Perry knew she was next. But she would fight until there was nothing left, until her body was as torn and bloodied as Zinger's, until she woke up in Valhalla. Gunfire. New gunfire. A different rhythm. A different direction. About fucking time, she thought, her mind teetering between relief and despair. Then Phillips was beside her, his rifle spitting death, cutting into the horde. Harper wasn't far behind, pressing forward, cutting a bloody path toward Johansky. It wasn't salvation. It wasn't a rescue. It was just a temporary reprieve. But it was enough to keep fighting. Her hands were slick with blood. Her breath came in ragged gasps. The fight was slipping away. Then the worst sound yet. A new screech, deeper, more guttural. Something different, something worse. The infected froze for a moment as if listening. Then they moved, faster, more vicious, as if emboldened by whatever had made that sound. Perry knew what it meant. They weren't getting out of here. Strom chased after the survivors for as long as he could, his breath ragged, his boots pounding against the cold metal floor.
"Stop! Turn back!"
he yelled, but the panic had already gripped them. 7 adults, driven by sheer terror, ran into the unknown, their footsteps a frantic echo through the suffocating corridors. The hallway curved, swallowing them out of sight. In that instant, the rest of the assault team vanished behind him as well. Fuck. He slowed, hesitating, his pulse hammering in his ears.
"Chief, I'm losing visual on you. I'm stopping pursuit,"
he said into his comms. Silence, no confirmation, no static, nothing. A chill crawled up his spine. He turned back toward where the survivors had disappeared, debating whether to disobey orders and chase them down. Then, movement. The figures reappeared, sprinting back toward him at full speed, their faces twisted in sheer horror. Fuck. They weren't just running, they were fleeing. Strom took a step forward just as the screaming started. The first survivor went down, tackled mid-stride by a blur of muscle and claws. Another was yanked into the shadows, their cries cut short with a sickening crunch. The others scrambled, slipping in their own panic as the infected tore into them. Blood slicked the hallway floor, and the air filled with the wet, nauseating sound of flesh being ripped apart.
"Contact forward,"
Strom yelled into his comms. Again, no reply. Either his signal was failing, or the others were too deep in their own hell to respond. He knelt, steadying his rifle. The infected hadn't noticed him yet, too consumed by their frenzied feast. He forced his breathing to slow, his fingers tightening on the trigger. If they came for him next, he would make every single shot count. Chapter 40. Flight Deck, USSCN Tier. "It's not looking good, sir." Frank's voice was tight, almost hollow. He barely turned from the monitor. His fingers clenched white against the console. "The team is pinned in an intersection. They're surrounded." A cold knot coiled deep in Decker's guts, tightening like a vice. His breath hitched for a half a second before he exhaled through clenched teeth. "Fuck." The word barely left his lips, more a breath than a curse, swallowed by the weight settling in his chest. Franks swallowed. "We're losing people." His voice wavered just for a moment. He finally turned to face Decker, eyes dark with exhaustion, something close to resignation. "How close to the extraction point?" Decker asked, but he already knew the answer wasn't going to be good. Frank's response was barely above a whisper. 400 meters. Decker exhaled sharply, his mind racing. It might as well have been 400 kilometers. They weren't going to make it, not at this rate. The infected were closing in, pressing tighter, drowning the last of them in a sea of teeth and madness. Every second wasted was another death, another friend lost in the dark. Fuck. He could barely hear his own voice above the thrum of the ship all around them. "We're setting up a QRF." His tone was final. No hesitation, no debate. "All hands on deck. Yoski, Pike, Letter, you and me. 2 minutes. Meet me at Freebird." He was already moving before Franks could reply, his boots hitting the deck hard. The corridor stretched out before him, cold steel walls pressing in. The emergency lights flickered a sickly red. It felt as if the ship itself was suffocating under the weight of what was happening with the team on the station beyond. "Roger that, sir," Franks said after him, his voice sharp, but Decker heard the doubt creeping in. Letter and Franks sprang from their stations, moving fast, but not fast enough. No one was fast enough. "This fight might be over before we even get there," Franks said, more to himself than anyone else. Decker didn't stop, didn't turn. "That's not going to stop us from fucking trying." His voice was a snarl, an order, a desperate promise. He reached the hatch, palms sweaty as he punched in the override. The door hissed open, and beyond it, the hallway stretched into the unknown. They were running out of time. They were already out of options. And soon they might be out of people, too. Chapter 41. Kyler's Station Hallway. Strom gritted his teeth, his rifle a steady rhythm of death as he fought against the horde. The infected surged forward like a living wave, relentless and screaming. Their hunger and unholy sound that filled the corridor of Kyler's Station. He took one precise shot after another, controlling his breathing, making each round count. There was no room for error, no margin for a single missed shot. He was alone, holding a narrow strip of hallway with no backup, only the distant sounds of his team struggling in the intersection behind him. His arms burned, and his heart thundered in his chest. The infected were closing in. Too many. He couldn't hold them forever. "I need support," he yelled into his comms, his voice raw with desperation.
"Can someone support Strom?"
Perry's voice cut through the static. "Negative," came the unified response from the rest of the team. Strom swallowed hard. He was dead. He knew it. There was no escaping this. Then the world exploded. A thunderous detonation rocked the hallway, sending chunks of metal and bone flying. The sheer force nearly knocked him off his feet.
"Strom, check fire. Friendlies approaching your line from the front."
The voice was unmistakable. "Top!" Strom yelled. Then he heard it. Gunfire, different from his own, deeper, heavier. The rapid bursts of controlled fire were cutting through the infected like a scythe through wheat. Jackson and Kenneth had arrived, their weapons spitting fury, their presence turning the tide. Strom's legs wavered, the sudden rush of relief nearly buckling him. He exhaled sharply, steadying himself as he fired again, dropping another infected with a precise shot. But the difference wasn't just in his aim. He could feel it. The weight on his shoulders lifted, and the crushing isolation cracked. He wasn't alone anymore.
Thank God you're alive,
Strom yelled into his comms, dropping another target.
For the moment, anyway,
Kenneth said.
There's a hell of a lot of these fuckers.
Perry's voice crackled over the comms, thick with emotion.
Top, Kenneth, you're...
Not dead yet.
Jackson cut in.
But we're not out of this. Let's move.
Hearing them sent a renewed surge of determination through Perry. She had been fighting just to survive, just to hold on to what little ground they had left. Now they had a way forward. Jackson and Kenneth were clearing a path towards Strom, cutting through the infected with ruthless efficiency. It was just enough to push forward.
Keep up the pressure,
Jackson yelled, his voice sharp, commanding. Harper and Phillips fell back to Perry's position, faces grim.
Johanski's gone,
Harper said, his voice barely above a whisper. They didn't have time to mourn. The infected were still pressing, still clawing at them.
Collapse to Strom's position,
Perry yelled, pushing through the panic, through the chaos. Strom was still on one knee, still firing, but the tide was turning. Perry reached him, dropped beside him, adding her fire to his.
They're close,
Strom panted, blood running down his face.
We just need...
A sudden shift. The infected hesitated. Then they began to drop, fast. They looked like sacks of potatoes falling to the ground. Jackson and Kenneth were nearly on them, and the monsters that had been an unstoppable force just moments ago were suddenly caught between two lethal fronts. Perry could see them now, moving through the carnage, firing in controlled bursts. The infected twisted and fell, the horde thinning in seconds. Then, silence. A heavy, suffocating silence. Perry sucked in a breath, shaking. Jackson stood before her, rifle lowered, scanning the hallway, his face grim. Kenneth was just behind him, panting but alive.
I'm so fucking glad to see you.
Perry exhaled, hardly believing it.
Glad to be seen,
Jackson said. He glanced behind them, taking in the survivors, the blood, the exhaustion.
How bad is it?
Perry looked back at what remained of her team.
Bad.
Jackson already knew. His HUD had confirmed the deaths of Johanski, Pelk, and Zinger. Still, hearing it spoken out loud made it worse. His jaw was clenched. He'd failed them. He hadn't been there when they needed him most.
Strom, give me a head count,
he said, his voice tight.
Check,
Strom said, turning to assess what was left of the survivors. Jackson switched channels.
Blevins, sit rep.
Rear lines holding for now,
Blevins said.
But there's too many of them. We won't last forever. We need to move while we still can.
Jackson nodded grimly.
Can we recover the bodies?
A painful pause, then...
Negative, Top. Harper and Phillips tried, but...
Jackson closed his eyes. He already knew the answer.
Understood.
Strom returned.
8 survivors, Top, out of 27.
Jackson's heart sank.
Fuck.
He turned toward his battered, exhausted team.
We move, now.
A static-filled transmission crackled in his ear. Frank's.
Be advised, QRF is inbound to the station.
Little fucking late,
Jackson said. Then louder,
Roger. We need support securing our exfil route. Moving toward the airlock now.
He started down the hall, stepping over the bodies of the infected.
Let's go. They made it 50 meters before Decker's voice cut in.
QRF has entered the station, moving to secure exfil.
Jackson allowed himself the briefest moment of relief. Roger that. Welcome aboard. Then, be advised, we're in contact with the infected. Jackson's grip tightened on his weapon. Welcome to the party, he said, pushing forward. The fight wasn't over yet. Chapter 42. Kyler Station, Lower Docks, earlier. Kenneth gripped Top's toe strap with all his strength as a raging infected slammed into him, sending him sprawling to the ground. His vision blurred as his head smacked against the unforgiving metal floor, but even dazed, he refused to let go. He wouldn't abandon Top. Not here. Not like this. Top was locked in a brutal struggle with another infected. The two of them rolling across the ground in a blur of limbs and bloodied armor. Kenneth fought to his feet, boots slipping in fresh gore as he raised his rifle and fired point blank into the horde pressing in. The recoil barely registered. The only thing that mattered was keeping Top alive. "Get the fuck up, Top!" Kenneth yelled over the cacophony of shrieks and gunfire. A deafening crack split the air as Top's sidearm fired, the shot tearing through the head of the infected, pinning him down. Jackson shoved the corpse aside, breath coming in ragged gasps as he sprang to his feet, immediately raising his rifle to fire alongside Kenneth. Their backs pressed together as they fought, cutting down the infected, swarming toward them. "We gotta move," Jackson yelled. "Follow me." He didn't know where they were going, just that standing still meant death. He charged forward, carving a desperate path through the oncoming tide of infected. Kenneth was right behind him, their boots pounding against the blood-slicked deck. Frank's voice crackled in their earpieces.
"Jackson, Kenneth, head toward the next bay and get to stairwell C."
No time to respond. The infected were pouring into the docks, their twisted faces frozen in screams of endless hunger. Jackson lowered his shoulder and barreled into the swarm, gunfire ripping through the air. The infected barely reacted. So many were fixated on the lift, clawing and pushing in their blind fury. The chaos gave them an opening. They moved fast, weaving through the mass of bodies, cutting down anything that got too close. Jackson was breathless. His heart was pounding in his ears. Every step forward felt like an eternity. The corridor between bays became a nightmare bottleneck. The walls pressed in as the infected swarmed tighter. "Frag out!" Kenneth yelled, hurling a grenade into the crush ahead. The explosion rocked the hallway, sending bodies and viscera flying in all directions. Smoke and dust choked the air, but Jackson didn't hesitate. He pushed forward, kicking through the ruined corpses, his rifle never stopping. "There, I see stairwell C," Jackson yelled. Kenneth pulled another grenade from his chest rig, readying it for use to clear more space. He grinned, his breath ragged. "Fuck, we might actually make it." Something hit him, hard. He barely had time to register the impact before he was airborne, slamming into the floor with bone-jarring force. His grenade rolled free, bouncing toward the feet of the encroaching horde. "Cover up!" Kenneth barely had time to scream before the world went white with another explosion. The force sent them both sprawling. The bodies of the infected and their own body armor absorbing the worst of it, but their heads rang. Their bodies ached, and the pounding of approaching infected filled the silence left in the blast's wake. Kenneth coughed, forcing himself up, hauling Jackson with him. Blood ran down his face, inside his face shield, but he didn't care. They had to move. "Reloading," Jackson yelled, slamming a fresh magazine into his rifle. Kenneth mirrored him, hands shaking as he reloaded, his fingers fumbling on the magazine release. He could hear them, dozens, maybe hundreds, scraping, growling, closing in.
Jackson lunged for the stairwell hatch, pulling it with all his strength.
"Open the fucking hatch!"
Kenneth yelled. Kenneth didn't hesitate. As soon as Jackson pulled open the hatch, he jumped into the stairwell. Jackson was right behind him, spinning to slam it shut just as the first infected reached them. The impact rattled the metal, the door shuddering under the force of dozens of bodies slamming against it. They collapsed against the wall, heaving for breath. The pounding continued, fists and claws scratching at the door, the sound of the damned refusing to fade. Kenneth let out a choked laugh, half hysteria, half exhaustion.
"Holy shit, we just lived through that!"
Jackson didn't answer right away. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the reality was setting in. They had made it, for now. But the rest of the team, the station, the horror wasn't over, not by a long shot. Finally, he turned to Kenneth, exhaling.
"Yeah, that was crazy."
Kenneth met his gaze, the ghost of a smile fading fast.
"They think we're dead."
"Wouldn't you?" Jackson glanced at the hatch, then back at Kenneth.
"Then we better prove them wrong."
He started to make his way up the stairs. Chapter 43. Aboard Buff dropship, en route to Kyler's station. Earlier. The comms crackled, static cutting through the tense silence before Frank's voice came through, tight with urgency.
"Top! Shit, I'm glad you're alive. Is Kenneth with you?"
A brief pause, then Jackson's voice, weary but strong.
Affirmative. Still breathing, for now.
Decker exhaled, relief washing over him. He had fought in countless hellholes and seen good men torn apart, but the thought of losing Jackson had settled into his chest like a lead weight. The old war dog had cheated death more times than Decker could count, but even legends had limits. Apparently, today wasn't the day Jackson met his.
"Where the hell are you?"
Franks pressed, his fingers gripping his jump seat on the dropship.
"We're in Stairwell C, right where you told us to be,"
Jackson said. Franks let out a breathy chuckle, shaking his head.
"You could have at least acknowledged me sooner. I was getting a little worried."
"What do you think I'm doing now?"
Jackson shot back.
"Where's my team?"
"They're on deck 15, pushing toward extraction,"
Franks said, glancing at his tactical display in his HUD screen. The green dots representing the survivors and remaining squad members flickered like candle flames in the storm of red that marked the infected closing in around them.
"Roger that,"
Jackson said.
"Don't hold the bus. We'll catch up."
Franks exchanged a glance with Decker, both men allowing themselves the first semblance of relief since the nightmare started.
"Jesus,"
Franks said.
"Thank God."
Decker, with a rare grin tugging at his lips, said,
"Top, this is Decker. Hurry the fuck up. It's beer 30 and you're late."
He hesitated for a beat, then said,
"I want you both off that station ASAP. This whole op is starting to give me heartburn."
Jackson's response was immediate.
"Roger that, sir. We're moving."
As the comms cut out, Decker leaned back, rubbing his hand over his face. He wasn't one for superstition, but if anyone had guardian angels watching their six, it was Jackson.
"That bastard never ceases to amaze me,"
Decker said.
"In all my years, I've never seen anyone pull the shit he does and walk away from it."
Franks huffed a laugh, shaking his head.
"He's the best I've ever seen."
His voice softened slightly.
"Thank God he's on our side."
The two men sat in silence for a moment, the hum of the dropship's engines a steady reminder that the fight wasn't over yet. Jackson and Kenneth were alive, for now, but they still had to insert on the station as a quick reaction force to help get everyone off that goddamn station. Chapter 44. Kyler Station Airlock. Present. QRF. The moment the QRF team breached the airlock, chaos erupted. The infected were already there, lurking, waiting. As the team stepped into the hallway, the creatures turned, drawn by the sudden movement. Then came the sound, the guttural moans of the damned as their vacant, ravenous eyes locked onto fresh prey. "Contact!" Yoski yelled, snapping his rifle up and firing without hesitation. The first infected dropped. A neat hole punched clean through its forehead. "Headshots only," he called over the comms. "Nothing else stops them." For him, it was second nature. Muscle memory honed over years of combat. Every shot was precise, every movement efficient. But for the rest of the QRF team, this was a different kind of battle. These weren't enemy combatants. They were something far worse. The infected were erratic and unpredictable. They didn't duck for cover, didn't hesitate. They simply charged, heedless of their own destruction. For soldiers trained to aim for center mass, landing a clean headshot on a sprinting target was a different beast entirely. The first shots rang out, some finding their marks, others punching into torsos, doing nothing to slow the monsters down. "Shit, they're fast!" Letter gritted his teeth as his rifle rounds failed to put down one of the infected barreling toward them. Yoski and Franks, the best shots in the group, were holding the line, but then the worst happened. One of the infected broke through. Letter barely had time to react before it slammed into him with bone-crushing force, sending him sprawling to the floor. The thing was on him instantly, clawing, shrieking, snapping its bloodied teeth just inches from his throat. He fought back, struggling against its unnatural strength, but it was like wrestling a demon. "Letter's down!" Franks yelled. Decker didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, grabbing the infected by the collar of its tattered jumpsuit and yanking it off Letter. The thing twisted, shrieking, its teeth gnashing as it redirected its fury toward Decker. Before it could lunge, a single shot ran out and the infected went limp. Yoski had put a round clean through its skull. "Thanks," Decker panted, nodding toward Yoski. Yoski didn't even acknowledge him, already shifting his aim down the hallway, firing methodically, cutting down more of the incoming infected. Decker turned toward Letter, gripped his arm, and hauled him back to his feet. "You good?" Letter nodded, his face pale, his breath ragged. "Yeah, I think so. They're strong. Too strong." "Best not to let them get to you," Yoski called over comms, still firing. "I learned that the hard way, too." "Great tip," Decker said. "No charge." Yoski shot back. A grin flickered across his face before he took down another infected. Within moments, the immediate threat was neutralized. The hallway, once a frantic battlefield, was now littered with twitching, bloodied corpses. But Yoski wasn't taking any chances. He moved methodically from body to body, putting an extra round in the skulls of any infected that still had so much as a flicker of movement left. Decker watched, gripping his rifle tighter. "How many more do you think are ahead?" Franks exhaled sharply. "Too many." Yoski finished his grim work and straightened, rolling his shoulders. "Then let's get moving. We're not done yet." They weren't, not by a long shot. Chapter 45. Kyler Station Hallway. Assault Team.
"Leaving them behind doesn't sit right with me."
Kenneth's voice was sharp, nearly shaking over the comms. "It doesn't sit well with me either," Jackson said, his tone hard but steady. "But look behind you." The hallway was packed, a seething tide of infected, clawing and snarling, their grotesque faces twisted with unrelenting hunger. They slammed against the rear line, their bodies crashing into each other as they clawed their way forward, desperate to consume the last of the team and the 8 remaining civilian survivors. The team fired, falling back in controlled bursts, each step bought with blood and bullets, but it wasn't enough. More of them kept coming. Kenneth clenched his teeth.
"We don't fucking leave people," he yelled. "No man left behind."
Jackson knew the creed and lived by it,
But the reality was staring them in the face. If they went back, none of them would be getting out.
If we don't, we all die here.
Jackson shot back. His voice was tight, reluctant.
We have to move. We can't afford to lose anyone else, and we have civilians to protect.
Kenneth's pulse pounded in his ears. The thought of abandoning their fallen was unbearable. His whole life had been built around the team. Leaving their brothers and sisters behind was breaking the one unbreakable rule.
We can figure something out,
Kenneth yelled, desperation creeping in.
Shut the fuck up, Kenneth,
Jackson yelled.
This is not a goddamn democracy.
Kenneth bit down hard, anger and grief boiling in his gut. He knew he was overstepping, but he couldn't shake the weight of it. This mission had been doomed from the start. Now it was just getting worse. Jackson exhaled sharply, trying to ease the tension.
Let's get the survivors out first. Then we'll see what we can do.
They both knew the truth. There would be no going back.
Keep moving,
Jackson yelled. Ahead of them, Strom and Phillips scouted 60 meters forward, weapons at the ready. So far, the path was clear, but that could change in an instant. The survivors huddled together, clinging to the safe zone between the forward team and the rear guard. They moved in tight, controlled steps, knowing what would happen to anyone who panicked. They'd seen it. Jackson stole a glance over his shoulder, his jaw tightening. They were too slow. Every dragging step felt like time slipping through his fingers, each second another nail sealing their fate. The gunfire behind them hadn't let up. If anything, it was intensifying. A relentless drumbeat pounding closer. His pulse hammered in his ears. They needed to move, now. Then his comms crackled.
Chop, we need you to hold up a sec.
Jackson didn't hesitate.
We can't. What's happening?
We've got contact at the next intersection.
Strom's voice was tense, layered with exhaustion. God damn it, Jackson thought. Can we get one fucking break?
What do you need?
Jackson asked.
We need help.
Strom shot back. Jackson clenched his jaw.
If you haven't noticed, we're running low on that.
Roger that, Top, but facts are facts,
Strom said, still firing. Jackson could hear the gunfire through his comms and down the hall. This wasn't a small skirmish. They were barely holding on.
I got it.
Perry's voice came over the line.
Moving to you now.
She gave Jackson a nod and broke into a jog, rifle at the ready. Jackson shifted, taking her place at the front of the survivors.
Harper, get your ass up there.
Check, Harper yelled, sprinting after Perry. Jackson switched channels.
QRF, be advised. We're pinned down. Heavy resistance from both front and rear.
Roger that, Top,
Decker said.
We're moving toward you now.
Move faster,
Jackson yelled.
We're doing what we can.
Decker shot back. Jackson gritted his teeth, but didn't argue. He understood. It didn't make it any less frustrating. Things were unraveling. They were stuck in a kill box, pinned between waves of infected, with no room to breathe, no space to think. The question wasn't if they could keep holding out. The question was how much longer they had before everything collapsed. Chapter 46. Kyler Station Hallway, Intersection, Assault Team. Perry reached Strom and Phillips just as the situation was spiraling out of control. The infected were surging forward in waves. Their grotesque forms packed tightly together, shoulder to shoulder, clawing, snarling, their hunger fueling an unstoppable momentum. Without hesitation, Perry raised her rifle and joined the fight, her rounds tearing through skulls and sending bodies crashing to the floor. But no matter how many they dropped, more kept pushing forward. Within seconds, Harper arrived, adding his firepower to the desperate stand. It helped stabilize their position,
but the sheer numbers bearing down on them made any hope of regaining ground seem distant, almost impossible. The intersection was a nightmare, a crossroads of death. The infected poured in from the front, and more kept streaming in from the hallway to their right. The only reason the team was still standing was the bottleneck effect. As the creatures funneled into the narrow passage, they slowed themselves down just enough for the team to keep them from breaking through. But that advantage wouldn't last. Not with their dwindling ammo and mounting fatigue.
Top, this ain't looking good,
Perry said into her comms.
We need to figure it out.
Jackson's voice came back, clipped and tense. Perry gritted her teeth. There was nowhere to fall back to, no tactical advantage to leverage. They were just holding the line, carving away at the endless tide of infected. But for every one that fell, another took its place. The mass moved as one grotesque organism, lurching forward without hesitation, undeterred by pain or logic. This isn't working. She needed something more. Perry's hand shot to her chest rig, yanking free her last fragmentation grenade. Flipping the ignition button cover open, she depressed the switch with her thumb and let out a sharp breath. No turning back now.
Frag out!
She yelled as she sent the grenades sailing just over the heads of the writhing horde. The infected barely reacted, their lifeless eyes tracking the device as it arced through the air and disappeared in the dense throng of bodies. A heartbeat later, the explosion ripped through the corridor. The shockwave rattled the hallway, sending body parts and viscera flying in every direction. The heat of the blast washed over them, carrying the sickening scent of burning flesh. The concussive force sent several infected sprawling, their mangled forms torn apart, painting the walls and floor with gore. Harper ducked as a severed arm smacked into the wall beside him. "Effective," he said, suppressing a grim chuckle.
I don't know how sound this place is.
Perry shot back, wiping blood from her visor.
I don't want to bring the whole goddamn station down on top of us.
I think that's the least of our concerns right now,
Harper said, snapping off another headshot.
Until it's not,
Perry said. For a brief, fleeting moment, they had breathing room. The blast had cleared a chunk of the horde, leaving a path littered with twitching, dismembered bodies, but it wouldn't last.
Move now,
Perry said, stepping over the remains, leading the push. Harper followed, his rifle spitting fire at anything still moving on the floor. Strom and Phillips pressed forward, covering their flanks as they advanced inch by bloody inch. The corridor beyond the blast zone was momentarily clear, but the infected weren't stopping. Already fresh horrors were clawing their way through the wreckage, their bodies slick with the blood of their fallen. Then, from the right, another surge. "Contact, right side!" Strom yelled, swinging his rifle toward the new threat. Perry pivoted, her heart hammering as she saw them, a fresh wave pouring in from the side corridor, moving faster than the others. They weren't just shambling corpses, they were runners. "Fuck!" Harper cursed, opening fire immediately. The bullets ripped through them, but they barely slowed. Perry didn't think, she acted. Her rifle roared as she emptied half a mag into the oncoming rush, but they were closing too fast.
Back up, fall back to cover,
she yelled. Strom slapped a fresh mag into his rifle, his hands slick with sweat and grime. "They're too fast. We need another bottleneck." Perry's mind raced. They couldn't get pinned here, not when they had just made ground. They needed a way to slow them. Her eyes flicked to a set of emergency supply crates stacked against the wall near the intersection. It wasn't much, but it might be enough.
Harper, Strom, push those crates into the hall. Block them in.
They didn't hesitate. As Perry and Phillips laid down suppressing fire, Harper and Strom shoved the heavy containers into position, creating a makeshift barrier. The infected crashed into it. Their snarls turned into enraged howls as they clawed and slammed into the obstruction.
"Not gonna hold long,"
Harper yelled, panting.
Doesn't have to.
Perry shot back.
Just needs to buy us time.
More gunfire erupted from behind them, the rear guard still holding the line. The weight of the mission pressed on Perry's chest. They were running out of options, running out of time.
Keep moving,
she yelled, pushing ahead. Every step felt heavier, every breath harder, but they weren't dead yet. Not yet. Chapter 47, Kyler Station Hallway, QRF. The station groaned around them, metal protesting under unseen stress. The overhead lights flickered, casting erratic, sickly yellow beams down the corridor before plunging them into near darkness again. Shadows twisted and stretched with each flicker, playing tricks on already strained minds. The cold, artificial air smelled of gunpowder, blood, and something else, something rotting.
"What the fuck was that?"
Frank said, his voice tight as his eyes darted along the corridor. A tremor ran through the ground beneath them, subtle but undeniable.
"Frag grenade,"
Yoski said, voice level despite the chaos ahead.
"They must be deep in it right now."
A sporadic crack of sidearms echoed through the hallway. Yoski knew exactly what that meant. The assault team was too pinned down to reload their rifles, resorting to their last line of defense. That was the sound of desperation. Frank's chest tightened, a slow, constricting knot of dread. The team was still out of sight, but every step felt like wading deeper into a battlefield already soaked in blood. The air hung heavy, thick with the weight of something unseen, pressing against his lungs, making each breath feel like a struggle. The silence wasn't empty. It was waiting. Decker's voice cut through the tension.
"Be advised, QRF is approaching the rear element of your hostiles."
A beat of silence, then Perry's ragged response.
Roger that.
She barely acknowledged it. They were in too deep to do much else. Frank's HUD flickered, then highlighted movement ahead.
"Contact,"
he said into comms.
"Check,"
said Yoski, his own HUD painting the infected in glowing outlines. The target signatures were massed together in a pulsing wave of death, shifting and swaying as they pressed forward. Frank swallowed hard.
"Jesus, they're packed in."
Decker tapped at his HUD, sending out a ping.
"Chief, send me a location."
A moment later, a green blip appeared 75 meters ahead, Perry's position.
"Damn,"
Decker said.
"It's a lot of infected between us and them."
Ahead, the swarm hadn't noticed the QRF team yet. They were too focused, pushing forward a mass of writhing bodies pressing toward the survivors like a relentless tide. Yoski adjusted his grip on his rifle.
"What's the play, sir? Soon as we open up, they'll turn on us."
Decker exhaled, eyes scanning the swarm.
"That is the play. We need to pull as many of them off Perry's team as we can. Split the horde, force them to deal with multiple fronts."
"Gotta hit 'em hard," Yoski said, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips.
"Maximum damage," Decker said. "We drop as many as possible in the first wave, then fall back slow, string them out, make them chase us while we thin them down."
Yoski nodded.
"Let's get closer."
The QRF team moved forward, careful to make their steps light. Every second felt stretched too thin, every breath too loud. Franks wished he could wipe the sweat from his brow, but his helmet didn't allow for it. His nerves were wound so tight, they threatened to snap. The first infected caught their scent, or whatever made them notice the QRF team. A slow, jerky turn, its milky eyes locking onto them. Then another and another. their mouths twisted open, teeth gnashing, low guttural sounds slipping from their throats. And then the silence shattered. The swarm surged, the corridor erupting in screams as the infected charged, driven by some unnatural instinct. Yoski didn't hesitate. His rifle barked out in rapid bursts, tearing into the first wave. The round chewed through flesh, spraying blackened blood across the walls. Franks and the others followed suit, gunfire roaring in the enclosed space. Bodies dropped, but it wasn't enough. The infected came faster, some crawling over their fallen, their bodies twisted and broken, but still moving, still reaching. A bloodied woman, her jaw hanging loose, sprinted forward, arms flailing. Franks put 2 rounds through her skull, but she barely slowed. The third shot finally took her down.
Jesus Christ,
Franks said, stepping back as another wave crashed forward.
Fall back,
Decker yelled over the gunfire.
Pull them with us.
They moved in controlled steps, firing, reloading, firing again. The air grew thick with the metallic tang of blood and burnt flesh. The walls trembled as bodies slammed into them, the infected mindless in their pursuit. More kept coming. Dozens turned into hundreds. The corridor beyond them was already slick with blood and bodies, yet the infected showed no hesitation, no fear. Yoski reloaded, his fingers moving on instinct. His rifle clicked forward just as an infected broke through, lunging at Franks.
Fuck!
Franks barely had time to react before the thing was on him, its fingers clawing at his armor, teeth snapping inches from his face. Yoski swung his rifle like a club, smashing the stock into the creature's skull, then fired point blank. The thing's head jerked back, but still it moved. Franks shoved it off and emptied half a mag into its head before finally dropping it.
Keep moving,
Decker yelled. They staggered back, breath ragged. Every step was harder, the horde pressing in. The plan was working, sort of. The infected were splitting. Some still moving toward Perry's team, but a growing number were now turning their attention toward the QRF squad. The problem, there were too many. A fresh wave hit them from the left corridor, pouring into the hallway like a dam had broken. Franks fired blindly, feeling his rounds chew through bodies, but it wasn't enough. They were being overrun. Decker made a split-second decision.
Grenades! Now!
Franks and Yoski didn't hesitate. Each grabbed a frag from their vests, popped the tops, pressed the igniter button, and lobbed them into the densest part of the swarm.
Down!
The explosion rocked the station, sending bodies and limbs flying. The shockwave knocked Franks onto his back, his ears ringing. He scrambled up, vision swimming, and saw the carnage. Piles of writhing, broken infected, some still trying to move despite missing limbs. But it had worked. The horde had thinned.
Go, go, go!
Decker yelled, seizing the moment. The team surged forward, carving a path through the crippled swarm. The remaining infected hesitated, stunned by their blast, their numbers reduced enough to push through. The hallway ahead was still full of bodies, but it was open. They had bought themselves time. But Perry's team was still ahead, still fighting, and the infected were far from finished. Chapter 48. Kyler Station Hallway, Assault Team.
Chief, what's the fucking holdup?
Jackson yelled into his comms, his voice barely cutting through the chaos.
We can't hold the rear much longer.
Static. Then Perry's strained voice.
Roger that, Top.
Nothing else. Jackson clenched his teeth. What the fuck does that mean?
Top, we need to fucking move.
Kenneth's voice cracked with urgency. Jackson hesitated the briefest moment, but he already knew what had to be done. Let's move, he yelled. We can't stay here. The infected were pressing harder, their dead piling waist-high in the corridor, a grotesque barricade of rotting flesh and broken bodies. Kenneth, Blevins, and Salamore stood firm, their rifles barking as they cut down anything that climbed over the mound, but it was barely holding. The dead rolled forward in waves, toppling onto the team, forcing them to give ground inch by bloody inch. Jackson turned, pushing through the chaos to the survivors huddled behind them. They were paralyzed, some shaking, others crying, a few gripping their weapons with pale, sweat-soaked hands. Fear was thick in the air, suffocating. "Move! Now!" Jackson yelled, grabbing the nearest survivor by the arm and shoving them forward. The others hesitated, looking at him with wide, desperate arms. "Keep going! Don't fucking stop!" he yelled. The hallway ahead wasn't much better. Gunfire, the dull, wet sounds of moaning and screaming coming from the infected. But staying put was suicide. He herded them forward, pushing, pulling, dragging them if he had to. He could barely think beyond the pounding in his skull. This wasn't a retreat. This was survival. Barely. A fresh wave of infected slammed into the rear guard, the impact like a battering ram. Kenneth let out a strained grunt as one nearly broke through, its fingers brushing against his chest before he slammed the butt of his rifle into its face and fired point blank.
Shit! They're fucking relentless!
Blevins panted, her rifle glowing hot from the continuous fire. The pile of bodies shuddered and collapsed forward, a fresh mass of infected spilling through the breach. The team staggered back, tripping over corpses, boots slipping in pools of thick, coagulated blood. Jackson's heart hammered in his chest. They were going to be overrun. "Give me a sit rep, Chief," he yelled into his comms, sweat stinging his eyes. The response was delayed. The gunfire on the other end of the line was deafening. Then Perry's voice strained.
"Wait one."
Jackson's jaw tightened. That wasn't good. He glanced back. Kenneth and Blevins were falling back, covering Salamore as she dragged an injured survivor toward them. The infected weren't slowing. If anything, they were getting faster, more frenzied. The scent of blood drove them wild, their shrieks a cacophony of madness and hunger. A survivor tripped, hitting the ground hard. Jackson lunged, grabbing them by the collar and hauling them up. "Move, damn it!" He shoved them forward, barely keeping his footing as another violent tremor shook the station. The walls groaned. Overhead lights flickered. Something was very, very wrong. Then a noise. A deep, resonant sound, like metal twisting under immense pressure. It rolled through the station like a distant growl. "The fuck was that?" Kenneth asked, his voice barely audible over the gunfire. "I don't know," Jackson said, his gut nodding with unease. But whatever it wasn't good. Another impact. The deck shuddered violently beneath them, the vibrations rattling up through Jackson's boots, settling deep in his bones. The air went still, stretched thin by the weight of anticipation. Too long, too quiet. His pulse pounded in his ears. Then, at last, Perry's voice sliced through the silence.
"Top!"
A pause, a breath.
"We're fucked."
Jackson's blood turned ice cold. "What the hell's going on up there?"
"More infected. A lot more.
Perry bit out.
Can't hold this much longer."
Jackson looked ahead to where the lead element was fighting to push forward. He turned back to where the rear was barely holding. They were trapped. No way back. No way forward. A scream cut through the noise, shrill and raw. One of the survivors was dragged down, their terrified wails choking into wet gurgles as the infected tore into them. Blood spattered against the walls. Jackson barely registered it before another gunshot rang out. Kenneth had put them out of their misery. "Keep moving," Jackson yelled, the fire in his gut turning into full-blown desperation. "Perry, we're pushing to you. We don't have a fucking choice."
Copy.
She panted.
We'll try to clear a path.
Try. That word settled into Jackson's chest like a stone. They weren't getting out of this clean. Maybe they weren't getting out at all. Chapter 49. Kyler Station Hallway. Assault Team. Perry gritted her teeth. The situation was spiraling, and she knew it. Jackson was barking in her ear demanding an update, but she had nothing to give him.
Wait one.
She had said to him, more out of frustration than anything else. She knew he understood, knew he trusted her to handle the situation. But right now there was no clear path forward, only the relentless tide of the infected pressing in from every angle. The frag grenade had bought them a few feet of ground, but it wasn't enough. They had hit another wall. Another unrelenting mass of bodies that threw themselves at the team without hesitation, without fear. They didn't care about their well-being. They didn't flinch, didn't slow down. They just kept coming. It was endless, a nightmare with no waking up.
Strom, toss another frag.
Perry yelled over the deafening gunfire. "Check," Strom said. He yanked a grenade from his chest, removed the cover, pressed the igniter button, and lobbed it into the thickest part of the swarm. But something went wrong. An infected, its arms flailing wildly, smacked the grenade out of the air just before it landed. It detonated mid-air, much closer than intended. The explosion rocked the hallway. The team was thrown backwards. Perry hit the floor hard, the air knocked from her lungs as debris rained down around her. Her ears rang, the world tilting in a haze of smoke and blood. She blinked, trying to focus. Her rifle gone. The strap had been sheared clean off by shrapnel. She frantically scanned the floor, but it was nowhere in sight. Strom was nearby, struggling to his feet. He looked dazed, his movements sluggish. Phillips, somehow already up, was firing into the writhing pile of infected, putting down anything that twitched. Perry turned, scanning for Harper. Her HUD flickered. His signals showed up beneath a mound of bodies. Shit. She pushed forward, tearing at the corpses, shoving the still-moving ones aside as she emptied her sidearm into them. Blood sprayed across her visor. Beneath it all, Harper fought, his hands locked around the throat of a half-bodied infected that was still trying to tear into him despite having no legs. The thing snarled and thrashed, its jaws snapping inches from his visor. Perry didn't hesitate. She put 2 rounds through its skull. The body jerked and then went limp. She grabbed Harper's vest and yanked him to his feet.
You good?
She yelled. He staggered but nodded. "I'm good." The fight wasn't stopping. The infected just kept coming. Perry turned back to the team and saw that the gap they had blown open was already closing as more infected poured in. They had gained ground, but they were losing it just as fast. "Chief, I don't know how many more of those we can use," Phillips yelled out, his voice tight with worry. "Much more of that, or we're going to compromise the whole fucking hallway." Perry glanced at the walls. Jagged cracks ran along the bulkheads, the metal warping from the repeated explosions. The station wasn't built for this. One more detonation in the wrong spot, and they wouldn't have to worry about the infected anymore. They'd be sucked into the void. Perry clenched her jaw. They had to get through. They had to find another way. And then Jackson was there. A hand clamped on her shoulder, and she could see him slipping into the space between her and Harper. His rifle was already raised, barking out precise shots. "What the fuck is taking so long?" he yelled, half laughing, half serious.
You guys having a picnic up there? Perry shook her head from side to side. Jackson and Kenneth had a way of keeping the team grounded, even in the worst situations. That dark gallows humor that never seemed to waver, no matter how deep in the shit they were. Where's your fucking rifle, Chief? Jackson said, glancing at her empty hands. No wonder you haven't punched through. You're using the wrong tools for the job.
Yeah, that's the problem, Top,
she said dryly. Jackson didn't miss a beat. QRF, where the fuck are you? He yelled into his comms. Give me a ping. A green blip appeared on his HUD just past the wave of infected. They were close, just the other side of this goddamn mess. Do you guys plan on helping us out here? Are you just enjoying the show? Jackson asked. An explosion roared from ahead. Then the sound of fresh gunfire. The QRF had arrived. QRF, be advised. Frag grenades are starting to compromise the structure of the station, Strom said.
Roger that,
came Yoski's voice. Kenneth's voice cut in next. Is that you, Yoski?
Roger.
Where the fuck have you been, man? You're missing all the fun, Kenneth said.
I wouldn't say I was missing it,
Yoski said.
I had some R&R lined up, but, use it or lose it kind of shit.
You fucker, Kenneth yelled, his voice raw with exhaustion. A breath he hadn't realized he had been holding finally escaped, tension unraveling from his shoulders. For the first time in what felt like hours, the crushing weight in his chest eased, just a little. Something settled deep in Perry's chest, a shift so subtle yet profound it nearly stole her breath. For the first time since this nightmare began, the crushing weight of uncertainty loosened its grip. They weren't just surviving on the edge of oblivion anymore. They had a footing. Her people were here. They were together, and together they had a chance. Keep moving forward, Jackson yelled. We push, now. The team surged forward, the gunfire from the QRF thinning the ranks of the infected just enough to carve a path. It wasn't clean, it wasn't perfect, but it was a way out. And right now, that was all they needed. Chapter 50. Kyler's Station Hallway, Assault Team. About damn time those lazy bastards joined the fight. Jackson's grip tightened on his rifle as the sound of the QRF's gunfire finally reached them. If they were lucky, maybe, just maybe, they'd survive this nightmare. Push, he yelled into his comms, his voice barely audible over the deafening roar of gunfire. Before we have to rescue the QRF.
I heard that, Top.
Decker's voice crackled in response, breathless but amused. Then don't make it a lie, Jackson shot back, allowing himself a grim smile. The truth was, he was grateful for the QRF. They needed the extra firepower. Under normal circumstances, a flanking maneuver like this would have been a game changer, creating enough confusion to give his team the chance to break through. But these weren't normal circumstances. These things weren't normal enemies. They didn't flinch, didn't waver. They just kept coming. An unstoppable force of mindless hunger fixated on tearing them apart. Jackson's HUD flickered, updating the QRF's position. Not fast enough.
There are a lot of these fuckers in the hall,
Yoski yelled over the comms. You should see how many are at my location, Kenneth shot back. Even in the chaos, these two found time to compete. Jackson shook his head. It was ridiculous, but oddly comforting. When operators started bitching at each other mid-fight, it meant they were still in control. It was when they went quiet that things got bad. Still, despite their best efforts, they weren't making much progress. The infected weren't thinning out fast enough, and they had no room to maneuver. Jackson wanted to use another frag grenade, but the station was already barely holding together. One more explosion, and they might be dealing with a hull breach instead of just the infected. Top, we need to move. Kenneth's voice cut through the chaos, the urgency unmistakable. Jackson's jaw tightened.
Roger. Fuck. This was the same useless response Perry had given him earlier, and just like her, he had nothing to offer. They were trapped, hemmed in from every direction, and he had no brilliant solution to fix it. Gunfire erupted behind him.
Top, the rear line is collapsing,
Kenneth yelled, his voice laced with panic. Jackson heard him screaming at the others to hold the line, to fight like their lives depended on it, because they did. Jackson turned. Perry and the rest were still trying to push forward, but they were getting nowhere.
Keep pushing,
he yelled, stepping back.
I gotta shore up the rear.
He barely made it past the terrified cluster of survivors huddled behind them, frozen in fear.
Move,
he yelled, shoving them aside as they rushed toward the crumbling rear line. Just in time. An infected woman, her body twisted and torn, was barreling toward Salamore. Jackson didn't hesitate. He raised his rifle and put a round through her skull. Blood sprayed across Kenneth's armor as she crumpled at his feet.
That's fucking disgusting,
Kenneth yelled, shaking his head like a dog flinging off water.
Stop bitching and hold the goddamn line,
Jackson yelled, his rifle barking as he put another infected down. Kenneth wiped the blood off his visor and refocused.
They're right on top of us, Top. We need space. This is all we have.
Jackson shot back.
Make it work.
Desperation clawed at his gut, tightening with every passing second. They were running out of time. The QRF had to break through, now, or they weren't getting out of this. Gunfire raked the walls around them, each burst carving their odds thinner. Jackson's pulse slammed against his ribs. But it wasn't just the chaos or the stakes pressing down on him. He'd fought through hell before, bled and clawed his way out of worse. But this fight, this one felt different. This one felt final. The roller coaster of combat was throwing them into another free fall. One moment they had control. The next, they were barely hanging on. He fired into the wave of infected, his shots methodical, precise. But no matter how many fell, more surged forward, their bodies creating a grotesque barricade of twitching limbs and shattered skulls.
QRF, give me a status,
Jackson yelled, his voice sharp with frustration.
We're almost there, Top,
Yoski said.
30 meters.
Pick up the pace,
Jackson yelled.
Wait one.
Yoski shot back. Jackson clenched his teeth.
Here we go again,
he said under his breath. Something had to change, and fast. Chapter 51. Kyler Station Hallway, QRF.
Wait one.
Yoski's voice came through the comms, tense but controlled. Decker clenched his jaw. They were pushing as fast as they could, but he wasn't sure it would be fast enough. Jackson's frustration was bleeding through his transmissions, and Decker shared the feeling. Every second counted, and every delay pushed the assault team closer to the brink. He glanced at Yoski. The young operator was relentless, pouring every ounce of strength into the advance, leading the charge with controlled, precise aggression. The whole QRF unit, Letter, Pike, Franks, himself, and Yoski, was pushing forward, but was it fast enough? Decker wasn't sure anymore. Less than 30 meters. That's all that separated them from the others, but in this hellish corridor, 30 meters might have well have been 30 miles. Fuck it. Decker yanked a frag grenade from his assault vest, flipped the ignition cover, depressed the button, and hurled it over the heads of the infected swarm. The explosion rocked the station, sending debris and torn bodies flying. The concussive force knocked some of the infected off balance, disorienting them just enough to buy the team a few crucial meters. Yoski and Franks surged forward through the smoke, cutting down anything still moving. Letter and Pike followed, finishing off any infected left writhing on the ground. The hallway was a war zone, twisted and broken beyond repair. The blast had helped, but Decker knew they were playing Russian roulette with the station's structural integrity. One wrong move, one breach in the hull, and it wouldn't matter how many of them survived the fight. They'd all be sucked into the void. But there was no other choice. The display on his HUD flickered. 50 meters. The explosion had done more than clear bodies. It had thrown the infected into disarray. For the first time in this brutal engagement, Decker saw hesitation. The swarm was confused, split between their unrelenting focus on the assault team and the sudden new threat in their rear.
Push forward!
Yoski yelled into the comms, pressing the advantage. The team moved in a violent surge, bullets tearing into the stunned infected, cutting them down in rapid succession. It was working. They were breaking through. Then it all went to shit. Franks slipped in the blood-slicked corridor, his boot skidding in the gore left behind by the explosion. Before he could react, he was down, hitting the ground hard. It only took a second for the infected to pile onto him. The screams that followed made Decker's blood run cold.
Franks is down!
Yoski yelled. Decker and Yoski moved instantly, firing into the mass of bodies clawing at their teammate, but it wasn't enough. Frank's armor held for a few precious moments before the creatures found the weak points, sinking their teeth into exposed flesh, ripping and tearing.
Help me!
Pike yelled, trying to pull the infected off Franks, her voice raw with desperation.
Hold the line!
Yoski yelled, forcing himself to keep his rifle up, to keep firing. Letter saw the line begin to falter and made a decision. He turned back to the fight, ignoring Frank's pleas, ignoring Pike's frantic efforts. If they all went down trying to save him, none of them would make it. Pike finally reached Frank's, but what she saw made her stomach drop. His suit was shredded in the area between the armor plates, his body a ruin of torn flesh and gaping wounds. His chest barely rose and fell, and his face was embedded with high-impact glass from his visor, which had been shattered, cutting deep into his face. Blood gurgled from his lips as he tried to speak, but no sound came. Pike dropped to her knees beside him, her hands trembling.
It's going to be all right,
she said, gripping his shoulder.
I've got you.
Franks slowly shook his head. He knew. He raised one bloodied hand, pointing toward the others, silently telling her to get back in the fight. His pupils widened, his body shuddered. His vitals flatlined on her HUD. Pike's breath caught in her throat.
Pike, we need you,
Decker yelled, his voice snapping her back into the moment. Without a word, she rose to her feet, wiping Frank's blood off her gloves, and returned to the line. This was no time to mourn, no time to grieve. They had 12 meters left. Chapter 52, Kyler's Station Hallway, QRF. Yoski steadied his breathing as he stepped into the cleared space left by the blast. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh and blood, the floor slick with the remains of the infected that had been caught in the explosion. He barely had time to register the carnage before he heard the crack of Letter's sidearm behind him, finishing off the writhing bodies that refused to stay down. Then Strom's voice cut through the comms, sharp and concerned.
We keep using explosives like that, we're gonna breach the hull.
Damn it. Yoski clenched his jaw. Blasting their way to the assault team had been working. It was fast, efficient, and wiped out clusters of the infected in seconds. But if they tore a hole in the station, it wouldn't matter how many of them survived the fight. They'd all be corpses floating in the void.
Hit 'em hard!
Yoski yelled over comms. No more grenades, just bullets and grit. The QRF team unleashed hell, but their accuracy left something to be desired. Many of them were used to controlled engagements, firing at stationary targets, not frenzied, fast-moving horrors didn't care if they took a round to the gut. It slowed their advance, but they were still pushing forward, still cutting down anything in their way. Yoski forced himself to focus. Operators thrived on discipline, on knowing when to trust their instincts and when to rely on the team. This wasn't a moment for ego or lone wolf heroics. He had to trust that the others could hold their own, that they could move together as a unit. That's what made the teams lethal. Every person knowing their role and executing it to perfection. He didn't know the QRF team well, but he could see who had the chops. Decker was holding his own, moving with purpose, but Yoski couldn't help but smirk. Officers playing soldier, trying to keep up with the real killers. Still, they weren't dead weight, and right now that was good enough. Even Franks had some chops. He had died with honor.
20 meters out!
Pike yelled over comms, her voice laced with urgency. It was her job to track their progress, to keep them moving.
Keep it up,
Decker yelled.
We're closing in.
It was working. The infected were getting confused. They were primal, single-minded predators, their instincts driving them to overwhelm their prey. But now they had two threats. The original team ahead of them, and the QRF tearing into their rear. The infected hesitated, some still trying to force their way forward, others turning back to face the new threat. The hesitation cost them.
Drop 'em fast!
Yoski yelled.
While they're figuring it out!
Gunfire filled the air. The QRF's bullets tore through their heads, dropping the infected in droves. The ones in the back were still trying to push forward, unaware that their numbers were thinning with each second. Yoski moved like a machine, rifle snapping from target to target, each burst of fire precise, efficient. The others followed his lead, the hesitation in their shots fading as they found their rhythm. They were 15 meters out when the tide shifted again. A fresh wave of infected burst into the hallway from an adjacent corridor, howling and shrieking. They weren't the slow-moving horde. They were faster, stronger, runners. And they had just cut off their advance.
Shit, we got runners!
Pike yelled out, her voice laced with fear. Yoski didn't need to be told twice. He saw them, thin, gaunt bodies, their limbs unnaturally long, moving like they were barely tethered to gravity. Their eyes burned with something different than the rest, something worse, hunger. They came at full speed, closing the distance in seconds.
Fall back, form up,
Decker yelled. The QRF team scrambled, pulling into a tight formation and shifting their fire to meet the new threat. The first runner leaped forward, its claws outstretched, mouth unhinged in a wailing scream. Yoski fired, but it barely staggered. It was on him in a blink, its weight slamming into him like a wrecking ball. He hit the ground hard, his rifle skidding across the floor. Yoski barely got an arm up, shoving against its chest as its teeth gnashed inches from his visor. A shot rang out. The runner's head jerked back, a mist of blood spraying across Yoski's visor. It slumped, dead weight, pinning him to the floor. Decker yanked him up.
Get back in the fight!
No time to breathe. The others were still coming. Decker fired a burst into a runner's knees, dropping it to the ground before putting a round through its skull. Pike went down, one of them tackling her to the floor. Letter pulled her free.
Move! We're almost through!
Yoski yelled, shoving forward. The QRF redoubled their efforts, firing everything they had. The runners were faster, but they weren't invincible. Headshots worked, and they started landing more of them. The tide turned again, this time in their favor. The last of the runners dropped, twitching to the floor, its skull cracked open like a melon. Silence for half a second. Then Pike exhaled sharply.
10 meters!
She yelled. They could see the assault team now. Perry, Jackson, Kenneth. They were still fighting, still holding their ground. The infected were thick around them, but the moment the QRF pressed forward, their backs were no longer against the wall. Jackson saw them first.
About damn time,
he yelled over the gunfire. Chapter 53. Kyler Station Hallway. Assault Team, forward lead element. Perry forced herself forward, lungs burning, every muscle in her body protesting with each step. The ground beneath her felt like quicksand, every inch a struggle, every movement a battle she refused to lose. Harper, Phillips, and Strom flanked her, their weapons barking in sync, covering her advance with unwavering precision. But the infected kept coming, unstoppable, unyielding. A relentless tide crashing against them, clawing, shrieking, refusing to be pushed back. Another explosion shook the corridor. This one was close, too close. Perry gritted her teeth as the tremor rippled through the station, rattling loose panels and sending debris cascading from the ceiling. The QRF was closing in fast, their advance marked by the increasing intensity of the detonations.
They're getting closer,
Strom yelled out between shots. Perry heard the desperation behind his words, but there was no time to dwell on it. Behind her, the rear element was still locked in their desperate struggle, trying to hold the line. The cries of the wounded mixed with the deafening crack of gunfire, a symphony of chaos pressing in from all sides.
QRF, 10 meters out,
Harper yelled, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. 10 meters.
Keep pushing.
Perry yelled into her comms.
We have to break this line.
She had lost her rifle earlier, and it was long gone now, trampled beneath the madness. Her sidearm was a poor substitute, lacking the stopping power she needed, but she made it work. In one hand, her pistol barked death with every squeeze of the trigger. In the other, her K-bar carved through flesh and bone in brutal, efficient strokes. This wasn't a firefight anymore. It was a close-quarters bloodbath. Harper, Phillips, and Strom moved in perfect sync, covering each other as Perry cut through the horde with sheer ferocity. Her movements were instinctual, a whirlwind of gunfire and steel, bobbing, weaving, stabbing, and shooting. The infected fell around her in rapid succession, their bodies piling up like discarded puppets. Every step forward was a victory, every kill a breath closer to salvation. The sound of gunfire from the QRF was almost deafening now. They were right on top of them, bullets tearing through the infected at an alarming rate. Perry could feel the shift in momentum. They were winning. Holy fuck, she thought. We might make it. Then something slammed into her hard. She hit the ground with a bone-jarring force, her HUD flashing red as multiple impacts registered across her armor. Her breath caught in her throat. Did I just get shot? Her hands scrambled against the floor as she tried to push herself upright, her vision swimming. Her armor had held, barely. Multiple fractures, but no penetration. She'd taken hits before. This wasn't new, but that didn't make it any less terrifying.
QRF, ceasefire,
Phillips yelled.
Blue on blue, you are danger close to our pause, ceasefire.
Perry blinked, disoriented, as Harper and Phillips grabbed her arms and hauled her to her feet. Her head snapped up just in time to see Yoski and Decker clearing the last of the infected between them. The two teams had finally linked up.
It's good to see you guys.
Perry exhaled, her voice rough. Likewise, Decker said, his tone flat but firm. Let's get the fuck out of here. Perry turned to Yoski, narrowing her eyes.
Did you fucking shoot me?
Yoski tilted his head, his expression hidden behind his helmet's face shield, but the smirk was evident in his voice. You think my aim is that shitty? He nodded toward the officers. If it were me, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me. No way I'd aim for your body armor. Perry let out a breath, shaking her head. They had survived, barely, but they weren't out yet, and the station still had plenty of hell to throw at them. Chapter 54. Kyler Station Hallway, Rear Element.
Lead element has made contact with QRF.
Jackson heard over his comms, the voice cutting through the chaos with a sharp edge of urgency. Thank God, he thought, his grip tightening on his rifle. Roger, is the path clear?
Affirmative,
came the response. Let's move. Jackson yelled into his comms before spinning around to face the group of survivors. Their wide, fear-stricken eyes reflected the flickering emergency lights, their bodies pressed together in a desperate attempt to stay safe. Move, now, he yelled, voice cutting through the tension like a blade. The momentary hesitation broke. Feet shuffled, bodies surged forward, and the narrow hallway became a funnel of frantic movement. Perry, get this train moving. We're a little busy back here. Jackson yelled into his comms, his voice laced with urgency.
Roger that, Top.
Perry said. The crowd pressed forward. There was a slow start and almost a stutter to the movement, uncertainty and fear slowing their pace. Then, as the realization sank in that the path ahead was clear, momentum took over. People scrambled forward, driven by the primal instinct to escape the horror clawing at their heels. Behind them, the desperate struggle of the rear guard continued. The assault team held their ground, but barely. The enemy was relentless, a mass of bodies pressing in, trying to overwhelm them. The air was thick with the smell of blood and burning ozone from discharged energy weapons. The floor was slick with the remains of the fallen, both enemy and ally alike. Jackson stayed near the rear, his rifle raised, his eyes sweeping over the ever-shifting chaos. Every few seconds, he turned to ensure the survivors kept moving. There was no room for hesitation, no room for second-guessing, just survival. Hold the line, Jackson yelled to his team, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of gunfire, screams, and the guttural growls of the enemy. Keep moving, stay on your feet, he yelled. The hallway was a nightmare, the walls splattered with blood, the floor a tangle of limbs and debris. The assault team was being forced back, step by step, each retreat measured and precise, but the line was thinning. They were running out of time.
Jackson, we got movement ahead.
Perry's voice crackled through his earpiece. Friendly?
Affirmative. We're linking up with the QRF now.
Relief flooded Jackson, but it was short-lived. A guttural roar erupted from the enemy's ranks, followed by a fresh surge of bodies. They came harder this time, faster, fueled by whatever dark force drove them. Jackson fired into the mass, his rifle kicking against his shoulder as energy rounds tore through flesh and bone. The enemy fell, but more took their place instantly. Move, move, damn you! Jackson yelled, his team already responding before the words finished leaving his mouth. They moved with precision, covering one another as they retreated, but the enemy was closing the gap. Jackson could feel the weight of exhaustion settling in, his muscles screaming from the effort of holding the line. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Perry, tell me you've got something good, Jackson said.
We're almost there. You need to buy us another minute.
A lifetime in combat. Jackson clenched his jaw. Copy that. He turned to his team. Hold them here. We just need 60 more seconds. Another surge hit, this one more violent than the last. Jackson dropped to one knee, bracing his weapon against his shoulder as he fired into the oncoming horde. We have to hold this line. The singular thought in Jackson's mind. Things were getting ugly and fast. Kenneth and Salamore were standing right beside him, holding the overwhelming tide back. Jackson had no time to react before another enemy lunged at him. Luckily, Kenneth, once again interceding, brought the attacker down before he could reach Jackson. There was no time for thanks, because on that attacker's heels came another with incredible speed, slicing through the line. Instinct took over. He twisted, driving the butt of his rifle into the creature's face before firing point blank. The shot tore through its skull, sending it sprawling. More came. Too many. Jackson fell back, his back slamming against the cold metal wall. His breath came in ragged gasps, his arms burning from exertion.
Top, we're in position. Move.
Perry's voice rang in his ear. Jackson didn't hesitate. Go, fall back. The team moved in unison, their retreat now a full sprint. The survivors had already made it through, and as Jackson and his men rushed forward, he saw the QRF waiting ahead, weapons ready.
Get clear,
someone yelled. Chapter 55. Kyler Station Hallway, Lead Element. Decker surveyed the situation quickly, then made his decision. Letter, Pike, fall back to the rear element and help hold the line, he yelled, his voice sharp over the chaos. The two of them gave quick nods before peeling away, weapons at the ready as they disappeared into the smoke-choked corridor behind them. When Yoski reached Frank's body, he barely hesitated. His rifle dangled from its sling as he crouched beside him, reaching for his vest straps.
Yoski, don't.
Perry's voice was tense, sharp with warning. Yoski didn't look up, not leaving him.
He might turn.
Perry stepped closer.
You've seen what happens.
He hasn't turned. Yoski's jaw tightened. He's dead.
You don't know that.
Perry said.
It could be minutes, hell, seconds. You want to be carrying dead weight when he wakes up and attacks you?
Yoski swallowed hard. He knew Perry was right. Knew that even now, Frank's might be changing. It had happened before. But the weight of the code was heavier than the risk. We don't leave our own, Yoski said, gripping Frank's vest tighter.
That code won't mean shit if he rips your throat out,
Perry said. Yoski exhaled, his hands steady despite the fear gnawing at his gut. Then I'll deal with it when it happens. Perry stared at him, disbelief etched across her face.
This is suicide.
Maybe, Yoski said, hefting Frank's onto his shoulders in a fireman's carry. But it's the only call I can live with. Perry cursed under her breath, but didn't argue. The gunfire was getting closer.
Then move your ass,
she said, turning back toward the group. Yoski adjusted his grip. The dead weight pressed against his shoulders. He wasn't sure if he was carrying a fallen brother or a ticking time bomb. Either way, he wasn't leaving Frank's behind. Gunfire echoed behind them, a relentless reminder that the enemy were still pressing in. The survivors and the remaining assault team pushed forward, every step carrying them closer to their only chance at escape. As far as Decker could see, the hallway ahead was clear. No enemies, no movement, just a dimly lit tunnel leading to the airlock. Decker turned to Perry. Lead us out of here, Chief. Perry gave a sharp nod.
Check.
She looked at Yoski, then signaled to Strom, Harper, and Phillips. Without a word, the four soldiers picked up the pace, breaking into a jog to get ahead of the main group, their weapons scanning every inch of the corridor for threats.
For the first time since the mission had gone sideways, things felt manageable. The infected were still close, still pressing them, but if they could keep moving in a steady pace toward the airlock, they had a shot at making it out alive. They just had to keep moving. Decker tapped his comms.
Freebird, this is Decker. We are en route to evac. We need you sealed and prepped with Atmo. No doors open until we secure the airlock.
Roger that, Captain.
Came the steady response from CWO Mac.
We'll keep the light on for you.
The hallway stretched ahead, an eerie tunnel of flickering lights and scattered debris. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh and gunpowder, and as Decker moved, he took in the sheer carnage left in their wake. The bodies of infected and fallen soldiers littered the floor, their remains twisted and broken. Scorch marks from explosions marred the walls, deep gouges in the metal telling the story of every desperate battle fought in these corridors. This wasn't a hallway anymore. It was a graveyard. The survivors were moving as fast as they could, but fear and exhaustion weighed on them. Some limped, others clung to one another for support. A woman carrying a small child clutched him tightly, eyes darting to every shadow, as if expecting another horror to lunge from the darkness. An older man, his face streaked with soot, stumbled and nearly fell before a soldier grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. Perry's voice crackled over the comms.
Clear ahead. No hostiles.
Decker exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding.
Good. Keep moving. We're almost there.
Behind them, the gunfire grew more sporadic, but the screams and guttural growls of the infected still filled the station. Decker didn't have to look back to know the rear element was buying them time, and the cost could be their lives. A sudden impact rattled the walls.
Shit, we got movement in the vents!
Harper yelled, raising his rifle toward the ceiling. Decker's stomach clenched. He looked up, scanning the exposed ventilation grates running along the top of the hallway. The metal groaned, and then, with a shriek of tearing steel, a single figure fell through the vent, landing in a heap on the cold floor. The figure groaned and twitched, pushing itself up slowly. It was human, at least it had been. The tattered remains of a maintenance uniform still clung to its emaciated frame, the name tag barely legible. J. Morales.
Damn it,
Strom said. The infected man lifted his head, his pale, milky eyes looking onto them. His mouth, once human, now twisted with hunger, stretched open as he let out a deep, guttural moan.
Take it down,
Decker yelled, his voice steady. Harper fired first, a single controlled burst. The round struck the infected maintenance worker in the chest, staggering him. He let out a strained gasp, but still he kept moving, crawling toward them with unnatural determination. Phillips stepped forward, adjusting his aim. One final shot to the head, and Morales collapsed, unmoving. Silence followed, save for the distant echoes of the infected behind them. Decker exhaled, lowering his weapon.
We don't have time for this. Move!
The team pressed forward, but the delay had cost them, the sounds of the battle behind them getting much closer. They were close to the airlock, but the station wasn't done with them yet. Chapter 56. Kyler Station Hallway, Rear Element.
I think we might make it,
Kenneth yelled, his voice carrying a mix of excitement and relief.
Shut the fuck up, Kenneth,
Jackson said without missing a beat.
Stay focused and keep them back.
Yeah, man, why would you jinx us like that?
Salamore said as she reloaded, her hands moving on instinct. Kenneth grinned, undeterred.
We're going to make it,
he said again, nodding to himself as if sheer belief could will it into existence.
You can say that shit when we're off this damn station,
Blevins said.
Don't screw us over now, man.
Despite the constant gunfire, they had gained real ground. Only minutes ago, their retreat was a desperate struggle. Mere inches kept them from being overrun. Now those inches had turned into meters, and the gap between them and the infected continued to grow. The shift was subtle at first, like a knot slowly loosening in the air around them. The weight of pure survival eased just enough for banter to slip through the cracks. A muttered joke, a dry remark, even a scoff that almost sounded like a laugh. Jackson didn't care what they said, only that they kept their pace steady, their weapons ready, and the infected far behind. Even with their forward momentum, a gnawing concern sat in Jackson's gut. He knew their biggest challenge still lay ahead. He had overheard Decker coordinating with Freebird, but Jackson knew getting everyone off this station would be a logistical nightmare. The airlock wasn't large enough to accommodate everyone at once. They'd have to cycle people through in waves, leaving fewer defenders on the line with every successful evac. That meant the last ones out would face the full force of whatever horrors the infected still had in store. For now, they were holding well enough. The team's coordinated fire was disciplined and precise, covering their slow, methodical retreat. No one was breaking rank or panicking. They reloaded in practiced rotations, calling out when they were dry and covering one another seamlessly. It was controlled, not perfect, but it was as close as they could get in a situation like this. But their biggest problem loomed: ammo. They had been fighting for what felt like an eternity. "Sound off on ammo," Jackson yelled, his voice cutting through the steady rhythm of gunfire. "Running low," Kenneth yelled back.
"Same here,"
Blevins and Salamore said in near unison. Jackson turned toward Letter and Pike. "Redistribute what you got to these guys."
"Roger,"
Letter and Pike said in unison. Without hesitation, they began pulling magazines from their chest rigs, tossing them to those running dry. Balancing ammo was crucial. There was no sense in someone dying with full mags on them while their teammates' weapons ran empty. "Chief, check and redistribute among your team," Jackson said into his comms, reaching out to Perry.
Roger that, Top.
Perry said.
We're all running low here.
"Figured as much," Jackson said. He switched channels. "Captain, strip Franks for any remaining ammo and send it forward to the lead element."
"Roger that,"
Decker said.
"I'll carry it forward."
Seconds later, Perry's voice crackled back through the comms.
We've reached the airlock. Freebird is attached and the area is secured.
Jackson exhaled, barely allowing himself a second of relief. "Good. Start moving the survivors through immediately."
Already on it,
Perry said. Even with the airlock secure, their situation was growing more precarious by the second. The three elements of their group were stretching farther apart. Perry's team was securing the exit, Decker and Yoski were guiding the survivors, and Jackson's rear element was keeping the infected at bay. The increasing distance between them and the lead group was both a blessing and a curse. The more space they created, the safer the survivors became, but it also meant the infected were funneling tighter, putting even more pressure on Jackson's team. "I want those survivors gone before we even get there," Jackson said.
Copy that, Top.
Perry said. The infected were finally beginning to slow, at least those in the immediate vicinity. Their numbers were thinning, and Jackson could see the strain in their movements. Whether it was exhaustion or simply that they had lost too many to keep charging blindly forward, it was hard to tell. Either way, Jackson would take any advantage he could get. Letter and Pike had stopped firing altogether. The infected were now beyond their effective range. Kenneth, however, remained vigilant, picking off any stragglers who broke away from the larger pack and got too close. Every extra second they bought now would make their final stand at the airlock more manageable. Jackson adjusted his grip on his rifle. "Let's keep pushing. I want as much distance as possible before we get locked into a last stand." He hesitated for a fraction of a second before adding, "Not that I want a last stand if we can avoid it." Kenneth chuckled. "Now who's jinxing us?" Jackson didn't answer, just pressed forward, every step bringing them closer to what might be their last fight. Chapter 57. Kyler Station Airlock, Lead Element. The survivors stumbled into the airlock, their faces pale, breaths ragged with exhaustion and fear. Perry didn't slow. She ushered them forward, counting heads, eyes darting between them and the corridor beyond. The cramped chamber could only take 8 at a time, forcing the rest to linger. Shifting anxiously as the system cycled, metal groaned around them as Freebird clung to the hull, their only escape, their last fragile tether to survival. The seconds stretched unbearably, each one a crack in their thin margin of safety, each hiss of pressurization a heartbeat too long. At least it's a smaller group now, Perry thought, but the realization twisted in her gut. Fewer survivors meant too many had been lost. More than half of them had never made it this far, their bodies abandoned in the hellish corridors of Kyler's station. The remaining few were haggard, barely holding themselves together as they stepped into the airlock, their ragged breaths visible in the dim emergency lighting. Strom sealed the inside airlock door, cutting them off from the station behind them. Perry watched through the window as the survivors fidgeted, pinching their noses and blowing to adjust to the pressure shift. They had lost everything: their homes, their friends, their lives as they knew them. And yet Perry couldn't bring herself to feel like she was one of them. This was just another op, another extraction. That's what she told herself. But the weight of it pressed down on her. This wasn't just another mission. They had lost more people here than in any op before. Good people. People she considered family. She turned to Yoski, who had just finished setting down Frank's body, his hands resting briefly on the man's chest before stepping back. It had been a bit now, and Frank's still appeared dead instead of some reanimated infected person trying to attack them. Maybe Yoski's refusal to leave him behind was the right call.
Top, the survivors are loading up into Freebird now,
she said over comms. In the corner of her vision, she spotted movement. Jackson and the rear element pushing forward, still holding the line.
"Roger that,"
Jackson said.
"Do you guys have Franks?"
Roger.
She said over comms.
He's dead. Like, dead.
"Roger,"
came Jackson's response.
"You guys leave Franks. We'll bag him up and load him with the next group."
Perry hesitated, but orders were orders. The whole thing was so confusing. It felt wrong leaving Franks behind, even for just a few minutes. She exhaled and nodded.
Roger that.
With the survivors packed inside Freebird's carrier bay, the outer airlock door was sealed shut. Another pause, another pressurization cycle. Perry turned to Strom, Decker, Yoski, Harper, and Phillips. Their fight was over. Now they had to get out. As the outside door finally hissed open, Perry instinctively glanced back through the small window into the station. One last look at the station that had taken so much from them. Her breath caught in her throat. Frank's was moving. Her heart hammered against her ribs. No, not just moving, running. His body jerked unnaturally, limbs flailing as he sprinted down the corridor toward Jackson's team. His head lolled to the side, mouth agape in a silent scream. His uniform was still soaked in his blood. The gaping wound in his torso dripped black ichor. And yet, he didn't slow. He didn't stop.
Oh, fuck.
Perry said, fingers tightening against the window frame. Chapter 58. Kyler Station Hallway, Rear Element.
Letter. Pike. Push ahead and bag Franks for evac.
Check.
They said in unison, peeling away from the rear line and moving toward the airlock.
Go ahead and get off this station while you're at it. Take Franks with you,
Jackson said over comms, watching as they moved down the corridor. Then they stopped.
Top. Franks is coming to us.
Letter's voice crackled through the comms, thick with disbelief. Jackson's gut twisted, a cold weight sinking deep inside him. His breath hitched as his eyes locked onto the figure ahead. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. His pulse pounded in his ears, drowning out everything else. Then it hit him, sharp and brutal, like a freight train to his chest.
That ain't fucking Franks,
he yelled, his voice raw with alarm. Everything went to hell in an instant. Franks, or what was left of him, moved fast, too fast. 1 second he was staggering. The next, he was on Pike, slamming her into the deck with bone-crushing force. His movements weren't just violent and full of rage. They seemed calculated, efficient. He knew how to use his weight, his armor, his training. He wasn't some mindless hulk. He was something worse. Pike fought like hell, twisting beneath him, but Franks was still in full combat gear, and he struck with brutal force. His helmeted head jerked back and forth, trying to find an opening, but her armor held for now.
Shit!
Blevins lunged forward, grabbing the toe strap on the back of Frank's plate carrier and yanking hard. Franks barely budged. It was like trying to wrestle a wrecking machine. Jackson moved fast, raising his sidearm and firing 2 rounds, center mass. The shots hit clean. Franks didn't even flinch.
Goddamn armor,
Jackson snarled, already shifting his aim towards Frank's helmeted head.
Shit,
he said, as he tracked Frank's helmeted head bobbing and weaving while attacking Pike. No clean shot. Franks turned on Blevins in a blink, slamming into her hard enough to send her sprawling. He came down on top of her, one armored knee driving into her gut, fists hammering into her helmet with a sickening crack. Jackson wasn't sure if the noise was her helmet or Frank's bones in his hands.
Get him off me,
Blevins said, struggling to get the words out. Pike rolled to her feet, grabbing her rifle and fired point blank into Frank's side. The round staggered him, but he stayed upright, his armor taking the brunt of it like a goddamn tank. Jackson gritted his teeth.
Enough of this shit.
He surged forward, drawing his K-bar knife, and drove it up and under Frank's helmet seam, burying it deep into the soft tissue beneath the jaw. Franks jerked violently, fingers clawing, strength fading, but still fighting. Jackson growled, twisting the knife, and shoved hard. The body finally went limp. For a long second, no one moved, just heavy breathing, the sharp stench of sweat and blood thick in the air. Pike pushed herself up, her breath ragged.
What the actual fuck?
Jackson yanked the knife free and wiped it on Frank's vest.
Nothing is ever fucking easy.
Then, with a weary sigh, he looked at Blevins.
You good?
Blevins groaned.
Ask me in 5 minutes.
Then he looked over at Pike.
You good?
Yeah.
She exhaled, shaking her head.
Just caught me off guard.
Jackson turned back to Blevins.
Bag him.
Blevins hesitated.
Top, he's infected. You sure you want to...
He's dead.
Jackson cut her off.
We're not leaving anyone else behind today.
Check,
Blevins said, unzipping a body bag from her pack. Together they laid out the bag and stripped Franks of his gear. Rolling his limp body into it was a grim task, his weight awkward, his limbs stiffening. Meanwhile, Kenneth resumed firing down the hall, picking off runners breaking from the main horde, keeping them at bay.
"We don't have a lot of time here, Top,"
Kenneth said, his voice tight over comms.
"Roger that. Hold the line."
Once Franks was secured in the body bag, Blevins and Pike grabbed the handles and lifted the body bag. Jackson signaled the team forward.
"Let's move."
They moved quickly, covering each other's backs as they neared the airlock. The moment they reached it, they hauled Franks in, Blevins and Pike moving inside first, then Letter. Jackson and Kenneth stood guard, squeezing off the last of their rounds as the infected surged forward. Then, in a fluid motion, both men slipped inside, and the airlock door sealed behind them. The creatures crashed into the door just as it locked, their snarls muffled behind reinforced steel. Jackson exhaled heavily, stepping back as the airlock pressurized. They had made it. Barely. As the outer door opened, they rushed into Freebird, Jackson being the last to step off the station. He sealed the hatch behind him and felt the familiar pop of depressurization as Freebird disconnected from Kyler's station. Through the small viewport, he watched the station shrink into the distance, a battered, broken husk, the place where they had almost died. Buff pulled up alongside them, taking position on their wing. Jackson let out a slow breath, exhaustion finally settling in.
"Fuck,"
he said.
"That was insane."
Chapter 59, USSCN Tier Landing Bay. Upon returning to the tier, everyone had to undergo a strict decontamination protocol. For the survivors, this meant being separated from the rest of the crew while the medical staff monitored and treated their injuries in a quarantine space. Most of their wounds were superficial, bruises, cuts, scrapes, but the real damage was psychological. The ordeal they had endured left them hollow. They looked like robots as they followed the medic's instructions. They barely spoke, their eyes vacant, their minds still trapped in the nightmare they had just escaped. The assault team moved through decontamination like clockwork, each step ingrained through repetition. Steam billowed around them as they stepped into the decon showers, the chemical rinse hissing against their suits, stripping away the grime and gore of Kyler's station. They scrubbed methodically, fingers working over every strap and every seam as if they could wash away more than just the filth. Beyond the mist, the hum of scanners waited, cold and clinical, sweeping over them in search of contamination they couldn't see, but all of them still felt. Chief Medical Officer Williams led the effort, checking for anything unusual. When she finally cleared them, they were free to return to mission recovery duties, but none of them truly felt free. Recovery after a mission was a tedious, draining process. It started with an exhaustive debrief where every detail of the operation was scrutinized. Normally, this would include the full team and Franks, but with their combat officer gone, it was just the remaining team and Decker. Williams sat in on the discussion as well, given the nature of the infection and the need to establish future protocols for similar threats. Reliving the mission was its own kind of torture, forcing them to confront every failure, every lost team member, and every mistake. Once the debrief was done, they turned their attention to cleaning and prepping weapons and gear. There was always another mission, and everything had to be ready. Downrange, there was no luxury of time, no excuse for faulty equipment. Every member of the team understood that, and none of them were willing to let a future mission fail because they hadn't maintained their gear. But the hardest part of the recovery process wasn't the debriefs or the preparation. It was the weight of loss. They, had lost people. It was a reality they all knew too well, but that didn't make it any easier. The pain sat heavy in the air, pressing down on them like an invisible force. They all dealt with it in their own way. Some threw themselves into the gym, beating their griefs into the punching bags. Others gathered in the team rec area, drinking and talking, finding solace in shared sorrow. No one took it harder than Jackson. His job was to complete the mission and protect his people. Sometimes those two things conflicted. He had made peace with that long ago, but this loss, this was too much. Too many lives lost. Too many people he considered family left behind. It was the highest body count he had ever seen on a special operations mission under his leadership. He felt it like a weight on his chest, like a knife lodged deep in his ribs. He did what he always did. He shoved it down, buried it beneath layers of alcohol and silence. He locked himself away in his quarters, drinking himself into oblivion. Tequila burned down his throat, numbing him, but never enough. He wanted to forget, to disappear into the haze, but no matter how much he drank, the ghosts still lingered. Perry came and went. Sometimes she stayed with him. Sometimes she went back to her own quarters. She was hurting too, but she carried it differently. She had always been better at keeping things compartmentalized, at holding herself together, even when everything around her was falling apart. He envied her for that. How the hell did she do it? But even she wasn't untouched. When they were together in his room, they would often sit in silence for hours, the weight of what they had been through pressing down on them. And then, out of nowhere, one of them would break. Tears would come without warning, raw and ugly. Then the silence would return. Jackson would reach for another bottle, hoping that the next drink would be the one to finally drown it all out. The rest of the team coped in their own way. They gathered together, leaning on each other like a family. They drank, but they did it together, sharing memories and mourning in unison. Jackson watched them from the shadows, admiring them for their ability to process their grief as a unit. He, on the other hand, just wanted to disappear into numbness. He didn't want to feel anything. He just wanted it to stop. They talked about the fallen, about going back for the bodies they had left behind. It gnawed at them, the idea of leaving their people on that station, lost in the dark, surrounded by horrors. They honored the dead in their way, through quiet ceremonies and whispered promises, but none of it brought them back. Days passed. The tier remained in a holding pattern, waiting for its next orders. Life moved forward, but the weight of Kyler's station still clung to them all. Jackson knew deep down that this wasn't something a debrief or a bottle of tequila could fix. This wasn't something they would walk away from unchanged. And for the first time in his career, he wasn't sure if he wanted to keep going. Chapter 60, USSCN Tier, Medical Bay. Jackson had been in the medical bay, nursing yet another hangover, when he spotted Decker and Williams standing outside one of the observation rooms. Their gazes were locked on the figures inside, Torres and Stiller. The two infected crew members stood still. Their vacant eyes stared into nothing. Jackson felt a deep unease settle in his gut. He hated seeing his people like this. If it were up to him, they'd be put down and left behind. But orders were orders. "What's going on?" Jackson asked, shifting his attention from Decker to Williams. "Checking in," Decker said, his arms crossed. "Still trying to figure out what the hell is happening here."
Would be nice if we had some goddamn answers.
Jackson followed their line of sight through the one-way observation screen. The medical staff had covered the windows so the infected couldn't see out, but the team could still observe them. Torres and Stiller had initially been violent, thrashing and clawing at anything within reach, but now they simply stood there, almost catatonic. Stiller was in the corner, her body rising and falling with deep, ragged breaths. Torres, however, faced the window, staring ahead, completely unaware of the people watching her. The medical monitors still clung to her body, but they were useless. The readings had flatlined days ago.
That's exactly how we found the first infected,
Jackson said.
Standing there, back turned. It was only after we made a noise that he woke up.
Williams nodded. We've observed the same pattern. They go still, unresponsive, but the moment they sense someone, especially sound or movement, they become extremely agitated.
Any idea what's keeping them in this state?
Williams sighed. Still working on that, but we've confirmed that noise brings them out of it. It's like flipping a switch.
That tracks,
Jackson said, taking a slow swig from his water bottle before tossing back 2 pills. Decker eyed him.
Top, it might be time to slow down on the drinking.
Jackson didn't even blink.
Roger that, sir. I'll get right on it.
Decker exhaled sharply. He'd seen this before. Jackson and his team had a reputation for draining the ship's alcohol reserves after missions like this. He let it slide when necessary, but there was a line, and Jackson was about to cross it.
How's recovery going?
Decker changed the subject.
Everything's squared away, sir,
Jackson said.
Gears cleaned, checked, and stowed. We're ready to go.
Good, Decker said.
Fleet has more work for us.
Jackson had expected as much.
Figures.
Jackson gestured toward Torres and Stiller.
What's the plan with them?
Williams folded her arms. For now, we keep them here. We still don't understand what we're dealing with, and Fleet wants every bit of data we can gather before we make any permanent decisions. Jackson frowned.
So we're keeping them locked up like science experiments?
For now, Decker said. Jackson's jaw tightened. He wanted no part of this. Torres and Stiller were his people. They were supposed to be dead, not standing there like broken dolls, waiting for something to set them off. Decker must have noticed the shift in his expression.
Could be worse, Top. Fleet initially wanted us to go back in for more samples.
Jackson's eyes darkened.
They wanted a body snatch? Williams requested it,
Decker said.
Fleet wanted a fresh subject.
Jackson shook his head.
Not happening. I already shut it down,
Decker said.
Not sending anyone back there. Not now.
Jackson exhaled, relieved, but still on edge.
The team's been asking about retrieving our missing,
he said. Decker studied him.
Do they really want to go back in there?
No, Jackson said.
But they do it for their brothers and sisters.
Decker's expression hardened.
That's a hard no for now. Tell them it's my call. They can be pissed at me instead of you.
Jackson nodded.
I wouldn't like it much, but I'd go back for them too. I get it,
Decker said.
But we know where they are. They're not going anywhere.
Jackson clenched his jaw, then finally gave a reluctant,
Roger that, sir.
He pulled another pill packet from his pocket, tossed 4 into his mouth, and washed them down with a swig of water. Williams frowned. Top, the dosage is 2 pills. Jackson gave her a tired smirk.
2 won't cut it, ma'am.
Then he turned and walked down the hall, leaving the 2 of them staring after him. Chapter 61. USSCN Tier, Captain's Ready Room. Captain Decker, Commander Williams, Jackson, Perry, and CWO Letter sat around the cramped table in the captain's ready room. The air was heavy, the weight of their last mission still pressing down on them. But Decker had called this meeting to shake them out of it. It was time to refocus, time to get back in the fight.
Fleet hit me up early this morning,
Decker said, his voice level but firm.
Things are not looking good.
For us or someone else? Jackson asked, arms crossed.
Our initial models were dead on,
Decker said.
Whatever this is, it's spreading. Reports are starting to come in from other systems.
He exchanged a grim look with Williams.
We've been going through them all morning.
Fuck, Jackson said. Williams gave a curt nod. Yeah. I've been monitoring communications traffic, Letter said. There's a lot of disruption. Systems aren't completely dark, but we're seeing similar events. Communication failures, sporadic outbreaks, mass confusion.
Whole solar systems going black?
Jackson pressed. Not quite like here, but it's escalating, Letter said.
When Williams and Franks first modeled this out, they predicted it had a likely spread beyond this system,
Decker said.
Turns out they were right.
Where exactly has it shown up?
Perry asked. Letter leaned forward. A handful of stations, a couple of planets in a neighboring system, some long-haul transport ships.
Shit,
Jackson said.
Are we thinking the system is the start of it all?
Perry asked.
Can they trace everything back to here?
It's still too early to say with certainty, Williams said. But right now, this system is considered Ground Zero.
Ground Zero?
Jackson scoffed.
What the hell does that mean?
This could be the beginning of a galactic-scale pandemic, Williams said.
Galactic what?
Jackson shot back.
The fuck are we talking about?
Decker narrowed his eyes.
Has anything like this happened before?
Pandemics are as old as time, Williams said, but nothing on this scale. There have been planetary-level outbreaks, and occasionally a virus has made its way off-world, but they've always been contained before they could spread system-wide. Most viruses burn out, Williams said. They evolve to become less lethal over time. Otherwise, they kill off their hosts too quickly. This thing, she trailed off.
What about a virus that kills people just so it can use them?
Perry asked. Williams shook her head. That's something new, at least in humans.
Are we sure this is a virus?
Decker asked. Williams hesitated. It meets all the markers. Viruses need to reproduce to survive. They do that by spreading to new hosts and adapting as necessary. Whatever this is, it's aggressive, it's efficient, and it doesn't behave like anything we've encountered before.
How do we fight it?
Perry asked. Traditionally, vaccines and containment, Williams said. If a virus can't spread, it dies. But we don't have enough data to develop a countermeasure yet.
What are the chances this thing is a bioweapon?
Jackson asked. Williams exhaled. It's possible. We've seen bioweaponized viruses before.
One hell of a weapon,
Perry said.
It sure as hell kicked our asses.
Who could pull that off? Letter asked. Decker leaned back.
Us, the Giraldi, maybe some rogue factions. There are enough terrorist groups out there with the motive.
How is Fleet categorizing this? Jackson asked.
For now, they're assuming it's a military action,
Decker said.
So, an attack,
Jackson concluded. Decker nodded.
Fleet has to consider it.
Do they have a suspect?
Perry asked.
No,
Decker said.
Fleet isn't pointing fingers yet, which is why we're staying on station. USSCN has no carrier groups remotely close to this system, so for now, we're it. Fleet's considering deploying a group, but until that happens, we're alone.
Could this just be a natural outbreak? Williams said. We shouldn't rule it out. The USSC isn't going to make accusations without proof. Jackson smirked.
Yeah, governments never lie to people.
Decker ignored the sarcasm.
There's more.
Jackson groaned.
You mean a galactic pandemic possibly engineered by a foreign power isn't bad enough?
Decker exhaled.
We've been ordered to check out Trestle 113.
Fuck, Jackson said.
What's going on there? It's a multifaceted mission,
Decker said.
Of course it is,
Jackson said.
How bad? The main objective is retrieving the data archives from the USSC consulate,
Decker said. Minor objectives include extracting any surviving consulate staff and assessing what effects this virus might have had on the locals and wildlife.
So let me get this straight, Jackson said. You want to send a barely functioning team to an entire planet of whatever the fuck we just fought on Kyler Station?
That about sums it up,
Decker said. Jackson shook his head. What could possibly go wrong? The end. Author's note. Thank you for taking the time to read this story. I can't express how much it means to me that you have done that. I am not a writer by any means, but this project has been incredible for me. I set out to see if I could write a story that would be interesting, outside the box, and fun to write. I feel like I accomplished all three of those things. This whole project started with my wife, and I can't thank her enough for the love and support that she gives me every day. She wrote a little book called Soul Sabbatical a year and a half ago, and it was inspiring and fascinating to watch her go through that process. It made me wonder if I could do something like that. Well, I guess the answer is yes. The project grew from trying to understand how to market and sell her book. I felt like I was learning a lot of stuff, and I needed to play with the concepts a little bit in order to test them. I wrote Veho, a backstory, as a testing mechanism that allowed me to play around with writing, publishing, editing, audiobooks, book cover design, marketing, audience building, community engagement, and more. Veho gave me so much. I used it to tell the backstory of what has become this book. I am a person who often needs a creative outlet. I love science fiction and horror stories. Writing has never been my go-to when it comes to creativity, but I wanted to play around with it a bit. To date, this whole process has taken me over a year. That is a long time for me to dedicate to a personal project, but it has been so fun and rewarding. The feeling of typing the words "the end" was very emotional. I felt like I had conquered the world. Then I realized there was so much more work to do in editing this manuscript. That process almost broke me, but here we are. As someone who has served in the United States military, I wanted to honor that feeling with my work. I know what it is like to find yourself in a war zone far away from home. There's nothing quite like that, and those who have not experienced it will never totally get it. It seems crazy to relate this story, set in a fictional zombie science fiction world, to being in the military and serving in a war zone, but I wanted those who have served to feel a sense of familiarity. I wanted the interaction between the characters to have that feel, the action to be intense, and I couldn't leave out the gallows humor that only people who have served would understand. Where do we go from here? We continue to tell this story. Jackson and Perry, along with the rest of the crew of the tier, have become family to me. I feel like there's more to tell. I have already started laying out what would be a follow-up to this book. I am hoping that what I have learned from this project will make it go so much faster and smoother going forward. Also, a budding author like myself could use your help. If you liked this story, consider leaving a review on Amazon. It makes a huge difference to the success of something like this. Stay tuned, because there is more to come. You can follow the journey and keep up with updates at the following locations. My website, shamanwrites.com. You can also join the mailing list where I put out information on at least a monthly basis. Find me at Blue Sky at shamanwrites.com and on X at @shamanwrites. Shaman. This has been Dead Station, a military zombie apocalypse space opera, Humanity Shattered, Book 1. Written by Shaman Harper.
narrated by Anthony Aiello, with Lori Faith Gibson as Perry. Copyright 2025 by Shaman Harper. Production copyright by Shaman Harper.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.